Yeah, now I'm just babying her, making up for lost time. So
Man, you guys sure are up late.
Yeah. I'm smoking my third joint, and I think I'll go to bed.
I have
Third one in like 2 hours.
I've got a whole bunch more shit that we didn't talk about. That again, I was like, even though I'm not a mod, like it does need to be addressed with moderators and admins. Like, I've got ideas for solutions.
I
Like
got a
maybe
book,
they're not right,
motherfucker.
but
I got a book. You want the PDF? Meemore started to read it.
yeah. Actually, I do. If you have a PDF, I would appreciate it.
Here, just let me copy every message I ever wrote to Indio, Meemore, Jose, and CJ. Minus some of the
shit.
some of them are just arguing with him.
That's funny,
dude,
man.
Actually, dude, I think maybe my daughter, like, maybe she could actually fix this. This girl, I don't know, I'm gray hair about her. No, fucking incredible things. I just dropped her off with her mom tonight, and the stuff she brings up while we're in the car.
I love it.
Oh my god, dude! Half of you retards like don't deserve retard status. Like, when talking to an 8-year-old, like that really gets it.
Yeah.
Oh, your daughter's going to be like scary smart.
I like taking a decent long ride with my kid. Even just 20 minutes, they end up babbling. You know what I'm saying? Just get everything off their head that they've been wanting to say, and I get amazed every time.
Dude, like 8 hours ago, or maybe I don't know. I'm not looking at the clock, but like yesterday, since it's early in the morning now. In the car, she brought up. She says, "Dad, do you ever think about like rebirth?" And I was like, "Do you mean reincarnation?" And she's like, "Yeah."
Like, why don't you read that? They're like, what is she watching, man? Or reading? Or what?
She just turned 8 in November. Okay, like she's like basically
holy shit! What a wise kid.
Dude,
bro, we're off topic. No, I'm not having any of this shit. We're off topic. Bring it back to flat Earth.
No. I'm getting us off the mod meeting.
I'm totally fucking with you, bro.
It's like indigo children, dude. I'm telling you, like I was skeptical, but I'm telling you, this girl, she's
does she like school?
Fucking, she's so no, she does not like authority, but she is very smart. Like, all right, here's an example about the authority thing and like just like being blue pilled and stuff. She also told me at her mom's house, they had an Alexa in her room. In the middle of the night, it woke itself up and said, "I'm wide awake." It said, "Hello, I'm wide awake." And she went immediately to the Alexa, unplugged it, ran downstairs, and said to her mom, take this thing out of my room right now.
Yeah, it's some scary shit, man.
Dude,
like,
that's creepy as fuck.
As fuck, bro. I'll sledgehammer, son. Watch out, ghosts. Like, what is this?
There's a Google commercial that's on TV right now, and one of the questions that it shows in the Google screen, it was on at New Year's. It said, "Will there be more lockdowns?" And I gave a scowl at it, and she said, "Yeah." It's like, do they know something we don't know? She just turned 8.
Dude, children are smart, man.
She just like
that's the clean like, you know what I mean? Like her mind is unfucked with. Like there's no globes in her head yet.
Man.
You know what I mean? It's like the logic is pure.
Yeah,
keep nurturing it.
That conversation led into voice assistants, and then we got into the Alexa thing. But we started talking about how it's one thing if you can push a button and then talk to it, but it's another if it's listening all the time, which it must do if it's able to be triggered by voice. This, I'm telling you, this is the conversation I was having with a barely 8-year-old. Okay, so
dude, all the 30-year-olds, they just talk about football and shit, dog.
yeah,
Crazy.
yeah. No, I mean, I can even talk to flat earthers in here, and most of them are just like, duh, duh, duh. You know, like,
Hey, here's the stat. Look at this. Shipped over the horizon.
No, I'm just hoping that there's a whole generation of her out there, like they're gonna fix things. Like maybe our job is to get them ready, and I'm working on that. Like I'm not being selfish. I'm not worried about my future. I can see that I probably am going to have to draw that line. I've already drawn the line in the sand. If I'm going to play by the rules, well, nah, it's not going to fucking happen. Am I going to be? Am I going to be a martyr? If I have to be, then that's the case. Is it going to piss off these smart fucking kids that are being born right now? Yeah, guaranteed. And it's going to be to an extent that they are not ready for.
Yeah.
We got some smart fucking kids out there right now.
Yeah, talk about a generation who actually may be willing to fight.
You know what's weird, Lou? All the 20-year-olds are dumb as fuck, though. Which is strange.
some generations are just like garbage toss out generations. Like, sorry, but there's a way it worked out for you. You know, like
youth.
Dude, I'm telling you, this girl when she was 2, she could barely speak. It was at that age when only the parents can really fully understand them, and other people can get bits and pieces. And she told me that she said something that was really brilliant, and I was like, "Wow, that's really smart." And she goes, "Yeah, I know a lot of things, and I could help a lot of people, but they just don't understand my words."
Oh, nice.
And
Wow, that's awesome.
like probably doesn't remember that now, but now all of a sudden she's asking about reincarnation and shit. Like I don't know. Maybe she's got something.
You never know, man. Never know.
All I know is that this girl learns at and it's not all kids her age either. Like, okay, so she changed schools last year, and they did testing for placement and stuff like that. She tested out of all of the tests. They don't know where to place it. But there is hope, for humanity. I don't know if there's hope for us. I think our role is probably to be strong, draw that line in the sand, and if you have to be a martyr, be a martyr. Set an example for what's right and what's wrong, and give them inspiration for something to feed off of in order to set things right. We can't think so short term. We can't think that, Armageddon is going to happen, in 5 years or 10 years.
Yeah.
Like
It's not. You're gonna grow old. It's not. Shit is gonna be boring as fuck.
Hey,
Right?
the end of my world will be over when I turn 65, because then I'll have to renew my license, and then that'll be a hassle. Because my license don't expire till I'm 65. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, no,
Arizona.
we're only here to witness a part of this, and our children are here to fix it. There's not much
Well,
you and I can do. Free will.
if you're
I'm sorry.
raised,
This is gonna piss a lot of people off, but free will, dude. I'm sorry. It's an illusion. What's going to happen will happen. You can you can try to fight it. You can think you're making a difference, but you're not. It will. It's
The
it's a giant storm that you cannot stop. It will roll right over the top of you like you don't exist. That's what's going on.
the great illusions. Yep. It's like freedom. That's another one.
So we're just being dragged along in this spiritual, like human coil, and it's been decided. So we're just being swept along, huh? Like I could maybe
Yeah.
see that may be true. I don't know, like that.
Well,
That's how it works. Like
Right.
there's
you kind of do have
So-
a choice on how you treat others, though.
Then yeah, that's a choice we do have. That's true. We do have that choice. So we may not have a choice of who we are. There's some things about who we are that are unchangeable, I think. So
we
that
we
might
can
be
help.
just chosen.
man, the way
It's
I
hard
to
think
know
of
who you
that,
are.
We can make,
If you don't
we
know
can
where
make
you are.
differences. We can make differences, but they're very small in the grand scheme. It's a long game that you have to play, just like our controllers play.
Yeah. Beyond.
I think
this.
like okay, you're sort of on a train track. Like within the rails, you got freedom of choice, but where the rails are going, you do not know. But but within those boundaries, you have freedom of choice.
Yep.
But where those, you know what I mean? That's how I think of life, you know? Where that river is going or whatever, track or whatever, you don't fucking know. You don't know what tomorrow holds.
Yeah, but okay. So if you're very religious and you believe the Bible word for word, how could you ever think that what is written could be changed? Eventually, it's all going to happen, no matter what you do. So even if you make choices and you make decisions and things seem to change, did you really make a difference?
It's all ordained, predestined.
Yes, your choices make a
Oh,
difference.
so now you motherfuckers are Calvinistic, huh?
Well, that's what the theme of the Matrix is, right? Is it free will or choice? Like, do you have a choice in the or free will or destiny?
Well, only Calvinism says there
Free
is no
will.
choice. All destiny is set in course. All saved people are already chosen.
The Essenes believed that too.
Yeah, they're like two different axes, man. X and Y. They're not the same thing, man. The way I think of it, I'm too mathematical, you see. That's not. There's like, you do have choice, but where life takes you, you don't fucking know. Even though they're based on your choices. It's kind of
I mean,
funny.
you have a choice whether you go to prison or not, right? You have a choice whether or not to rob the house or
That's
beat the
right.
guy
course.
up, or
That's why
you know.
some
course.
people live free and some people live on probation. Thank you. So
So
if it
you have
wasn't
freedom of
free
choice.
will, go
Sorry.
ahead, Hank. Nope, go
You
ahead.
have freedom of choice, but you don't have freedom from all the unintended consequences. Thank
Yeah, you don't have
Yeah.
freedom from nature.
Yeah. It's a good way to put it. Right.
It's the consequences for the specific unique actions that an individual would take, whereas another individual wouldn't make that action because of their unique characteristics. They wouldn't make those choices either. So the consequences that occur are very specific and individually unique to the action that was taken by that unique individual.
I have to point out the irony and hypocrisy that I just did. I came in here, disrupt the conversation from Bible and religion.
Take it back to religion.
Went on a
Yeah,
long
what's
tangent, and
what's
then-
going
and
on?
then I brought it right back to it.
No, it's not. That's
What's
not
going on here, Lou?
religious. That's not religion.
Spirituality.
not
No,
about
it
religion.
is. When you say you don't have free will and everything's ordained, the Creator ordained it, and you're living a Calvinistic life.
Well, I didn't say that's true for sure. I mean,
You know what Calvinism is?
I used to.
You used to.
I do. I did.
That's some dude you used to know.
I freaking remember reading it, but I couldn't tell you much about it other than was he one of the Protestant people? Was he a reformist or was he a what
Well,
side of
he says you have no choice in life. Everything's preordained.
So he was a predestination kind of dude. Huh?
Pretty much.
Okay. Didn't the Calvinists take over Europe, and the Puritans fled from Europe because of it?
They probably. Go ahead.
It depends on whose history you believe, but yeah, it's written in some book.
They probably used it to keep the peasants. So they were into like a caste structure. So they probably, I don't know. I'm just guessing, but we know what kind of control the church used to have. So.
Well, see, the Calvinists, they believe that God does not directly interfere with the affairs of man, if I'm not mistaken.
No. The Zionists who seem to
believe you
control
have
our world,
no
though.
free will because your entire life is already written in the book of life. Whether you're saved, that was marked on you at the time of birth. You can't change it.
The Zionists, which are, whether they're Jewish or Christian or Rastafarian, it doesn't matter. They're all Zionists, most of them. Not all Christians, but a lot of people think that they will not find salvation until the end days, and it requires certain things to happen. In order for that to be true, it has to be preordained. And what we're seeing unfold is either an act of Zionism or it's something that was already written and preordained. Like either they're making it happen or it was bound to happen. And you have to pick which side.
I think the latter. I think it's bound to happen.
That's
because they
predestination.
It was written in a book, and they go by a book as gameplay. I mean, they do that with reality with Shakespeare already.
It could be also preordained that way.
If it was bound to happen, then you have no free will.
Bound to happen because eventually those that have the power will use this book to suit its needs because they've turned it into an anti-religiosity to where they have to go through these empathetical things and these steps to make it true because overall they believe what is written in there is true. You know what I mean? So it's like they're going by it like a playbook where perhaps they had fabricated some aspects of it. Like, for instance, John of Patmos. Was that John the Baptist or what? So we all going off of Revelation. So, anyway, enough said.
Yeah.
Who's that guy?
This is all Reformation. You guys are in the Reformation argument, traditionalism versus Reformation versus predestination or predetermined, ordained, pre-written.
And the history of the what is it called? The Great Chasm. When they split off, when
Byzantine Empire.
Luther, right?
Schism.
Yeah, schism. Sorry, got it
wrong.
Luther broke off.
I mean, I find it fascinating. It's not that I'm like highly religious or anything. I just find it fascinating. Like more of the, it's one or the other in a way of thought. Neither one is wrong. Neither one is right. It's just the way that you choose to see things, right?
Yeah.
So,
unless you're the one saying it, then you're wrong.
Yeah, because I don't
Well-
believe bound to happen means preordained. Bound to happen means eventually somebody will set in motion the matrix that makes that happen, where preordained means it's written that way and that's the only fucking way it's going to happen.
Well, then maybe I
Yeah.
chose the wrong words, but I think you get what I'm saying. Though. Like,
Yeah. Hey, what would you say about this? What if the path, like let's say it's because somebody used the term like you're on a railway track, right? So you're on railroad. So what if you're on a path and the further you veer off to either side of the constraints, that
well, maybe the
implies
railroad
that
track is a
certain
bad choice.
consequences will occur off in these other outer
Yeah,
regions.
you get zapped. Yes, I get zapped in my life. Yes.
So how far off you've gone off the path?
You can't veer off a railroad track though. That's the thing. You're
Well,
set on
that's
the
why I
railroad
called it
track.
path.
Yeah, right. The boundary. Get close to the boundary.
There's a path.
Okay, so let's say let's talk about more like a trail or a path. Like
Pathway. Let's say there might be a short fence, a 1 foot fence. So you walked over the fence. However far past that you went, because further past that, there's some trees, but then there's a field. If you go to that next field, you're way off the path now. You're not even going in the same direction. So then serious consequences can occur.
see, I think that we're stuck on.
You don't know.
I think that we're stuck on a railroad track though, like you first said.
Okay.
I think that we're on a track and there's no stopping this runaway train.
There's no
I think that
Okay.
I
I think all
I'm
things
listening.
are just bound to repeat themselves.
I'm listening.
Personally,
Dude.
Ouroboros or
Especially when we've forgotten our history.
Yeah, what's
and
happening?
people forget why they do certain things, so they end up repeating things of the past. That's why there's nothing new under the sun.
They pass it on to
Yeah.
their children because children only have us as an
history.
example. So
That's
that's what
because
the
history isn't reliable and it gets altered.
But so if you're on the track, the primary constraints are the thermodynamics and electromagnetics and electrostatics. The buoyancy. Those are the things that are the constraints in the physical realm. As far as the spiritual constraints, that's kind of what we're talking about. This path.
no, we're not talking about the physics of a railroad track. We're talking about a spiritual ideal.
Yeah, I just don't think we're locked on one course. I think we have the ability to change course. It's just nobody does.
Yeah.
Are we doing it right now? Are we making history of this flat Earth thing
Probably.
since 2014 to 2022? This flat Earth blip, it's going to go down in history as what was going on here. Why were these people questioning everything, even the shape of the Earth, right? So we got to find a way to etch it in stone when we get a chance. Hey, we were talking about flat Earth.
Yeah.
We were making history.
How are we going to do that? How could we do that?
Every stone you see, mark it in the stone.
I know. Got a point there.
What do you need, a Dremel?
You guys have a good night. I'm gonna head out.
Yeah, I'm
All
gonna
right,
go.
bro.
No, sorry.
Peace,
Yeah, you're
guys.
right. Black magic
Night.
marker works pretty well, actually, too. Doesn't last forever, though. But yeah, it needs to be a record, though. Should be a
Signed my
record.
name in a Pizza Hut. Came back, worked there 15 years later. And they were like, hey, is this you? I was like, oh, I forgot to do that shit. So you can, make a record. That was just underneath the cabinets.
What the heck?
I must have been cleaning under there some shit and was like, we'll tag this up.
We'll take this up. What the heck?
Better get that prep table clean.
That's awesome. I know, man. What is it? Who was here? You're somebody.
It was
That's-
me.
Yeah. Who was here? Who was here?
I guess that was one of my better days.
What's that thing? What's that famous saying where people go somebody was here, Kilroy was here. What
Yeah,
is that?
Kilroy.
What is
World
that
War
from?
II. World War II or World War One? It was like GI art. As they captured territory, they would tag it up.
Isn't that wild?
When it comes to this whole spiritual talk that we've been talking about, like and I've shared this with actually a bunch of people in the server. There's a Pussifer album who he's the lead singer from Tool, and I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
he's Illuminati connected or something. Like, but because he just seems to have too much inside information too early. Um, but on the newest Pussifer album, Existential Reckoning, there's the last song is called Bedlamite, and it, it's very at the end of a very somber sounding album, like a really eerie, like you have no control, kind of like, this is just something that's going to happen and you're here to witness it. You chose to be here, kind of a feel. Like, uh, at the end of it, he's got the song Bedlamite, where it's very peaceful and like soothing. And it sounds like the main theme is like, it'll be all right. It'll be all right. Everything will be all right. Like, and it has to do with what he's talking about when you look at the lyrics is, um, a lot of Christians, like, they think that it's okay if they just take a back seat and don't do anything because they're certain that Jesus will come and save them.
This is true.
So,
The people that believe in sorry, yeah, I'm just going to go right there with you. This is absolutely
yeah,
true. The people who are waiting on Christ's return that's imminent and immediate, they're waiting on a Christ to come save them when he showed you how to save yourself. And it's through self-sacrifice to others, because we are not just this weird organism that sprang up out of the rocks. We are completely symbiotic with each other. And what better thing to do, what higher goal to shoot for than to help community, right? Or just go live out in the woods by yourself and, they're fuckers, right? So just, farm your own little anthill and save for the woods. Either way, either way you can do it that way. I'll just put it like that. Either way.
yeah. No, but what's really weird about it is that like the lyrics are telling you not to act that way, but the tone of it sounds like a pacifying way. Like the tone of the song, the melody of it, and the music makes it's a pacifying sound. But if you look at the lyrics, it says, "Do not do this. Do not do this. You have
So I
control.
got
You have power."
I got a funny little story about a song. So I've been thinking about entropy a lot, and I'll tie it together with the song at the end. But I was hearing that song by Modest Mouse, "Will All Float On Okay," and I was thinking about entropy and how we're just down here like swimming at the bottom of the tank, where most of the atmosphere is, and everybody sees it as gas, but they don't really see it as a fluid. And we talk about things like fluid dynamics here, of course, thermodynamics, and to me, they're it's my belief that the whole specific gravity is the fourth thing of entropy. It's like the fourth. I don't know. It's they're tied together at the hip. It's my belief that when you're talking about entropy, you're talking about specific gravity, and they're the same thing. Because what do they all do? They all seek to reach equilibrium. Equilibrium seeking. What do you call that?
Seeking entropy. Entropy. That's the
Yeah,
answer. Seeking
yeah.
equilibrium. That's entropy. Yeah.
So we'll all float on, all right. Because we're just kind of floating around down here, right?
Uh, Most of us, yes. Not maybe not you and me, but like most people, yeah. You and I are trying to fucking swim our way around. We're trying to control things, but we can't. It's something that we cannot control. We would love to. We're a little more aware, but the ebb and flow, right? Like you're gonna have to go where you have to go, and that's entropy, right? This tend toward chaos.
You know, it's funny because me and you were both working men, right? And it's like we're
Yeah,
down here doing the best we can for damage mitigation. You know,
yeah.
but
I'm trying to slow it. I'm trying to slow the flow down, but It's it's like I mean, even a beaver can build a dam, but the water will still find its way around.
I'm sorry.
Favor.
All right, yeah, beaver. That's really fucking funny. Like beavers are awesome animals, actually.
I know.
Yeah, I've seen one down here. It scared the shit out of me. I heard something splashing in the water. I'm camping down by the fucking river, right? I hear something splashing in the water, so I grab the mag light and I'm sitting there scanning around and I see fucking like pink eyes in the water, right? What the fuck has pink eyes, right? And then I hear like a big splash and then I like pinpoint it and I'm like, oh, it's a fucking beaver. Thought it was an alligator.
There you go, Primus. Winona's Big Brown Beaver. That's a great little tune. Some dinner music for you there, folks.
Yeah, but I'm just always pointing out how powerless we are. Like we can only try to slow down the flow of the river, but a river flows down, and that's the river we're on. Like
Yeah, but is time the
it,
Ouroboros? Is
the
time
Ouroboros.
cyclical?
No, I
Yeah.
don't think the Ouroboros is a paradox. The Ouroboros is an oxymoron by definition.
That's like
It,
I was saying, time, right? Like, 'cause we know history repeats.
yes, I mean, well,
how's your wife? Skadooch.
I don't know if that might be a misnomer. Okay, so history repeats, but not exactly. Like we see the same tendencies throughout history, but it doesn't really repeat. Like we do learn and grow based off of the past history.
I'm just saying because, like empires, kingdoms, civilizations, they all fall eventually.
Like what a lot of people when they hear the Ouroboros thing about history repeating and everything else, it's like we're on a loop. I'm not saying we're on a loop. It's but it's the same lessons get retaught
Yeah.
and forgotten and have to be taught again. You know, we're doomed to fail.
Yeah. Every time man seems to think of themselves as arrogant and, you know, they are the epitome and of everything, even though they can't even control the weather, right? So when that happens, we turn away from what nature's telling us, like, get out of the area. There's a tsunami coming. And we just go, oh, none of that's going to happen. None of that's going to happen. And then eventually it sneaks up on you, right? I mean, it's like
Dude,
all
actually,
kinds of
what you
things.
just said there, I want to point out. Like, everybody likes to pick on me for being a doomer. Everybody likes to pick on me for being a pessimist.
Yeah,
But
me too.
but 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 I'm sorry. Like, optimism is the thing that makes us repeat these same lessons. We have to forget the lessons of the past and pretend like it didn't happen. pretend like it will get better the next time, which is the definition of insanity. Repeating the same process over and over again, thinking you'll get a different result. Optimism has led us to where we are now, just doomed to repeat the past over and over again. Always trying to relearn the same lessons. You have to understand that this game is rigged against you. And there's only one way out. You're not going to just get to the finish line by just hoping, and like, and hoping it changes, hoping the trend changes. That's never going to get you there. You have to find a way to break the system. You have to find a way out. You have to do it for yourself. And in fact, not for yourself, but you might be able to do it like the lesson of, like some of the symbolism. I wouldn't say lesson, but like in movies like The Matrix, where the one, like you might be the one who shows everybody else the way. Or if you're very religious, you'd say Jesus already did that for you. I don't know. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Bible says to occupy until his return. So I don't know if you guys know what occupy means, but yeah,
Stay busy,
he asked the
keep working.
question, right? Hold the land, till the land, work the land, guard the land, multiply the land, multiply on the land. Anyway, it's really interesting because he said, "Will he find faith in the world?" Right, and it's like there's going to be like a little tiny remnant, right? And then it blatantly says, right when nobody thinks he's coming, that's when he's going to show up, and everybody's like, "No, I think he's coming now." like, good luck with that, you know. And it's like, just read it, And I've heard Michael say on here, the King James Bible, like it's not the only one. You should probably read the original. Michael, what about the English Standard Version or any other ones that were maybe translated directly from the Greek, other than good old trustworthy, British royalty recommended read?
They're just the English translated one. That's just a hyped version, a more remedial version of the King James Bible. They're from the Bishop's Bible, which was a royalty Bible in the first place. That's why I say go to the Apocrypha, the Septuagint. These weren't based on the Bishop's Bible. So the Bishop's Bible was always the Bible of kings and queens and royalty. So they're all copyrighted. Problem with these Bibles, they're not God's word. They're copyrighted. They're owned by man. So
Can I say something?
Can a copyrighted book be an inspired word of any man after it's been in the 100th version and the 55th revision with the 35th translation, modern translation?
Yeah, the Bible's copyrighted. You cannot just rewrite out of it and make your own works. You will be sued. You can only use like 500 verses out of a
Well,
specific
shouldn't that be a red flag?
Well, see, here's the thing, right? You have all of these books, which has something to do with the Vulgate. And then you have the Septuagint, which comes about after the restoration of the Second Temple. Or before the restoration of the Second Temple when they're lost in Greece.
I was going to say.
And this is before, like, the only ones that were supposed to be ordained to keep the canon, to keep the scripture, were the sons of Zadok, and they fled into the wilderness. This is before the Septuagint, right? So you have Aramaic Targums, which is closely related to the original Dead Sea Scrolls, which is where the sons of Zadok had fled to. So all of the scriptures, as far as we know, could be a forgery.
What about the Masoretic text?
That's what I mean. The Masoretic text. It's like one of these things where it goes through certain Pharisaical priesthoods.
Look, it would be ridiculous to think that the current texts aren't a forgery. Like the amount of mental gymnastics that you would have to go through. The fact that literally the King James Bible is called the King James Bible. Like, to think that it's not a forgery would be, I mean, you would have to throw out all logic whatsoever.
Yep.
You know that governments lie. You know that they want to control you. You know that they rewrite books or burn books. You know all kinds of things about history. Like, to think that God protected only the Bible all the way through would be asinine.
Right. But, I mean, it's the Tanakh. Would be one of the oldest ones. Sumerian text, Tanakh.
So you know the Freemasons have a Bible, right?
The Freemasonic Bible?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's King James Blue Lodge. It's got a bunch of art added and like history. And it looks like it comes from the Oxford Masonic Bible.
Okay, so
it says like all sorts of Egyptian writings in it. Sorry about that. Go for it, Hank.
Let's go over what we do know. We do know that they were waging war on witches, right? And they were, accusing men, women of all this stuff, trying to get their land, trying to get, their money and everything they own, their property, their women, their children. Like, we know this happened. It didn't happen so far that we can't remember it. I mean, even in America, we have the Salem witch trials. So they were persecuting people who were celebrating the witches' Sabbath, right? We know that. And people that were using herbs and, natural healings, right? And you know that, in the United States, number one pharmaceutical company, it's number one lobbyist, right? It's the number one most heavily regulated industry, right? And it's like, well, the Bible teaches us to do it naturally, and then they seem to be waging war on everything that's natural. Am I right? Like, everything that's natural, they're waging war against.
Yes, against nature, against people that like nature, about natural people, anything natural, yeah. Or
right, so if we wanted to run our cars off of like natural propane or just, ethanol, like back in the day, or maybe if we wanted hemp to run our cars, like they would be completely against all that.
Yeah.
Right? So big pharma and big oil are tied at the hip, right? What do you think these pharmaceuticals, like the ingredients are from big oil, right?
Yeah.
So it's all about like controlling the narrative, I think. They want you to think like the church was against science and science prevailed and science has the right answer, but their version of science is this like pseudoscience, right? And you got these pseudo intellectuals talking about how, like if you don't got a lab coat and goggles and some letters after your name, like you're not worthy, right? And if you're not worthy, then we'll put you in a cage for practicing medicine without a license, right? It's like Everything just seems to be against nature.
I don't understand how they think. Excuse me. I don't understand how they think they're going to maintain that lifestyle when they basically what they've done in one false swoop in a couple of years is turn everybody like I don't know. Are people that stupid that there are that many people that actually just go ahead and listen to people with white coats? Like after all the information that's out there, I don't know. Like really,
The answer is yes. There are that many. There
there
are
are
that many. How many is that many? I mean, yeah, you might know a lot of people who aren't going to fall for it, and so do I. But
yeah, but
the
so
the
let
the the masses are easily scared.
yeah. So look, if they create enough of a problem that they cause um, what do you call that, social unrest, like if they like there's enough of the people on that side, their own side, that is going to be raiding and pillaging, guess what, the richest people's houses. Like who says they're not going to start going in there and raid? Like they're creating this thing that's they don't understand that they're going to be taken down by. They're creating a monster. They're going to be they're of their own demise. They don't. I don't think they realize it. It
Uh,
doesn't matter which way it's
I
going
think
to go.
I
They
think
lose.
you're right. I think you're right, but it's not within our generation. I don't think it's a monster that they're creating a new monster that they've never dealt with before,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
that's in the future generations or the ones that have just been born.
You're
You know,
probably right. You're probably right. Because you're right about this, Lou. Would you agree with this? They're just now poking the aren't they? Just kind of just poking a little bit. It's a
yeah,
little.
yeah, they're poking the bear. This is people
Yeah.
think that we're almost done with this. This is the beginning.
This is the beginning. Yeah. It is.
I
They're just
think there's
poking.
so much stuff going down under beneath our feet, right,
Yes.
that we don't even know about. I think that it's possible that a bottomless pit could open up underground, that has no bottom because just outside of every city is an opening, and these tubes are like Mario Brothers, where you can go from world to world, or earth to earth, dirt to dirt, not really leaving the plane, but going under the plane, because this isn't really the basement level, is it? So there could be this underground world full of technology, and the drones that we have above ground are like, oh look, you could be like a really good like photographer, right? And the drones below ground are like, T1000s or some shit.
I have a decent example of okay, so the Patriot and Homeland Security Act, they had a whole bunch of laws thrown into place about like what they called terrorism and everything else. Um, Most of that stuff, there was a lot of things that conspiracy theorists at the time said, you just wait and watch. They're going to make us into terrorists. And they didn't do it. They didn't do it for 20 years. And now, all of a sudden, what we're facing, they're using those laws that were put into place 20 years ago and saying, if you sneeze on another person, you are a biological terrorist. Okay. And they can use laws against you, so on and so forth. 20 years later, they didn't use it for 20 years. So what we're seeing written into law now might not even be used for another 20 years or more. Who knows? It's a very slow game that they're playing. And we think we see it written into law and we throw the red flag and we're like, this is what they're going to do next year or
Lou,
in 2 years or 3 years.
as soon as the Patriot Act was set through, they were calling people extremist terrorists just for
Yeah,
the.
yeah, but they didn't really do anything with it though.
Oh,
They
they
didn't.
did. They did. It just wasn't televised. There were many militia members charged with extremism, terrorism. You just didn't hear about it. It wasn't The
All
revolutions
right.
in that type of
Okay.
law.
You might be right, but
They're,
either
they're,
way, it didn't go mainstream, and now they're using it mainstream.
well,
20 years
now
later.
now they're using it on average citizen targets. But
Yeah.
when they came out with it, it was to make the main purpose was to attack militant groups or groups that were anti-government and call them extremists. For their extreme views, they were now patriot terrorists, extremist terrorists, and there were. I read an article on it the other day. There were over 300 people jailed within hours of it passing. They were trying to
Sure.
put RICO acts on these people and secret organization acts, and instead they just went to the extremist terrorist act and jailed them that day. Got warrants that day.
Yeah. Yeah. They went after the dissidents and whatever else
Well,
early, but
that's because, like the Michigan Liberty Militia, we fight the constitutionality of laws in court. We're not a militant group like they try to make us out to be. We're a constitutionality group. We fight against unconstitutional laws like loitering. You have a right. You have freedom of movement, freedom of travel. Loitering is an unconstitutional law. So we
well,
fight that.
yeah.
And they get tired of saying, well, your paper wasn't. They never address the points, the legal points. They always say your paperwork's not in the proper format. So we know that you can write a writ on toilet paper and it can be a legal and binding document even in a crude format.
Okay, but this is a little bit derailed from my point. Like,
Yeah, I just wanted to say it didn't take 20 years for some of us to see the effects of that.
no, you're right. It's not like they did nothing with it until now. It's just that now we're starting to see it thrown in our faces,
Used at
mainstream.
the public, the public at large,
Yeah, yeah,
instead of focus groups.
right. Yeah, they use it against the dissidents. The people that were, and it kept being shoved under the carpet. But now there's no carpet needed. That it's like, here it is. There's a law, and it's not something new. We didn't just come up with it now. This is something that's been enacted for over 20 years. And they're like, oh, are you kidding? So this is an old fashioned law. Like old fat. No, it's something that came on the guise of another terrorist attack. Um, and that's what I expect to see with this too. I think we're all being very short sighted. I think, or nearsighted, I should say. I think, I think we're seeing things now early, and we're gonna fight about this for a long time, and then it'll be forgotten, and it won't be brought up again until we stop talking about it. Till our voices go silent, then they will use it against us again. They have a lot of patience.
So apparently the 3 points is a Masonic thing.
What are they going to
I don't know.
hijack next? Milk? Like is milk the gateway
No,
drug to all of the drugs
no,
now?
the 3 points that people get tattooed on their webbing. They say it's my crazy life.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not what it is. It's a Masonic thing.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, nobody ever thought at the time after 9/11 that if you sneeze on somebody, you would be called a terrorist. Okay. They thought it was talking about towel heads on the other side of the fucking pond. No, we were saying eventually this will be used against you. And they said, that's not the point right now. We're talking about towel heads on the other side of the pond.
You know what the
Well,
3 points represent? Wisdom, strength, and beauty. The 3 pillars of masonry. Yeah, you know they piggybacked that Patriot Act too. It was, if you want this, then this goes through too. In our state.
Oh yeah, they can't just pass a law like one thing at a time. They always gotta like wrap it like a veneer, like, let's give the troops some help. Let's give the troops some socialist programs that they
Legalize
absolutely deserve.
marijuana. Legalize marijuana and okay the Patriot Act.
PTSD, marijuana for the troops.
Yep.
It's like, oh yeah, by the way, we're gonna steal all your money and give it to our friends. Just sign the document. Shut up.
And if you speak out about it, you'll be an extremist terrorist. Extreme views, that's all you need.
Yeah, they'll write you off for 10, 15, 20 years until they, silence you. And then they'll use it when everybody forgot about you. They'll distract you with a ton of other false flags and other geopolitical events that, so like you're gonna be like, well, we have all these other problems. What are you talking about? This isn't connected to that.
Terrorist. That's an extreme view. Bailiff, jail that motherfucker.
All I'm saying is they play a long fucking game.
I take Brokeback Mountain as an extreme fucking view, and I think they should jail those terrorists that made that film.
I don't know. I haven't seen it, so maybe it's all right. Maybe it sucks. I don't know.
I've been terrorized since the ideal of a gay cowboy came into my mind.
Yeah, don't watch it. I urge you, don't watch it.
I just keep thinking.
You don't even tell me, dude. If I haven't seen it yet, you don't need to tell me that.
Yeah, I just keep thinking, what about those 4 horses?
Those 4 horses.
4. Okay, 4 I don't even know about the 4 horses of the apocalypse.
No, the poor horses.
Oh, POR. 4 horses.
Yeah, those 4 horses that had some Brokeback Mountain motherfucking cowboy riding them. But you know,
those 4 horses.
The Marlboro Man.
They had to listen to that shit.
That wasn't the first time, right? Exactly. They were outside the fucking tent, like, oh man, we better get the fuck out of here before they fuck us next. But
nay.
Is that a bear in there? What's going on?
It must be the Marlboro Man. He said, "Oh my god, dude, you're fucking killing me."
I haven't even seen it, but dang,
I know he was like, oh my god, dude, just quit, just quit.
Don't make me turn you off now.
Think about the horses, man. Though that's animal abuse.
Yeah, I'm about to go to sleep. You have to change the subject. Right?
They sure ain't cat fishing.
See, we're always sounding the alarm. Like, we're always sounding the alarm, and then we sound it early, and we forget about the alarm ringing. Like, they're gonna play that long game. They're gonna distract the masses. They're going to throw a whole bunch of other bullshit in between, and the people aren't going to connect, A to C or A to D or whatever fucking letter it is. That's how they do it. It's boiling the frog, right?
Yeah. Is anybody else besides me getting tired of thinking that sometime a few years passes down the road, and then I think Like I get to that point and I go like, shit, I told you so. And I told you so. And I told you so. I had like
fucking bear in there. What the fuck?
there's a fucking bear in here. Holy shit.
I'm sorry.
There it is.
That was, it keeps replaying in my head. I'm too high.
Too high.
Shit. I'm sorry, guys.
If you laugh too hard, you'll get a headache. Don't do it.
Some grizzly ass looking dude making that noises.
Fucking hilarious. I'll later on, you guys. Have a good night. I'm going to sleep.
Goddamn, get that man
Good night,
a drink of water. Flavor Flav.
By the way, have you seen this? Hold on, I'm gonna post it. Let's see here.
Let go my ego.
I'm gonna post it. So this was from Truth Flicks. I don't even watch his videos, but once in a while he posts like a good meme or something. Take a look at this. Ring a bell?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not a testing fucking mechanism. It's a delivery device. Don't get tested, motherfuckers.
Well, you don't have to worry about me. I don't go to a doctor even like if I have a
No. But right now what they're pushing is everybody do at-home testing. They want people to do this to themselves. And Biden's talking about making it free for everybody to go and get themselves an at-home test.
So just talk a loogie on it and send it back.
Dude, don't even fucking do anything with it and send it back. See what it comes up with.
I kind of want to do that like the dude that stole my blind. Here you go. Here's a lump of shit.
Yeah, we're just thinking that shit.
Test
Oh,
it.
Luke.
Just
all I'm saying is,
what's up, Roger?
we know that they don't know what they're testing for. We know that their best test that they even said on their own website, CDC says that they can't tell the shit from one thing from another.
I can hear you, Roger.
Yeah, so they already did that. They sent every citizen 2 of these home tests in the Netherlands. So they are already
that's how
this year.
That's how they skew results, and that's also a delivery system, not a test. They're putting something in you, not taking something from you.
You know that method through the nose, that's also how the Egyptians would remove the brains from the mummies.
Mm-hmm. Lobotomy.
Oh, but it's fine because it's a piece of plastic with plastic gauze on it. Plastic floss. It's like a Q-tip, but harsher.
Like I was talking with my sister today, and I showed her this meme, and she gets it, but not enough. You know what I mean? And it's really tough in that situation. She says she's not getting vaccinated. She's not getting her kids vaccinated. She's pregnant with my second nephew from her, or nephew or niece, whatever. We don't know the sex yet, but
yeah, they're actually recommending that women that are pregnant to get it, and I go, that goes against all guidelines.
Yeah. Her OB told her that like the fact that she wasn't vaccinated was like, oh, you really need to because like you're giving birth and blah blah blah. And I told her, I was like, that means you need a new OBGYN, right? Like that means, and she was like, yeah, exactly. I have to shop around. Like, but where am I going to find one? And I informed her, I'm like, I'm like, you do know that they're not allowed to steer you the other way. If they don't steer you into this, then they're going to lose their license to practice.
Get a midwife and go natural birth.
Uh,
do it at home. My mom had.
Yeah, I think she has to quit her job because look, she has. We just took her. Colton, my nephew, who is not quite 2 yet. He just took his first ski lesson. He's not even 2. He just took his first ski lesson. Anyway, when I showed this to her, she told me that they had him tested once. That they did it at home though, so it was safe. They did one of these at home tests, so they did it themselves, and it was safe. And I was like, no. And she was like, look, I can't imagine that there's anything on the end of that Q-tip. It just looks like a regular Q-tip. Like, no. Like, if you're not planning to get vaccinated, you haven't done it yet, why are you playing along with any of their other bullshit? Like, why the fuck are you going to do the testing or anything else? You know it. You're not going to do this, but why are you going to do that? And it was because he had there's somebody in the classroom at daycare had tested positive, and he came in contact, and he couldn't come back unless he spent 10 days out, or if he came back with a negative result, which meant that she had to miss 10 days of work or testing.
That's why my daughter's homeschooled right now. Fuck that shit.
So she tested him. I'm like, look, don't ever do this again. Like, I'm telling you, this is not good. No matter what, it can never lead to anything good. We have a lot of real moral choices to face, especially when it comes to dealing with our family. When we have kids, it's going to lead us into making decisions that we wouldn't make for ourselves. And that's the way they're playing the cards. They understand that. That's why they're doing this. We're in a fucking doomed world. I'm sorry to be the doomer, but there is 2022. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy fucking New Year, everybody. I hope you're fucking happy.
You figure they're going to do the alien card this year?
Lead becomes gold this year, guys. I got the Midas touch. My ammunition, perfect match, it's worth thousands. You know how tight of a group I shoot? I'm serious. It's like shooting identical twins. Every bullet's the exact fucking same. I'm a picky bastard. My fucking 17-year-old girl can case better fucking ammunition than Winchester. When you see 3 dots on every one, you know that shit was went through. Perfect match. Getting ready to do a QE shit. Send him some 223.
Yeah, see, 40 megabytes upload, that'd be nice. I have fucking 8.
Oh yeah, my shit's blinging right now. You know, I only bitched for 2 years. People kept telling me, call up and bitch, Mike. So I called every Monday and every Friday for like a year. I fucking bitch, motherfucker, I pay you. I got this fucking contract. Where the fuck's your office at? I want to talk to you face to face. Finally, I got someone that said, oh, I will hook you up. Let me do the reboot on your system. Since then, I've been bing, bing, bing. Like, yeah, all right. Don't make me call you back, motherfucker. I talked to
Dude,
you
I can't even break 80 download. What the fuck?
Yeah, next time it'll be Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, motherfucker. Shit, dude, I used to get like 15 on the download and 8 on the upload on fucking satellite shit. I was like, what the fuck?
Satellites aren't what they cut out to be, aren't they? Like, I mean, shit, that sucks, dude.
Well,
I mean, with land right now, I've got like mediocre service, and I've got 600 megabytes download.
yeah, they just they figure in the country. The dude told me
This is the
straight
best
up.
you can get in this area.
The dude told me straight up they lag everybody in rural areas because they figure that farmers and shit are on the internet less because they're working more. I was like, bitch, you better fix my shit, motherfucker. I'll be memeing in the motherfucking garden. I'll be plowing on the tractor and on the
Yeah, dude.
internet, bitch. Better
I,
fix my
I mean,
shit.
as a flat earther, I just strongly suggest you like lobby that they put in some towers for land based shit because this satellite bullshit they're selling you is not working.
It's not that bad right now. 90's good.
No, it's not. That's terrible. That's like 1999
It's
for
better than
good.
it was. You can hear me now.
Yeah, we can hear you, but I'm just telling you, 90 megabytes versus 600. Like I said, my 600 that I'm getting is mediocre service. Like I could get 2 terabyte service or gigabyte service, sorry, gigabit service. But it would
Is
cost
that
me a lot of money.
600 Mbps? Megabytes?
Yeah, I
Megabit?
get 600 megabits per second download.
Oh, shit.
And yeah,
What package you got?
it's the turbo, but it's not their top. It's like it's their medium package.
Yeah, mine's where it
Cost
is.
$500,000.
Fuck,
No, I pay like $70 a month.
my business computer's on downstairs and it's network, so I'm maintaining a network plus 3 other devices, so I don't think that's bad. If I shut down my network and those other 3 devices, I'd ping a lot higher. But for one device on Wi-Fi, furthest from the router, that's pretty good.
All I'm saying is, if they're telling you it's coming from satellite, it's not fucking working.
I host my
Oh,
network.
it's not no satellite. They should charge you $1. They should charge you $1 an item. That's what they should do for Wi-Fi. Like no matter, like if you got 50 items in your home that hook up, it's like $50 a month.
That's the fun part about fiber is like it's like if you're like saying, "Hey, we now have awesome internet and this proves satellites." It's like dumbass. They had to come through and dig trenches through your entire neighborhood to lay fiber optic cable.
Yep. Those people are fucking.
Shit, I wouldn't mind if they came out here and buried all the power lines. Fuck. You should see these things. They look like fucking goddamn toothpicks that's been sitting out in the rain for a fucking month, dude. It's bad. Like there ain't no creosote left on them. But dude, like,
Yeah, like dude.
the
I mean,
the,
Belmont,
the internet service out here sucks because it's a
you,
reservation.
you're screwed because they haven't laid fiber in your area. Is my guess. Like if you live in an area that has fiber, like seriously, you're gonna get 10 times the speed and pay 10 times less the price.
The closest I can get to fiber is cable. Comcast internet to the cable system.
Yeah, no, I've got cable, but cable uses fiber also. See, once they lay fiber in your area, your cable company just rents the bandwidth from the fiber optic company. So you get fiber anyway. Once it's laid in your area, you get fiber.
No, I have a coaxial cable that comes in here. The
So do I.
closest
So
uplink
do I.
is
No.
like
So do I.
12 miles,
You
12
get
miles out of
fiber.
town.
You get fiber on the main, but you get coaxial to the house.
No, there's no fiber on the main. It's the link for it. The splice is like 12 miles out of town in the middle of the desert. Concrete box, like done just specifically for it, and it goes out all the time. It's like a poor splice job.
All I know is my area. I got like seriously, like I don't even know. It might be 30 times the bandwidth. And I'm paying less than I was paying. Or initially when I signed with my cable contract, I was getting I think 25 megabits per second for like $60 per month or something like that, and that's probably similar to what BattleMod's paying, right? And then fiber came through, and for years, um, they were offering people like 1,000 times the speed for half the price. And
You
I
pay,
called and I'm like,
you paid
and
what a month?
I was, I was paying like $60 a month for like 25 megabits per second back in the day, but this is like 15 years ago.
Mm.
But once you sign a contract with a company, they lock you in, and they say, well, you're getting what you paid for.
Yeah, I get a package.
You get,
I get
but you have to call in and bitch. You have to call in and bitch every few years, and
yeah.
like it takes a lot of bitching.
Yeah, I bitched for a
You got
while, but
Yeah,
I
you
get
got a bitch from like 7 calls. You got to talk like what you really have to do is you have to talk to a salesperson. You say, "Hey, I want to talk to somebody in sales," and you say, "Hey, right now you're offering people a gigabit connection for the same price I'm paying for 25 megabytes," and they go, "Wow, that's fucked up. That's not fair. That's not right. I'm gonna fix this for you." And all of a sudden you get a 3/4 gig. You get
yeah.
750 megabytes or whatever. You get that for less than what you're paying
Yeah, because
already.
I get satellite TV too.
Yeah, that's not offered out here because it needs the 2-wire system. They offer the 2-wire system, but the system out here is not equipped to handle it. I mean, we're still running on fucking like 9 volts at the coaxial. The town south of us is running 18 volts. The shit is antiquated, like from the fucking goddamn 80s.
Well, yeah, no, dude. If you got
Supposed to
fiber
be
laid in your
5
area,
volts on
all
it.
you have to do, if you have fiber laid in your area, check that out. If you have fiber laid in your area, all you have to do is bitch enough, and you'll get your way. All you need to do is say, "I want to be treated like a new customer. I've been a loyal customer for over a decade or wherever it is." You say,
It
I've been a
doesn't
loyal customer
happen here.
I've been overpaying for like 7 years or whatever it is."
Yeah.
Um, and,
Fucking
and
try 2 decades.
yeah, and you talk to a sales guy and he'll be like, "You're right." And he'll hook you up with the plan that they're giving new customers.
Yeah, but it's not going to increase my speeds at all, Lou. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, if you don't have the infrastructure, then you're screwed. But if you do, here's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I got to move to like Phoenix, but fuck the fucking city.
Yeah, that's what I got the last time I bitched when they fixed it. I got a guy that told me I was getting less than the new customers, and I was like, "Hey, I just want shit that works, you know." And he's like, "I'll hook you up. I got it."
Dude, what's funny is because like you get on the phone with these guys and you tell them the speeds you're getting, and they're like, "Oh my god, you're in the dark ages."
He laughed at me.
Like, yeah, exactly.
Told him,
Yep.
"Motherfucker, I get 8. I get 0008 on the upload." He's like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah, man, I'm fucking mad, man."
They always make me reset my modem like 6 times before they can get a signal and get into it. I said, wouldn't it be simple just to fix your whole fucking system and upgrade it? I mean, fuck, these people out here have been paying. I've been paying for 20 fucking for 20 fucking years. 20 fucking years. $120 a month for this fucking bullshit internet service and cable. And I got rid of the cable and just got the internet, got the highest speed internet, and now you want to put fucking data caps on it and overcharge me. Well, for another $50 a month, you could just bump me up. We'll do it. Well, we can't. We don't offer the service out there. Then why the fuck did you offer it? Fix your shit so you can do that service. Otherwise, you have a monopoly on your hands, motherfucker. And it's the reason with the lobbying of the tribal chief why no other fucking telecommunications company can come in here. The phone company's done.
Last time I checked, because fiber was laid in my area, even though I'm on cable, if I wanted to get a gigabit connection, this is like 2 or 3 years ago. It was like, I think it was like $125 a month for a gigabit connection, but I had to have a special install. Like, I couldn't install it myself. I couldn't go pick up my own router. They had to come in and install my router and run a new line and blah 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 blah.
The 2-wire system.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was supposed to have out here, but they don't give you the speeds. It's like, what the fuck is the difference between the two? See, but see where you're at. You're in like a cold climate as well.
I'm in Milwaukee, which is a big industrial
city.
It's a medium-sized city, but it's a big industrial hub for the United States. Like, because it's on the Great Lakes and all the railroads and everything else, like trucking and everything else, like it's a major place of commerce, even though it's a medium-sized city. So yeah, we have a lot more fiber put into our area than a lot of places in the country.
Yeah, I remember Verizon was doing their FiOS, $25 for 25 up, 25 down. I was like, that'd be nice.
But the thing is, I'm not even in the city. I'm out in the suburbs. I'm like, and we still have it here. Like, my nearest neighbor is probably 300 or 400 yards away.
Look, we're so primitive out here, we don't even have paint down the middle of the road. The main road going to town was just paved about 10 years ago, 12 years ago. It was all dirt road. And it's already separating all the expansion joints. It's a good 3-inch gap.
We use our old wasted mustard in the cities and we pour it in the back of the truck and we just go down the middle of the road. Just kidding. That'd be funny though. What are your lines in your road made of? Mustard.
Hey, you know that mustard will stain concrete, right?
You guys hearing this?
Oh shit, what happened?
Are you guys hearing this?
Yeah, what happened? What happened, Roger?
It's the monthly test of the safety alarms. So if there's some escalation, some doomsday event, then they throw out these alarms. So it's a monthly test.
What? Where is it? Netherlands?
Yeah.
Dude, fuck them. Go and plug that thing with some fucking cement.
Take it
These
down.
things are everywhere. So if there's something, so for instance, a chemical factory that blows up or catches fire, they spin up these things, and it's a sign for everybody to go inside and close doors and windows.
We have tornado sirens that are similar, but
just like in Resident Evil.
So go and close your doors and windows, and then when the snake hits your house, you're dead. What the?
Nah, dude, that sounds like the purge alarm.
So you'd have to go to your basement with some kind of ventilation, which no one has. What the fuck would that? How would that help?
Yeah, I don't know.
Go chop the tower down that siren is on. Seriously, go fucking chop that fucker down.
It's everywhere.
This
So
is the Umbrella Corporation.
No, I don't care if they're everywhere. Get the one that's closest to your house because it's annoying.
Yeah,
So
what
it's
sound is that?
Sorry?
Is that?
Oh, it's just it's the alarm for if something bad happens. Like they spun it up at one time.
I'm saying, like, why did they pick that sound instead of just?
It's new and more impressive that way.
It has different frequencies, so people can hear it better. So it goes from low to high.
Yeah, we have air raid sirens that do that, but
I
they
guess to
turn
scare
them
the
on.
shit out of you.
They were originally air raid sirens, but they turn them on for storm warnings and.
Yeah, they built them because of the Cold War air raid sirens. Go ahead and like hide underneath a desk and kiss your ass goodbye. For 5-year-olds, like that's
duck
what they
and
told
cover
them.
next to a wall. Atomic bombs going off. Duck and cover next to a wall.
Hell, where I live, it was a cue to get in the bunker.
Well, right, because they told you that the Russians were coming.
All you got's a basement? You ain't got a basement? Shit, go in the cellar.
Right, but if you were at school, literally they told you just like to hide under your desk, or they took you to the boiler room or something.
Yep.
Yeah, they test these things the first Monday of every month, and usually every phone gets a special message with an alarm saying it is a test. But I didn't have the test alarm, so something went bad, I think.
And what has Russia ever done?
Nothing ever.
Right. So why did anyone ever get the inkling they were going to? And then, like, if we were the world power and we made it and they didn't, and all, which makes no sense. But yeah, why would we worry? Why would we worry about them at all?
Yeah, the Cold War was
normally
the Cold
they
War
should have
didn't even happen.
No,
they should have your consent.
Listen, if you're fighting an enemy that's coming from a really cold area, go to the desert. And if you're fighting a person from the desert, go to a really cold area. And when they get there, they're going to want to give up.
You sneaky son bitch, you.
Quit thinking like that. We need to arrest him right now.
It's like them Floridians in Michigan. They don't talk much shit. They don't talk
Dude,
much
are you guys flooded with Floridians too? We got Floridians all over Wisconsin right now. I've noticed the plates everywhere. Like, what are you doing driving around in the snow this time of year? You don't know how to drive in the snow.
It's hurricane season. Hurricane season.
This is what the sirens look like.
Yeah.
I see Florida plates. I see Florida plates in Wisconsin in the winter, and I'm like, all right, let's give him some extra space. Just give him a little, like,
yeah,
back up, yeah.
Joshua, those are the sirens they have here. Those exactly those things.
Yes. I'm looking at an article right now about it. It's innovatingholland.com. It says first Monday of every month, checks out. This is 2019, October 7th. It was done. Guides to Holland. So don't be alarmed if you hear this while you're visiting.
All right,
They are legal to use them in daytime, but in the nighttime, they have to. Um, there has to be an event like a flood, earthquake, or whatever, something empirical happening. Otherwise, it is illegal to start these sirens.
Because it's a fear tactic.
Yeah, these sirens cannot be started unless there is a war. I mean, if a terrorist attacks with a bomb or shoots on the street or is driving crazy a bus, in these cases, it's not legal to use these city sirens at nighttime because they are disturbing the silence. They are very loud.
Well, hold on. Just one more time. What was the reason why they sounded that one we just heard?
The monthly test. Monthly test. So
yeah,
every first
Oh,
Monday of the month at 12 o'clock, they test this.
Have they been doing
Someone must
that?
have left the oven on.
Have they been doing
Sorry?
that years before COVID,
Yeah.
or is it a new thing?
Yeah. This is just as long as I live. These things went off every first month, and they also they had a moment like a year or two where they all refitted it, and they could be tested from from a different location. Like they could just test it on a computer and not sounding them, but not everybody got used to the sound, right? So now they just do it every month again, just to get people know what the sound is and what to do. A
Well,
reminder.
come to think of it, I haven't heard it in a while, so they must not do it during the winter for some reason. But during the summer, we have a tornado siren that's not too far. It's kind of across the street. And every day at noon on the dot, 12 o'clock on the dot, noon, they sound that alarm. But I haven't actually heard it in the winter, which is weird. You'd think that it would be, if it was a daily test at noon, you would think they'd do it any time of year. But yeah, actually, typically though, I get a 12 o'clock siren here where I live.
well, in the time of 1 year now, these sirens in Europe at least, they will start at midnight and at 6 a.m. They will sound, and it's illegal to go out.
While the siren's going off, it's illegal to go outside?
Yeah.
We test ours all the time. We got a big ass siren on a court building downtown, but I can't hear it where I live. I don't have to worry about that shit.
In the test, it's no problem, but when it's actually they sound the alarm, then they will be accompanied by TV message and SMS phone message.
Yeah, I get the emergency broadcast phone message, but I can't hear the damn siren. I'm too far from city.
I only get Amber Alerts.
That's in Jackson city limits, and I get a call on my home phone, not my cell phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not in the city, but there is a middle school right across the street from where I live, so I think that's where the siren is. And so when they test it, I hear it.
Ours is Jackson City's got one on the court building, but where I live, I'm not in the city. I'm in the county. I'm in a township in the county, but I'm not in the city limits. Jackson's a city and a county, but I live in Concord Township. And our little town hall doesn't have any siren on it. We need that emergency broadcast shit to tell us to go to the cellar or bunker if you got one.
Well, all I know is I'm living in a house that's stood here without being blown down for over 130 years. It's an old ass house. So anytime they say, you know, they're ringing the siren, or if the news is saying go to your basement, I'm like, I'm cool. I'm like, it's been 130 years. This thing's still standing. Pretty sure I'll be safe.
Yep, mine's like 112 years old. I hear you. And the floors are older than that. Because Grandpa bought houses, dilapidated houses, or large farms around here. They'll buy up all the property around them. They won't tear the houses down. They just use the property. My grandpa would go in and buy them houses and refurbish it, get the old wood. So some of the floors in my house are probably 150 years old.
Yeah, dude, when I resided this place, I was just telling this story the other day and chill. I was up doing the gables, and next to a window up in the gable, there's a centered window in the gable, and next to the windows, they use like the hardwood maple planks that are inch thick. They're like 20 inches wide, and I was just like, I'm like, oh my God, this is like a precious piece of wood right here. I really wanted to strip it out of there.
You want to take it out and put some new cheap wood in there.
Yeah.
I would.
But I left it. But it's out there. It's
when I had the fire from the lightning hit my house, I found a bunch of old coins my grandpa hid in the walls when he put up a medicine cabinet. Found an old California $20 gold piece, a $5 piece, a bunch of Benjamin Franklin 50-cent pieces. All silver.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if you're renovating old houses for sure. Yeah, you can. It's amazing. Here's the really big thing. If you're in a house that lived through the Depression period, a lot of people who lived through the Depression, they didn't trust the banks, and so what they did is they hoarded their money, they saved it. They would stick it in envelopes, and then put it underneath the carpeting, or they would stick it in the wall.
Yep.
And a lot of people will tear up carpeting and they'll find newspapers and all kinds of stuff, and they'll just sweep it all together. But there might be an envelope under there. And I did this when restoring houses a couple of times. Like, if you have a careful eye, like I found some old envelopes with old ass bills, and yeah, like, just all I'm saying is don't be don't think that what you're sweeping up is nothing, like the old people used to hide shit all over the place, and they got senile and old, and they forgot about it.
I found like 10 Liberty had gold pieces from the 1800s, $5 gold pieces.
Plus, in the time that they put them there, they probably weren't, nothing real special at the time they put them there. They're probably just a regular change.
It was just money, yeah.
You don't just stick stuff under the carpet if it's just change. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, they do. I'm just saying, like, today it's worth a lot.
When my when my great grandma died, my mom told me to strip all the covering off her couch, and I was like, why? You know, it was in her room. She lived here on the farm. And when I started stripping that shit, I found thousands of dollars. She unzipped the pillows, stuffed it in the pillows, stuffed it in the couch, put little incisions in there, stuffed it in the couch, sewed it up. I was like, damn, Grandma was a hoarder. Your mom said, I knew it. I knew it. I knew Grandma had a bunch of money. It's like,
my dad, what was funny is I was like a teenage kid the first time I saw this. And my dad just wanted me to come and help him on a weekend to like go and tear out like the carpet on a house and like, you know, and clean it up as a rental. But he told me ahead of time, he was like, these old houses, people used to stick stuff under things, and so you keep your eye out. And I'm like, I was like, you're full of shit. Like, I'm not gonna find anything. And then I'm tearing this up. I'm sweeping shit up, and like I said, newspapers. I'm exposing these beautiful hardwood floors. I'm like, why was this ever covered up? You know, like, and all of a sudden I found an envelope. I'm like, what is this? And I open it up, and it was a couple of $100 bills that were from like way long ago. They had red writing on them and shit. Like,
ooh.
And I go, woohoo! And I fucked up when I did that. I went running because my dad started chasing me across the house, and he pinned me against a wall, and he was about to beat me up, and he took my money from me. He was like, that's mine. I bought this house. Anything you find in this house is mine. And yeah, it had like a red stamp, like kind of like the seal or whatever.
Listen, dude.
Yeah.
That's a gold certificate. $100 gold certificate. I know. I got one.
I found that. I found $200 bills underneath in an envelope underneath the carpet, and I got fucking almost beat up by my dad for it.
Yeah, it's like a 1940 to 1966 gold certificate. That $100 bill could be worth anywhere up to, I think, 600, depending on what grade.
Motherfucker, I should beat my dad up seriously right now. Motherfucker.
$1,200 in $200 bills. I like the gold certificates.
Go in there. Get your shit ready, old man. What? Remember that money you took? Come on.
But what was really funny about it is like my dad was on the other side of the house, and all I did is go, woo! Like it wasn't even that loud, honestly. And like he heard that and he went running after me immediately. Like motherfucker, like I couldn't have been doing it for any reason. You know? Like he just chased my ass down and tackled me.
What vicinity you was in? He was like, oh shit, he got the money.
Oh.
It's called a red note dollar bill, but the gold certificate dollar bill is just like 3 years.
These were hundreds, 200s.
Yeah, look at that 100 I showed a picture of. It's called a red note.
Okay.
Got red stamps, red serial numbers. It was still exchangeable, but it didn't have the agreement on it that got gold.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one for sure.
Yeah, so if you had the gold note under it, that's $1,200 by itself.
Silver certificates and gold certificates, yeah.
I didn't see any gold, but I don't know if I had a chance to flip it over. Seriously, my dad was on my ass that fast.
Yeah, there are red note gold certificates, and then there's just a red note. The red note.
I think it was just red. I don't think it had the gold.
There's blue ones also.
Yeah, gold, blue, depending on the mint place. But they'll also, you could even get a green, which would be a replacement. So, but if it had the writing that said it on it, it had the gold contract or agreement on it.
Yeah, like how many, if you have so many bills, you're able to take those and get like a bar of gold or whatever the hell you have.
Yeah, those. Yeah, you go up in value for everyone. If you got a replacement one, it's worth double what the original is, so that it's like $2,400 to $3,000 just for the $100 bill.
My grandma as a kid, she always was telling me, because I was the firstborn of her grandchildren. She always told me she had underneath glass, like she had like the silver certificates and shit, and like all these like antique coins and stuff that she was gonna give me. She always told me about that, and then her house caught fire and it burned down. Fucking, she lost like everything. Fucking, um. Yeah, it sucks. I have a couple of coins that she did give me, but the good ones got burned in a fire.
Still got the coin with the yarmulke on it. This.
Yeah. I'd buy that motherfucker, I ain't gonna lie.
What are you offering?
I got a decent collection. What's it valued at? I couldn't find a value for it, or a mention of it.
Well, I said if it's from the mint, the value starts at like 15.
Right.
If it's not from the mint, then it can just go for any kind of
right, whatever it's worth to the person that wants
weird. Yeah, some weird collectible price, but it won't be as much. But if it's from the mint, it's worth a lot. He said.
You ever seen a $100,000 bill?
Yeah, I've heard my dad talk about some weird old bills.
I've never seen a 100,000 one, but my dad had a $1,000 bill.
Oh, they made $1,000 bill.
They made that, right? Didn't they?
Yeah. You used to be able to get them from the bank down here.
Yeah, my dad had one. My dad had one once, and like he showed it to me, and I didn't even believe it if it was real or not. I still don't believe it was real.
they're real, but they're considered a banknote. $10,000 banknote, $100,000 banknote.
Yeah, they got them from for back in if you wanted to have like like a J.P. Morgan or somebody, they could probably have one. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, the funny thing is that my dad has like, even if he had that shit, like he didn't have the wherewithal to actually hold on to it. Like he was just like, oh, it's worth this. Okay, it's yours. Give me the money.
Yeah.
You know, like.
Yeah. A lot of stuff's been like that though. When people steal stuff, the faster it comes, the faster it goes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Easy come, easy go. So like, it's only worth what you can get for it now, what you can spend, blah 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 blah. And I get it. He's right. Everything moves fast, but it's all speculation of what you can get for it in the future.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have that person willing to pay that amount. At the end of the day, they can say what it should be worth and like their idea. Like,
he said, what do you do with that? You spend it. It's a banknote. A dollar bill's a banknote.
Right. Actually, hey, Battle, what you just posted there, that's exactly what he had that day. We were literally going through a drive-through at like a Burger King or McDonald's or something. He was like, "What do you think, kid?" He like held it up to the back seat. He's like, "What do you think, kid? Should I spend this to buy this?" And made a joke out of it. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you had one, even if it was antique, if you wanted to cash it in somewhere, they couldn't refuse it unless of course they couldn't make change for it.
Yeah, that looks like what he had. I think it was a real thing.
What about that not making change shit? How is it 2021 and every bill gets smaller? Like, so a $10 bill buys a pack of cigarettes when it used to be $2. Now they won't change 100 or a 20 or a 50. Like how you won't even change a 20.
Yeah, no, that makes no sense. Like when they say they can't break 100, but you know that every fucking truck that pulls up to there is filling up with like $150 worth of fuel. Like, yeah, you tell me you can't make change for 100? Seriously? My truck, the truck I drive for work costs about $150 to fill up.
Yeah, if that happens to me in the truck, I tell them, well, I'm full and all I got's 100. So you do what you got to do, because if you call the police, they're going to say, accept his money and break his change. Because I've committed no crime. Then leave. I tell them, motherfucker,
When I
figure that shit out. Sounds like a personal problem.
Yeah, when I use the company card, dude, like to fill up the tank, it for some reason it cuts off at $100, but that only gets me a little over a half a tank.
Yeah,
I have to run the card a second time to be able to fill up my tank.
Yeah, I got company gas cards, so, but yeah, they like round numbers. 102, they don't really like that. $112, no. Get a $1.20.
How are you gonna cap off at $100 worth of fuel?
See, your boss should call and set the limit at what a full tank is.
I've complained about it, and he's like confused. He's like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Dude, it happens every fucking place I go." Like,
Yeah, I have
normally
to
it's
call.
the same place.
You set the limits, or they preset them for you.
Yeah, he doesn't even. Yeah, they must have done it for him because he doesn't know what the fuck I'm talking about. He comes bitching at me. He's like, "Why did you ring up two fuel fucking purchases on the same day?" I'm like, "Look, they're minutes apart from each other." I didn't like, bring the work truck and then fill up my own personal vehicle. No, this is how you fill this vehicle.
Yeah, he's just new to the accounts with the local stations.
No, I don't. I think it's because they treat him differently. He's the owner of the account, so he probably has no limit, right? He can spend whatever he wants. But the business accounts, they're set to a limit that of $100 or whatever. Yep. But it doesn't matter because I can go to the hardware store and spend $500 and he doesn't even notice until the end of the month.
Is it a gas card or a credit card?
It's a credit card. Yeah, I got a full credit card. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't give my employees credit cards. They get a gas card.
I get yeah. I'm the most important guy in the company. So if we need something, I need to be able to get it.
Yeah, if I got to give you the credit card to go get equipment, I want the receipt that day and I want to inspect the equipment.
Like I'm trustworthy, I'll tell him before I do a big purchase. I'll call him up and be like, "Hey, I'm doing this."
Most of my guys are too, but not all of them. I mean, a lot of times I'll tell them to put their lunch on the card too. I mean, if they're chasing shit all day, filling up propane tanks, getting parts for the trucks, I tell them to go ahead and go through Burger King with their card,
Yeah, no, he won't do it with some Burger King shit. Like, it has happened. Okay, so recently we have a prospective customer that it's going to be a big job. His house is going to be if we do, he finally, I think, is signing a contract. Like, I think he just signed it. But come spring, it's like a $90,000 job to do this one personal residence. So it's a big job. And part of it is a little bit of schmoozing. So, just as a joke, me and the other crew leader, we called them up, and we said, "Yeah, we're going out to lunch. We're gonna take the customer out to lunch, and what's going on your card?" And he was like, "Fine, but only this time." You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, lunches aren't acceptable on the company credit card. Only tools, gas, things that are easily explainable to the credit card company.
If you're spending your day maybe not getting paid to chase around shit you need to do your job, then yeah, you should get a free fucking lunch and a few sodas.
Oh no, he look. I don't need to put it on the company credit card. He does that on his own. Like, probably at least once a month, he'll show up right around lunchtime and be like, "Let's go to lunch," and he'll buy all of our lunches. So at least once a month, he does that.
I think that's the best part of being an owner. You can come in and tell the whole crew to stop. Oh, you guys are way past the halfway mark. Everybody stop. Let's go to Cracker Barrel. I don't like to eat too much fast food, but I know they do.
I would prefer to have a home cooked meal, but when you're working in construction, it's not really. That's not really.
It's not feasible. Extra gas money to drive home on time you ain't fucking got. I know.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time to cook yourself something and everything else. Yeah, so we're hitting up either the local burger joint or whatever. Like, often we do go to this is Wisconsin, so there's a lot of good like pubs and stuff where they're using good quality meat, good quality cheese, good quality bread. It's like a home cooked meal actually. And we'll go in there for lunch, and
it's one of the places I like to eat out. And we got a restaurant here in town that's called Mama and Papa J's, and it's just a house. Two old people started a restaurant in their house, but at most of the bars you can get a home cooked meal.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not fast food. You don't have to eat fast food. What's funny is nowadays, because of inflation, like you can pay. If I go to McDonald's, I'm going to pay at least $10. It might be $12. $12 to go to McDonald's.
Listen, you can't outshop the smart shopper, so I got to point this out to all these young people. See, a pack of Trojan condoms are only $3.25. Wherein one box of Huggies with 8 diapers in it is $22. Do the math. You can't outshop a smart shopper. Condoms are cheap, man. Diapers are not. And let's not even touch the formula, the onesies, the safety seats.
No, what me and most of the guys agree on is it's worth the extra like $5 to go and get good food. Like, if you can find a place that serves it fast and serves you good quality food, it's worth it. You have to pay them the tip. Like, typically the bill is only like $2 or $3 more than what it is going to Cousins or going to McDonald's.
I just don't like KFC, McDonald's, fucking Taco Bell. I don't like that
shit. If you're eating that shit every day, you can't, you're gonna get sick. But that's just it. So yeah, we go to a place that we do like to go to the bars as much as we can. We don't even get a beer. We just go in there, order food quick. Typically, if we go in there often, the waitress knows like, hey, they're on the time schedule, and they get that ticket in there as fast as possible. And we're in and out in pretty much the same amount of time. And we're getting twice as good of food, more of it, for only a few dollars more than what we would pay going to Chick-fil-A.
Right. I like them specialty burger joints too. House of Burgers and shit. We got one of them in Lansing, man, that they got all kinds of crazy ass burgers, or they'll make anything you can come up with for a price. We got a place in town called Greystone Tavern too. They make a real cheese mac and cheese and a big fat mama burger. It's called the Mama Burger Special. You get real mac and cheese with it, French fries, and a big badass greasy mama burger. I like going there.
Yeah, like you actually get yourself full instead of getting yourself something that like you're not you're not satiated and you have diarrhea.
You fucking I've ate Burger King before on the job, man. You got a shit an hour later and you're already hungry again. You take a shit and you're like, damn, I need another burger. Like, what the fuck is that? Is that shit for flushing me out or filling me up? Which one?
Yeah, I know Michigan and Wisconsin are very similar, just on other sides of the pond. So yeah, we got a lot of good joints to go and get some good food.
Yeah, and a lot of the bars here try to keep up with our Coney Islands, and they make the Coney dog, chili dogs with cheese and shit.
Yep. Oh, dude, the Chicago dogs and shit with the Vienna beef and stuff like that. You get a ton of that.
Yeah. The shit.
Yeah.
Like you can get a Black Angus burger at the fast food joint and it still don't look like beef. It's like, fuck, the fuck, this ain't Black Angus, motherfucker, don't lie.
Yeah.
It's part.
Now people, I feel bad for a lot of like middle of the country people, like where they talk about food and it's like, oh, dude, is that really what you're bragging about? Like you really got to come a little bit farther north.
Yeah, New York's got a lot of those too, man. Their hoagies, pizzas, and fuck. They got a lot of good food joints in New York. You don't have to get fast food there. My dad used to take me hunting up there. We'd eat at this restaurant upstate New York, the wooded areas. Fuck, I get the breakfast combo almost for every meal. These motherfuckers give me 4 eggs over easy, 4 pieces of sausage, 8 pieces of bacon, 8 pieces of toast. I'm like, fuck, this is my meal every time, Dad. Just order me this shit. But I like breakfast, you know. I like breakfast plate.
Especially being in Wisconsin, when people start talking about like cheese and shit, it's like, motherfucker, shut up.
I bet. I made pizzas for my daughter, had a bunch of friends over for New Year's, and I made pizzas, but I got real cheese, real mozzarella, man. They were all like, this don't taste like Domino's. I was like, no. I mean, I use the yeast that you gotta let raise for a week, the good shit. Oh, fuck. Even I was happy. I brought a whole pizza up to the room with me.
Dude, we went to one time we took a family trip out to Colorado. Actually, many times we went out to Colorado, but we went to just like a pizza place, and knowing because we're from Wisconsin that we know that we get more cheese than your average, or better cheese, both more and better. So we ordered double cheese on our pizza. We were like, we're gonna have to order double cheese, or it's just not gonna be good. It came with like crust that was like half of the pizza, and like the cheese was thin, and this was double cheese. We're like, it came to the table, and we're like, "What the fuck is this?" And we're like, "That's your pizza." And we're like, "Are you kidding me?" Like, we had to explain to them how a pizza is supposed to look. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
It.
picky. I'm picky too. Give me no bullshit looking pizza. I'll be like, fuck it. Here's your tip. Keep that and give it to your dog when you get home. If you ain't got a dog, I'll buy you one of them too, motherfucker.
Another fun one was out in Colorado, because in Wisconsin, you're allowed to drink as a minor as long as you're with your guardian.
Oh shit.
Yeah, as long as you're with your guardian, you're allowed to be drinking in the bars and shit. So, like by law, I mean they can choose not to follow that, but most places aren't really going to unless you're like up in like a snooty area or something like that. Um, and so we went to Colorado. I was like 17 at the time, I think. And we got to the hotel, and my dad's like, "Hey, let's go down to the bar." I'm like, "All right." We go and order drinks, and he's like, "I need to see IDs." And I was like, "What do you mean?" "Well, I don't need an ID." You know, he's like, you have to be 21 to drink. I'm like, "Nah, I'm with my dad. Like, I don't have to." And he's just looking at me all cross-eyed, like that's all fucked up. I'm like, no, and we're from Wisconsin, and in Wisconsin, as long as you're with your parent or a guardian, it's legal to drink. And he still was very confused, and he was, because he had dealt with this before, and so he was like looking at me and looking at my dad, kind of went away for like 2 or 3 minutes, and he came back and he was like, and he like went online actually, and he must have looked it up, and he realized that was the law where we were at. He was like, "All right, here's your drink. You want what did you want to drink?" And he came over and he served me anyway, so that was cool. But yeah, we just pulled the whole Wisconsin card. We're drinkers up here. We're like the only state that has that law. I
No,
think.
Texas has it too.
Okay. Okay.
It's the same if you're married and one of your spouses is underage, then the other one can drink too.
Oh, that's 12.125.07-3 Wisconsin state law. Persons under age of 21 may possess or drink or consume alcohol so long as they were with their parents, guardian, or spouse of legal drinking age.
But they didn't have to honor that in their state because
Bro,
their state laws. Yeah, like but he did, so that was cool.
I'd have been married at 17 to a MILF. I'd have been marrying a cougar and went, "Dad, I married her that way I can make that bitch take me to the bar. I need a beer after a hard day's work on the farm, son." McDrive. What the hell is McDrive? You can get McDonald's delivered to your house. I know with Uber Eats and shit, but do they got McDrive?
Who wants, dude? That's not a bragging right.
No, in America. No, I don't know. I don't like
That's
McDrive. When I was
like
when I worked,
like if
no,
you get like Badger Burger Bar or like
right.
Five Guys, if you get Five Guys delivered, cool. McDonald's, no,
If that's
thank you.
all I could find on the road, dude, I was getting chicken. I would get KFC or beef and cheddar from Arby's, I'm either getting 5 beef and cheddar and 5 curly fries, or I'm getting 2.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of shit talk about Arby's, but Arby's, I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
Yeah, I don't like to eat fast food, but if I have to, I work on the road too. So if I have to, I'm getting beef and cheddar or chicken. The rest of that shit don't even look like real food. KFC, that's fucking chicken. This is a chicken leg. You know? I don't know what the fuck they do to it, but it's still a chicken leg. Ain't no arguing that.
You remember hearing the rumors about how like KFC was growing chickens without heads and shit like that?
One of my friends was saying there was crack in the special sauce. I was like, man, shut the fuck up, man. What the fuck? Crackhead motherfucker. There ain't no crack in the fucking breading on KFC chicken, you dumb motherfucker.
Acting like Coca-Cola owns it or something.
Right. I get a bucket. I ain't gonna lie. I get the whole damn bucket.
I'm not a big fan of KFC, but I gotta tell you those they got like a burrito thing that's like really fucking good. Like it's got just little what's it called?
Yeah. Well, you know the situation. Listen, done drank your last pop, smoked the hooter and popped the pain pill because your back's hurting. And the only fucking thing you seen in 10 miles was a KFC. That's when you drive the biggest truck you ever seen. It don't even fit under the drive-through window. Like, I gotta park in the parking lot and walk over to the drive-through window, but I wait in line. Bitch, give me a bucket.
Yeah, dude, that's what sucks with not. I told you about my big ass fucking truck, my new truck, the 450.
Yeah.
Dude, it doesn't fit through every drive-through. So like, I'm like limited. I'm like, all right, so we can. I'd love to go there, but we don't fit.
Welcome
So
to
like
my world. Listen, that's
so
why
we gotta go over there.
You always tell the passenger, no, you give me your order, and you say, get the fuck out, bitch. And he says, what? You ask him, are you riding, bitch, or not? Okay, then get the fuck out and get the food, bitch. I did this shit for a lifetime. But you know, on a work crew, you know how it is. They know you're not calling them a bitch. You're just talking shit.
No. You're allowed to talk tons of shit to them, and they know they laugh. They laugh with it. They're like, okay, that was a good one.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're just burning the day away, but you are riding, bitch. Don't lie.
Michael, Kelly, my wife, she grew up in the city, right? And at first I would stop at the gate and look at her. She wouldn't open, she wouldn't get out or anything. She didn't know. I'd get out and do it for a while. Then after a couple of years, I'm like, look, I ain't getting out to open the damn gate no more. Passenger always goes and opens the gate.
Right. Look, woman, I gotta put the damn truck in park. Now just get out and get the fucking gate. Yeah. My old lady, shit. We got divorced, 18 years after high school, and fucking shit, that bitch still wouldn't get out the side. Fuck you. She'd be like, I worked all day. Like, she worked in the office of the asphalt company. I was on the road, and usually when she said that, I was dropping her off, taking a bath, getting some food, and going back to work in 3 hours to do the nighttime jobs. I'd be like, oh, you worked all day, huh? Oh, yeah, I ain't done working yet today. Get out and open the damn gate, woman. You know what I did? Finally took the gate down because I kept feeling like running it over. I got a pit bull. Ain't nobody coming in the gate.
Nah, you know what? You do the security thing, but like when you been there for a while and nobody's even attempted, it's like, okay, I'm in a safe area. I don't need this shit.
Right, I got that crazy old drunk Harley driving motherfucker next door that if you even go up my driveway and he knows I'm not home, he's going to be coming up the driveway on a 32 panhead and some bikinis with a 357. How you doing?
Yeah. Dude, my neighbor next door to me, he's like probably like 400 yards away. Like every day of the year, it doesn't matter the weather. He's out there shooting fucking all day long. Just all you hear is just pow, 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 pow.
And keep the
pow, pow, pow. Yeah. So so any thief that comes in the neighborhood, they just expect I'm the same. They're just like I'm not fucking with them.
They drive through, they roll the window down, they say, "Nope, keep going, next house." What about the one across?
Yeah.
Fuck that, keep going. He's got a rifle, man. He can see over there. Keep going. Yeah, my neighbor, the one right closest to me, he's old crazy fucking old Vietnam vet and old crazy looking motherfucker. He scares people. He don't scare me, but he's a scary looking dude. He's a big guy for his age, and he's usually ripped. Couple fifths deep, you know. This guy drink 3-4 fifths in one day. He's always ripped, unless he's sick. And if he's sick, it's only for a day or two. And then it's back to the brown bottle.
Yeah, I mean, I lock my doors most days, but there's no reason. Like, there's a lot of days where I don't even bother. Like, I don't. Nobody's ever attempted to come in my house. Like, I can leave my car unlocked with the keys in the ignition. I can leave the house wide open. Nobody's ever coming in here.
If I ain't never, in my lifetime, ain't nobody ever wandered up on the property and tried to wander away with shit. Except for at night. The crackheads with my fucking anhydrous tank. The meth head motherfuckers, man. They're trying to take the whole damn trailer. We're talking 3,000 pounds of fucking trailer and anhydrous, and there's two of them trying to wheel it away. I swear it was the funniest sight. And I didn't even know what was going on. I was like, what the hell are these dumbasses doing, you know? And then the county sheriff tells me, oh, yeah, they'll make a lot of drugs with that. I was like, what is it, like crack? He's like, yeah. Because I don't know.
There's one day I'm pretty sure I left the front door wide open, except for the storm door. The storm door just automatically closes. And I think I had an Amazon delivery. The Amazon guy fucking closed my door for me. Nobody's coming in. They're just like, yeah, this guy meant to have his door closed.
Yeah. That's crazy. The Amazon guy said, oh, he left his door open. Some of those dudes are cool, though. They never leave shit at my mailbox. I always get it. They bring it right up and put it on the steps. Pretty long driveway. You can't see my house from the road. It's all woods.
Well, mine's right up on the road. That's the thing. So it never used to be, but they widened the road 2 times. They get their easement, right? And they widened the road and then they widened it again, all in the same direction. So now the road is right up on the house, whereas years ago it was a pretty good distance away.
While we're talking about gate, oh, sorry, go ahead, Lou.
Yeah, no, all I'm saying is, for some reason, so this 130-year-old house, it's been here forever, whereas the road, it made sense at one time, doesn't anymore. We get barely any traffic, but it's 4 lanes wide, and it's a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. So it's a school in front of me, but it's 4 lanes wide. And they put it all on my side of the road. So now the road is 10 feet from my fucking front door.
Speaking of gates, Michael, my main gate, the whole brick column has come loose from the brick wall and the foundation. So the only thing that's holding it there is a 4-inch bar that we got that holds the gate. And the concrete's loose from it. It spins on its own, but anyway, I'm pretty sure it's holding the column up. So I was gonna take the gate off, lift the column up. What kind of concrete do you suggest that I use? I mean, I got the milk, to clean it up good and put that milk stuff on it so it'll adhere better. You think I should use concrete or just that concrete construction adhesive?
Fuck, I'd probably use concrete. Just the bag, the 50-50 mix.
Fuck it, go all out, do stain cream for no reason.
If you use that real hard shit outside, it'll crack. Just a general mix.
Yeah, I was gonna drill some rebar in the wall and use some of that liquid anchor stuff to attach it back to the wall.
I mean, you buy the Quickcrete ready mix.
Right, I already got some.
That's all I'd use. But I mean, if you get the real fucking hard shit, that's for indoor use. If it gets cold in the winter, if it moves at all, expands or contracts, it'll crack.
Cool. Yeah, I didn't know. I know that new adhesive's pretty badass. I didn't know which would be better.
It is, but you gotta have a good chunk of concrete to adhere it to.
It's 2x2 at least.
Feet or inches?
Feet. It's a brick column, like the whole,
Yeah, it's a gate column, like the foundation for the pole.
One of those fancy things that aren't really needed because you could just go through the fence beside it. So it's just for looks,
Right. I mean, it's the truth.
These people out in the country, but they're city folks that bought some land. I go and pull them out. Sometimes they get stuck on their property, but they're like, "Oh, we need to beef up this gate. We have some thieves in there and whatnot." And I'm like, "Why are you going to beef up the gate?" I was like, "Look, even crappy pliers can cut your barbed wire fence." I'm like, "Save your money. Go get a couple of trail cams and put them at knee level so you can get the license plate and hide them good."
And a shotgun.
Well, they're never there. They're never there, so staking it out ain't gonna help.
Trail cams have the lens for some reason. It has like this reflective surface on it, like shines light, so you can always see if it's there if you're really looking for it. But
No, there's ones called blackout, and you can't see the light even when it flashes at night like that.
Okay.
Infrared light. And I noticed a few years back, many years actually, we used to be able to use our cell phones and turn the camera on and look around for cameras because it would see the infrared light. And I don't know what they did, but you can't do that no more.
Really?
Yeah, most of them cams are like that, so they don't scare the game off the runway while they're taking images at night.
Yeah, but I know what Lou's talking about. Most of them you can see the infrared light flash.
Yeah.
Especially if you got it on video. But they got some called blackout, and you can't see it.
If we're doing concrete, all right. So, like, let's say I wanted to skim coat something. Like, what do I use for that? Like, just a fine little layer, to repay something like skim coat. Like, what's the mixture for that?
Inside or outside?
Outdoor, like sidewalks type shit.
Whenever I recoat a sidewalk, I usually put chicken wire over it. Because if not, it'll crack. A real thin layer cracks, even if it's quick.
Yeah, that's my big worry. So, okay, that's an interesting tip.
So, like, you dig out the sides of the sidewalk, you make it a little bit bigger, and you put it on thick enough to where it's not going to crack, and it adheres to the chicken coop wire, and it helps it not crack. I don't know why, but it does.
And then you just use a regular mix, or is there like a special harder, like a bond or better bonding, or like what kind of agent do you put in it?
Well, the better bonding, the real hard shit is for like the inside of your foundation. If you're going to patch a wall on the inside of your basement, on the outside you use Quickcrete. If you're making mortar, you take Quickcrete and mix sand in with it. For mortar, you know what mortar is, right? Where you're bricklaying. the joint compound you put in between the bricks and the.
Being in my trade, like I didn't mean to be a mason, but I've like learned to do that stuff too.
Yeah.
Like,
oh yeah. Sometimes it's easier to take a couple bags of Quickcrete and fix some steps rather than go buy, charge somebody a couple $1,000 to get them a whole new set of concrete steps and bring them in. Yeah. Patch a sidewalk.
No, I mean, dude, like I do siding, and all of a sudden, I do siding and windows, but all of a sudden they want like a basement window, and next thing you know, you're fucking cementing in a fucking, basement window, and then they're like, oh, you can do that. Can you do this too?
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, because you got to get that framework to stick to it somehow. Yep.
So the chicken wire is a cool idea, but basically, Quickcrete's the answer, huh?
Oh yeah, that's a do-it-all for concrete fixing. Quickcrete. Just
there's not like a special crete that you use for doing like a thin coat or anything like that,
inside, yes, it's expensive. It's like $25 a bag.
Yeah.
It's 3 letters. I forget what they are. It's in a red bag.
Yeah.
$25 a bag is not expensive. We're dealing with rich customers. Like it doesn't matter. We charge them what we want.
You mix it to the directions and it'll self-level. Like it's pretty sweet. Even a dumbass
That's
can
the kind of
do
stuff
it.
I'm talking about. Yeah.
But it's made for inside.
So it doesn't work good outside, or does it? Is it made for inside but doesn't work outside, or does it work outside too?
If it says for indoor use only, it's worried about water getting in it, freezing and cracking it.
Well, the only way that would happen is if there's fucking cracks to let water in.
No, it's porous. Water automatically absorbs into it.
Yeah, concrete is porous. That's why you whitewash it or seal it. Use sealer and concrete. Same as you do asphalt.
I'll trust you.
I mean, you can get that shit. You can get that shit in the bucket if you want. Like Henry.
Yeah, it's not like that. I don't want to make that my gig, but I've been asked many times. It's like, do you think you could do this too? And it's like, I'm like, I could refer you to a guy, and that guy's gonna charge like thousands of dollars, and it's like a couple $100 maybe worth of the time.
See, that's where you're not being an entrepreneur. Like if they ask, you call somebody, get them to go bid it, and then add a few $100 to it. Get them to pay you, and then you pay the guy. And most of those guys don't mind not getting paid 30 days out. And your customer's going to pay you quick if it's not a business.
Yeah, that's why I subcontract that work out. I'll take concrete curbs, lead-ins, and stuff like that. But because I added on the contract and I add a lot of money on it, I'll get more than what the concrete guy would do because it'll be a big asphalt job with 3 lead-in driveways, and then I just subcontract it out. I can make an extra $1,000 just giving somebody else work at his going right. And the drains. You got the concrete square that goes around the round iron hole. The grading, concrete, the drain grading. You set that in concrete and pave around it. I subcontract that out too. I don't like to do concrete work. It's an asphalt company.
All I know is because it's resides that I'm mostly doing, like, they don't like to hire us with a premium price to do a premium product and then find out that now they have to hire a mason too. You know what I mean? It's like, I want you to take care of this or I'm not fucking paying you. Like, that's kind of the ultimatum they like to give once in a while.
Yeah, homeowners. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So in that case, it's like, fine, I'll go and just, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'll make this look good enough to get my paycheck.
Get a DWI book on concrete work.
Yeah.
Do it yourself, motherfucker. I'm serious. I read that shit. I'll read. I'm not below reading anything. I'll learn from a book and then experience after that. I do it with every new model of car I ever work on. If I've never worked on the car, I have to read on it.
Yeah.
New
Well, what
engines.
I'm saying is, it shouldn't even be my responsibility. Like the customer, unfortunately, they're uneducated. They should understand that, when you're tearing shit apart, like there might be certain instances where you're not going to be perfectly satisfied. Like, we can take this apart. Now you're exposing more concrete than was before, and it looks rough or whatever else. And they're like, I don't like the concrete right there looking rough. I can take a grinder to it and do that most of the time, smooth it out, whatever else. But you're just trying to get your job done, and then you also have to satisfy them with somebody else's job.
If I'm doing a job and I know another trade's going to be needed, I get them to bid it and then add a few $100s to it. If it's worth, adding a few $100s to or more, and then have them there while I'm there so that I know they're doing quality work I would approve of. While I'm doing my thing, they're doing their
Yeah,
thing.
but you don't. But here's the
I
thing: is
understand what you said. I understand what you said. It's unexpected.
yeah, it's unexpected, and if you do try to throw it in, every time you throw an ad on, they're like, "Oh, by the way, it might take this much worth of masonry work or whatever else." It's another thing that they're like, "Well, the other guy didn't bid that." You might lose the job because you threw out an extra $200.
Like, well, the other guy didn't know that you were going to be a picky ass and see this concrete and not like it, did he?
Right.
Nicer
But
words.
the customer isn't looking at it that way. The customer only has one thing in mind: how much do I have to pay to get this perfect?
Yeah, that's like most electricians, man. Like, say they're replacing a panel or something, they'll just go and butcher the sheetrock and stuff and put their stuff in, and then the customer's like, "You gonna leave it like that?" They're like, your new panel's in. I told you we were gonna have to take out, sheetrock and stuff, but I always have done it where I don't need nobody to come in behind me because I take a little longer, but I make sure I don't need to cut no sheetrock.
Well,
I could take the eave apart if I have to.
the good thing with them hiring me is they typically don't pay anymore, and so this is kind of where my boss fucks up. But uh, when I'm not satisfied with how it looks, and I'm picky, if I'm not satisfied, then basically there's never a situation where I leave the job and the customer says I'm not happy. I always leave the job where the customer is happy. So it doesn't matter what I have to learn how to do. I will look it up. I will buy the equipment. I will fucking do it. And I'll just do it. It's part of the price. I'm smart enough to know how to do it. I've done a little bit of everything anyway. It's just knowing what materials to use for what application. Um, you know, what the method is. I might not be 100%. If I try to do masonry, it might not be as good or might not be as efficient as hiring or subcontracting it out to a mason, but I'll get the job done and the customer will be happy.
Up late or up early?
It's middle of winter. I'm on unemployment for like a month and a half or two. So I'm up late. I should be in bed, but it doesn't really matter.
It was 86 here 3 days ago, and now it's 16 degrees.
Yeah, the problem is up here, like with what we do, customers, even though the weather might cooperate, they're uncomfortable with getting their houses exposed and worked on in the middle of winter.
Right.
And so it's hard to sell a job to be done during this time of year. And then then you're just, even if you do sell the job, because we've done that before too, we can do it. We can't really guarantee the same quality of product because we do a lot of like wood. It's wood siding mostly that we do, and you have to paint all the end grains and all that stuff, and it just doesn't. It freezes instead of drying, and
Yeah, my customer. I know my customer gets aggravated because I tell her, dude, we can't paint. It's below 50 degrees. We can't paint, man. It says right here on the paint, do not paint below 50 degrees. I'm not painting.
Yeah, right. So we can't deliver the same type of quality of work during this time of year, even if it's workable. And we have a very high customer rating. I don't know if you're familiar with Angie's List, but
Yes.
we have a 5 out of 5 star rating every year for over 10 years, which is unheard of.
I'd be upset if I hired people off Angie List and you showed up.
Is that right?
It's supposed to be like Christian thing, right?
I got a flat earther. Are you fucking kidding me? No, I don't know if that's a Christian thing.
Yeah, I think Angie's List is a Christian thing.
Well, we do really well on there, and I play fucking heavy metal music while I'm working on their houses. So,
Yeah, I'd definitely be like, hey, you got to turn that crap off.
most of them aren't home. I'll give them that. So most of them aren't home when I'm doing it.
It always amazes me, like as a child, when you went to stores and stuff, you never heard nobody cuss, never. And now, no matter where you go, people cuss, even cuss at like talking to you, like not even talking amongst each other, like talking to you. Like, man, things sure are different.
Yeah, I'm not like foul mouth, but I do curse. Like I'm gonna say, I'm not gonna like overdo it too much, but I will let that slide. No, I
No,
mean,
I was just picking at you. I didn't really
yeah.
mean I'd send you away. I was just sort of
No,
joking.
I mean,
Funny.
and if it wasn't public, I'd tell you the name of the company so you could look up our reviews. They're impeccable. Like they name me by name over and over and over again about how much attention to detail I paid and how satisfied they are with the work and how they would recommend us over and over and over again, like every single review, every single job. It's we get Angie's List Gold every single year for like 10 years, which is like 1/10 of the Angie's List companies get gold. So yeah, we get because of that, it's done really well for us. I mean, you have to pay a lot to get to Angeles. They keep raising their prices to get that advertising, but it's really done well for us. Like we've been I mean, not only has just workmanship gone up, but materials have gone up. And then on top of that, like, people customers have gotten pickier and pickier and pickier. And we're yet to find one that we couldn't, like, satisfy. And when you get those kind of reviews, like, those customers know that they know that they're picky. They're paying a subscription service to be picky. And they go through and they pick the company that they want. And often we go to bid a job and they have a down payment sitting in cash, sitting on the table, ready to go, because they've already decided you're the guys that are doing my job before we even give them a quote. I take a lot. I'm sorry for my voice, but I take a lot of pride in my work, and I think maybe you can hear it. Like, I don't leave the job unless I'm happy. It's not about making the customer happy. I have to be happy.
Right. Yeah. No, I understand. That's why my client likes me, because he'll tell me to do something half-assed, and I'll just wait for him to leave, and I won't ever do it the way he tells me to. And he's like a multimillionaire, and everybody else that works for him is scared of him and does exactly what he says to do. I'm not going to do it half-assed, and I really think that's why he keeps me around and pays me as much as he does. I mean, I'm supposed to be an electrician, but he likes my work so much he has me do everything. Put motors in his trucks, maintenance his farm equipment, move whole businesses like by myself, everything. The equipment, move the equipment to another building, put in the air, gas, water, whatever it needs.
Yeah, no, and I did out of high school, because, like, I had 17 credits towards electrical engineering before even leaving high school, and I started college even towards electrical engineering, and uh, instead I ended up going into actually out of high school. I was doing co-op with the union, IBEW 494, and so I had a little bit of both, like house wiring versus like an engineering, two different things in the same kind of field. And but I had good understanding of electronics, electricity, and
What
um,
year? What year were you in the IBW?
uh, I graduated 2000, so I was in it actually before I graduated. So like 99, 99, 98, I probably started in the IBEW. Yeah.
I started in 2001.
Okay. Yeah, I was a material handler at first, and then I went into the field, probably like 2002.
Our local made you go through apprenticeship school.
I didn't even go to school because, like I said, I already had credits for school before I even left high school. And so here's the weird part: because I was uh, uh, because I was working in the warehouse and shit, not the warehouse, but I was a material handler, and I already had credits in college. The IBEW, once I went in the field, they saw that I already had the education that would have been, if I went to school, it would have been redundant. So they found, based off of the number of hours of school that you put in, that's how you get your raises. Well, I didn't get any school, so they didn't have to give me a raise, but yet I could still be useful in the field. So they actually skipped me for an entire year. They said, you don't have to go. We're not putting you through school this year. You're going to go next year. And I just basically I dropped out of that whole thing. Like I found I wasn't happy with the union itself.
Me
And
neither.
so I just quit my job and I just went and found another job. But I never told them like I quit because like I quit. I got the company I was working for, and you understand this. Most people won't, but when you're working for the union, you're not work. You work for the union. You don't work for the company that you're at. So the company I was at, they were mad that I was showing up on time every day. They wanted me there 15 minutes early every day. And one day I showed up like 3 minutes late, and they gave me a pink slip and said, "You take this to the union and freaking, blah, 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 blah." And I said, "Fuck you." And I just went and got a different job. So I never went to the union. So, um, so the union thought I was still working for them for like 2 or 3 years after that. And they kept sending me my benefit checks for holiday pay and shit like that. um, uh, but yeah, I didn't work for them. I worked for a completely different company, and I didn't do electricity either. So they had no way to sue me or anything like that. They never sent me to school. But I was still collecting my benefits because I had been working as a material handler for like 2 years before that.
Sounds like you need to take a drink or something, man.
Yeah, I do. I do. And my throat's all of a sudden just going real dry. Shit. I should probably just shut up.
When I was in the union, I had a Pacific complaint. I forget what you call it, grievance, and like right there in the book, verbatim, like an actual grievance, not hey, I'm a whiny ass looking for something to complain about, like word for word, like fit my situation that they were supposed to have paid me double time, and because they didn't give me my check on time, and you're supposed to get paid double time when they don't get you your check at the right time, like it's in the contract. And I told the company, hey, like my check's supposed to be bigger than this because I had to wait a day and a half to have uh 10 hours of double pay. They of course wouldn't do it, so I went to the union and I told them, and they're like, "We can't help you." I'm like, "What the hell did I pay you dues for?" Like, this is bullshit. Yeah, I got kicked out.
I didn't get kicked out. They thought I still worked for them for like 2 years. And they gave me like I said, so like what I was trying to say when my throat was all like, ah, um, so I had like 2 or 3 years with the union as a material handler, but I started in high school through co-op. And so I had all kinds of like benefits and shit like that already racked up with the union. Um, and then when I got let go for, showing up on time instead of, early, they didn't like that. They gave me that pink slip, and I didn't go to the union hall with it. I just went and got a different job. So, but like 2 years later, after they were still sending me my holiday and vacation, my holiday paychecks and shit like that, my dad was like, "How are you doing this? You're fucking the best scammer in the world." Because they were coming to his house. Anyway, um, yeah, the main thing was that I never had to go to school with the union because I already had all those credits, and they took advantage of it. I was able to do the work in the field efficiently, make them a lot of money without them having to pay for my schooling. But that also meant that they didn't have to give me the raises because you got your raises based off of how much schooling you got. And I actually had to take a pay cut to go from a material handler to an apprentice.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, when I got kicked out of the apprenticeship program, I went straight and pulled my pension. They're like, it's gonna cost you $3,000 in taxes. I'm like, I don't care. Give my money. I'm done with y'all.
But I think when we started this conversation, it was about like how it was about like what we're able to do for the customer. And so like what I do now is, you know, it's what I did before I was an electrician too. Like I my first time climbing um I hung a gutter standing on a plank that was set up on outside of ladder jacks on two 40-foot ladders when I was 8 years old. Like fully extended 40-foot ladders, ladder jacks and plank. You know, like I was 8 years old the first time I climbed over the top of a fucking plank up that high. Because my uncle and my dad and like like, it's just what they did. So like, and back in the like 80s, they didn't give a fuck. They're like, hey, we need an extra hand. You're coming with. And so I had my experience, like, you know, not giving a fuck, freaking just get the job done. Not dealing with heights, even though it was scary as fuck. Like, I did it. And electricians, by the way, are pussies when it comes to heights. So that's where they really liked me. Is I was willing to climb way up high to do that job. Anyway, it's just about doing what needs to be done to get the job done, and making the customer happy, and it pays out, especially with the reviews, with like Angie's List and so on. We don't do any advertising. We don't do any like in no paper advertising, no TV advertising, no commercial like on the radio advertising. It's all word of mouth, and we're not hurting for work. I mean, yeah, we're off right now during the winter, but nobody wants their house done during the winter. During the season, we get the big jobs. We get the expensive jobs, the ones that they pass up. They pass up everybody else and go straight for us. We can charge whatever we want. They want us. And it's amazing also with like what I do, being siders. So the difference with being an electrician or a plumber or an HVAC guy or whatever else is you're doing like all interior stuff like that doesn't get seen at the end. We're we're the guys that have to gift wrap your house. You know, you got to make it look pretty and presentable. And anything that somebody else forgot or did a shitty job with, it doesn't matter. They don't blame them. It always comes down to the last guy on the job. They're like, well, I want that doesn't look quite right, and we can say it's not our fault. That guy did his job wrong. It doesn't matter to them. They say
I
no.
know what you mean. That's like tile guys not doing it right, and you got to
Yeah.
put a receptacle in, and sometimes you got to go mix some grout and stuff and tell him I'll have to come back tomorrow because this guy didn't do his job right. So Receptacle has nothing to set on. My cover's not going to cover the hole they made, and I'm not going to leave it like that.
Right. Yeah. It's our job to finish everything. No matter whoever skipped corners, it's our job to fix it. So we learn a little bit about all the trades, like all the stuff they don't want to do, especially when it comes to climbing ladders and being in heights. But I mean, we typically do remodel, which is way harder, by the way, than new construction. I mean, new construction sucks because the ground sucks. It's all muddy and everything, and setups are shit. But like, you know, there's a lot of problems with new construction.
All their shit in the way.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems
And
with
you
new
can't
construction.
and you can't kill their grass.
But you get paid way less for new construction. You charge at least 30% more for doing remodel than you do for new construction. So, and new construction for us, typically we don't even have power, and they want us to get our job done before the electricians are done, and before the HVAC guys are done, and before the plumbers are done. And so now we have to learn their trade, and we have to predict. We have to look at the blueprint and say this is where they're going to come out. I don't have to deal with that shit when I do remodel. Like often, even the flat work, the masons, that there's no stoops poured. It's I have to now put my siding above where the masons want to put their fucking concrete to have the proper pitch and everything else. I got to learn about every single trade on the job in order to do my job if I want to do new construction. So we're like kind of a jack of all trades kind of a trade. We might not know everything about your trade, but we know the stuff that even you don't want to do.
I don't do any of it. I want to be out in the woods. But while I'm there, whatever needs to get done. And I hate when the customers say, "Oh, you don't got to clean that up." I'm like, "Yes, I do."
Dude, every time I'm on new construction, either the plumber or the electrician or the HVAC guy or whatever else, somebody comes along and says, "Hey, since you're up there already, do you think you could just install this? You know how to do this, right?" Like, fuck you. No, you get your own ladder. You set that shit up. You climb up there. You put it in, and you do it now so that I can do my job. Fuck you. They'll offer to be like, "Hey, I'll buy you a case of beer if you do this." Well, they're charging the customer like fucking $2,000 to do the job.
I'd be like, "Yeah, those kind of deals don't work with me. My skin's the wrong color or something."
And then especially like knowing like electricity. So like especially the electricians, when they find out that I know what I'm doing, when I know how to do can lights and everything else, they're like, "Hey, well, really? You know how to do that? Well, the can lights are right here. You're going to be up there already with all the scaffolding and everything else. What would it take? Like, it would take It would take you sucking on my dick, motherfucker. So on top of that, the worst part about it, especially with new construction, is all the other crews want you to do their work or anticipate their work, and then when they do show up, you're there doing a job that takes on a big job. Like I might be there for 2 months siding a fucking house, a month or two if it's a big place, and I've got tons of equipment, tons of freaking setup. It's a very difficult job. It's a dangerous job. And anytime another crew shows up, you're in their way. You have to move this. You have to move that. You can't work here because we're working here. So yeah, basically, like it's our job to make everything perfect, but we're always in everybody else's way. Oh yeah, another thing, it's related but not exactly breaking about our work anymore. Material costs, all that shit, inflation in recent years. Um, so we have there's a certain type of shake that everybody wants that 5 years ago cost us $250 per square to purchase. It now costs $1,290 per square to purchase it. It went up $1,000 in 5 years. And then they're like, oh, that's too expensive. I can't do that. It's not us. It's not us. We're just putting the shit up. And by the way, it's garbage material. So you can pay $1,290 per square for it. And I can tell you right now, as the installer, it is garbage.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
It's never going to get any better. Don't look for it. Be happy with what you got. Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. And by the way, it's the same big club they used to beat you over the head with all day long when they tell you what to believe. All day long, beating you over the head in their media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged. And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Good, honest, hard-working people, white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hard-working people continue. These are people of modest means. Continue to elect these rich cocksuckers who don't give a fuck about them. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about you at all. At all. At all. Well, we know what they want. They want more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. That's against their interests. That's right. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they're coming for your Social Security money. They want your fucking retirement money. They want it back. And nobody seems to notice, nobody seems to care. That's what the owners count on, the fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant of the big red, white, and blue dick that's being jammed up their assholes every day. Because the owners of this country know the truth. It's called the American dream, because you have to be asleep to believe it.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Hey guys, I've shared with some people the Pussifer album, Puscifer. It's the guy from Tool, solo work. But their most recent album, Existential Reckoning, you really need to take a close look at like all the lyrics to the songs on that album. It's really profound and frightening, actually. The way that it parallels the way it's talking about reality right now. Like if, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I highly suggest you check it out.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east and went poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door, I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G-up, shoot the heat up, beat up, need up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna, nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Is it filter it out? Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt, and then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out, when we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different time, same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation, do anything to truth but face it. I don't wanna fall on the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Is it filter it out? Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter.
master of illusion. The fire of the laws of reason. A magician, if you will. But then, what is a magician? A person who tears asunder your rules of logic and crumbles your world of reality so that you can go home and say, oh, what a clever trickster he is. What a sly deceiver. And go to sleep in the security of your own real world. What is real?
So, at the basis of this whole thing, first and foremost, people need to realise that people are believing they live on a globular Earth. A globular Earth that was formulated by a Big Bang, that exists in a medium that is a vacuum. The complexity that you see formed by pure chance alone, and that we evolved from non-living matter. Okay, now this is the majority of people's thinking in this day and age that's come through the education system. Now, when you question people about their reasoning processes, the reasons for why they believe what they believe, you come to a void with the majority of people. They start to stutter. You start to realise that people are regurgitating things. It becomes obvious to people like myself that people are part of a cult. It's a religious cult. It's teaching you existential questions, giving you narratives about who you are, your existence, where you are, how it came to be. And these people are professing that they are godlike, they have godlike powers, they understand the whole universe. They understand how life came to be. They understand the whole shebang. They want to give people the illusion that they are godly. Right? And that's just not the case. These people can't create a universe. These people can't create basic life from nothing. These people don't know their arse from their elbow. And I'm talking about the institutions and the avenues that these stories and narratives are coming from. You go and ask any of these people, all right, you know how the universe was made. If I know some aspect of my reality and I know how it works or how whatever, I could demonstrate that to you. As soon as somebody starts claiming to me they know how the universe formed, I say, right, go and create me a fucking universe then.
What's that happen?
What's that?
Just woke up, realized it's 5:30. I'm like, wow, I don't want to get up, but I'm awake.
Sweet.
Chimp 610, the reality is that it's a globe. Haven't you seen the pictures from space? I'm going to repeat it again for anybody out there who's struggling with that. The logic and the acceptable scientific measurable proof that you must stand by is that you accept images and video as measurable scientific proof.
Just a heads up.
Okay. Now, if you're willing to stand by that logic and standard of, proving things objectively, you're opening up a can of worms to every other charlatan that's alive to start producing images of Superman, unicorns, Yeti, whatever it might be, fucking Loch Ness Monster. And you people who, push that will have to accept it, that these things are reality based on whatever image somebody can produce. You don't go to images and video. Science deals with measurement of substance, practicality, practical demonstration. Now, if somebody's offering you an image or a video that contradicts physics, chemistry, biology, the substances, somebody offers you an image that contradicts those, you don't ignore the substances. You throw out the image. It's as simple as that. So that should make it easier for the dipshits out there who think my space pictures is real. Right? They're no fucking real because they depict something that is physically impossible. If you doubt that it's physically impossible, recreate it. Demonstrate the claims practically for yourself. That's what science is.
It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that?
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator. A little chubbier. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
Hey, someone, Earth is the place. The moon makes light so cool at night. The luminaries, they all rotate around you. From the point of truth, where is the curve? Where is the curvature? Where is the Where is the
It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. This is some sort of strange denial. I don't know where it comes from. And it's something where I keep getting this question. We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the Earth is a sphere for a long time.
There ain't no photographs, but somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a code, no none at all. Why the hell can no one take a photo of this ball? There ain't no photographs, but somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a code, no none at all. Why the hell can no one take a photo of this ball?
So we have there's many laser tests. There's more than just one. And listen, there's been laser tests done on frozen lakes where there will be no refraction. Frozen lakes in the dead of winter in Canada at Lake Manitoba. Actually, so here's one test that was done. So a dude took a bunch of road cones and he spaced them out. He used the truck. He measured the distance with the odometer of the truck. So he had and he had road cones, right? And he took a same type of light, different color, and set on top of the road cones, so the lights are all at the same elevation, a 1 foot road cone. Spaced them 5 miles, 6 miles, 7 miles, 8 miles from his camera, which was 6 inches off the surface of the ice. And I'll show you an image of that because this is, to me, one of the best pieces of evidence.
Already based in the image?
Now, each successive light, see, I got the math there. This includes refraction, if there was standard refraction. Each of these successive lights, the 5 mile light should be 9.4 feet beneath the horizon, 14.6 beneath the horizon, 21 feet below the horizon, and 28 feet below the horizon. But all these lights are in a straight line. Now, if they're all successively further and further below the horizon level, how are they in a straight line? Testing, is this thing on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they have an answer for that one.
Yeah,
India.
that was a beautiful moment of silence because they thought to themselves, interesting.
He said a lot. It was like he was mentioning a bunch of different types of laser tests over ice, over water.
Would you see the pic? Do you see the image? You see the image?
Oh, I haven't seen it. Hold on.
Are you in the live stream 2 voice text, bro?
Livestream 2.
This is one of my favorite ones because this is like the laser test. So the longest laser test is they did a horizontal pan, but this is kind of like in reverse, right? So they have 4 lights in one camera. The other one had a camera in 4 or a laser in 4 locations, right? So they went from further and further distance locations, panning the laser with an electronic aiming device left to right. So you had a reference target. Well, I'll give you the link to that too.
So what's the distance scale on this image?
I mean the distance scale.
So like, so for example, like if let's say, obviously, if you're looking at something that's a foot in front of you, that's a bad example. Let's say something's 100 feet in front of you, you should be able to see, if things are, one thing's up 14 feet, one thing's below 9 feet. But if something's like 5,000 feet in front of you, wouldn't you'd be substantially?
Yeah, you're asking for the curve calculator, right? You want to see at what rate does it extend, right?
This is the goal prediction of how far they should be below the horizon based upon the camera elevation, which was 6 inches. I guess none of these lights should be visible. That's the point.
Okay, that's the point that you're trying to make. Oh, because I'm saying it's like because you can obviously like the image is extremely blurry and it doesn't look like it looks like it's just 3 different planes with 4 different dots. It's like if this thing is hundreds of miles away or something like that, 28 feet isn't gonna look like anything from that distance.
Well, yeah, angularly, yeah, you're right. It's not gonna be distant. It's not gonna be much of a distance, but they definitely should not be in a straight line. There should be a separation at least between the first light. Right, the 5 mile light and the 8 mile light is a distance of like 20 feet elevation. So I mean, I can calculate what angle that is. I mean, that's not hard.
You said, is this from a video?
Yeah, I can post the video. You can watch him do the entire test. Like he films his odometer, he films films everything. So these, and like, here's the funny thing, is that when he used his odometer, he used GPS as well, and the distances GPS and the odometer didn't exactly match. But I mean, we know that already.
This is the video? Okay.
Yeah, there's actually 2 parts.
Oh God, it's 15 minutes. Is there a timestamp?
Like I said, it was the whole test, man.
No, I got you.
Unfortunately, Flat Earth has to be ridiculously fucking thorough because of wild accusations. Apparently, they can pull.
Yeah, I mean, we have to perfectly
can
measure.
fucking just claim that he measured Earth, a fucking gyroscope drift in a fucking one paragraph in a scientific journal. But we need to fucking film the cameraman filming another cameraman filming the experiment.
Right.
Actually,
they have to level the laser, right? Because that's a really big deal. So it has to be perfectly level, or they'll just throw out the entire thing and brush it off.
So this actually brought up. This actually brings up one of the bigger reasons as to why I wanted to try to come in here and ask you guys this question is, so not to sound rude or anything, but like, what is the? I guess I understand you guys want to find the truth. Not find the truth. Expose the truth and try to sway the opinion of the majority of the people that believe this. But like, why does it matter? Does it matter because the majority of the population on the planet has been lied to about one particular belief, or I guess I'm not necessarily sure. It's like with I'm not calling this a conspiracy theory, but I'm saying with other major conspiracy theories, like 9/11 was an inside job.
Let me ask you a question. You ever been in a relationship with a woman?
I have, yes.
Okay, so if you found out she was lying to you, would that damper your relationship?
Yes, it would.
Okay, so if we're in a relationship with, let's say, the IRS and NASA, and we found out that they were giving people cartoons while taking $60 million a day, you think that might damper our relationship?
But you shouldn't have some sort of relationship with them in the first place because
what do you mean? We're forced to. It's a scam.
They got a relationship with my damn paycheck.
Yeah, I'd much rather give my children nicer clothes and better food.
Fuck you,
give
mean,
NASA money so they can put out some science fiction that's not even as good as the science fiction you go to in the movie. They put out lame-ass science fiction, and I have to pay for it, and I overpay.
I want my money back.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, charge us more money because we want better CGI.
Okay, so again, and I understand that, but like even with all of the information that proves everything that's been believed otherwise, and let's say NASA is complete fraud and everything like that, it almost seems like you guys are just. It seems like this is just like a massive uphill battle that you guys in particular probably won't see any sort of benefit from, or even like
that's not
your
true.
children.
That's
Yeah,
not
I
true
understand.
at all.
Yeah, he thinks that we need to convert the world. We don't. We know the truth. It's obvious. We've measured it. We've seen it. I've observed it. Saw Chicago across Lake Michigan from Michigan. I know the Earth is flat. I know the globe is a lie. So yeah, it's not I'm not on a crusade to convince people because I know it's so easy to find out. All you have to do is say, I want to find out the truth about my world. I'm going to go out and investigate it. These people say this. Let's go and look into this. Let's find something that actually substantiates this globe because it must be there, right? Because everybody tells us it's there. Guess what? It's not. There's no scientific evidence for the globe whatsoever. So, I mean, it gives you a lot of peace of mind, actually, because a lot of this stuff conflicts. So, yeah, personally, I think it's worth it. You ask why it's worth it. I mean, I would say it's worth it for the world to actually acknowledge reality and not live in delusion. I'd say that's worth fighting for.
I understand.
I want to pile onto that too, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what your personal experience and the personal experience of every human being that has ever walked this earth is that the earth is flat and motionless. Okay.
Yes.
Now there's a handful of people that say 500 over a period of 60 years that say they experienced something else, but everybody else, they've only experienced one thing, right? A flat and motionless earth. But you have other people saying, oh, that's not real. That's outside your perception. There's a greater reality that's really something else. And that your senses, they're all flawed. And, don't believe that. Believe these concepts are actually true. Believe these people have some higher knowledge, right? But you can test what they say. And the reality doesn't comport to what they say.
Okay.
That's an important, I think, thing in general because people live nowadays in this like simulated reality of concepts
of most things,
which have nothing. Yeah, it's all over. Listen, and people ask all the time, why is it important, dude? Just for one day, say to yourself, okay, the Earth is flat, and then to walk around through your life. And notice how many times you experience seeing an imagery of a globe or seeing some space thing or something like that on TV or on the internet or whatever media you consume. It's everywhere. So if it's not important, why is it everywhere?
Yeah, and also it's even in the language now. I mean, this is something I talk about.
You can't even say air, right? You can't atmosphere. I mean, you can't. speak.
It's embedded. It's absolutely embedded. And one thing that I noticed throughout my life, I don't know how old you are, Melancholy, but I'm in my mid-30s. One thing I've noticed throughout my life is that when I was 18, everything was international, or it was intercontinental, or it was something like that. Now everything is global. Everything. You cannot say worldwide anymore, or at least, well, you can, but
it's not. Yeah, it's not.
It's not what's said. Like when there's news or there's media, it's always global this, global that. Every new international kind of body that comes up is the global X or the global Y. This is deliberate. This isn't just like people didn't just, oh yeah, we'll just change the use of the language. No, this is deliberate. They're trying to make you think that like you're reinforcing the globe in every way possible. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, because the globe is the conspiracy theory. This is not a conspiracy theory. Go ahead, Hank. You've been trying to say something for a while. Go ahead.
No, you're good. So the most simplest form of brainwashing someone is repeating the same thing over and over again until it becomes the truth. So ever since the kid was in the cradle, they had the little thing above the cradle with the star and the sun and the moon and all that stuff, and then they start watching TV or playing on tablets and everything is globe, Universal Studios, and shoved down your face, and they zoom all the way out from Earth in the beginning of the film, and they zoom all the way in on the globe, and the scene starts, for no reason. And it's like everywhere you go in school, like there's a globe and Earth Day and all this stuff, and all in the books and everything. And then when you realize that, this guy created the blue marble on Photoshop, and that none of that is real, why wouldn't I want to tell people?
I understand the standpoint that everyone chimed in with, and I appreciate all your input and feedback. It's just I'm just looking at it more of like I understand that you want to find out the truth, and you want to be able to share that with other people, and a little tidbit on myself is that my parents are very religious people, and they used to shove that down my throat all the time, and I just because of that I didn't want to deal with it. Necessarily I'm sure that someone might say, well, they did the same thing with things that you learned as a kid, whether it's history or like Columbus is a good example, like things like that, or like like the Earth is round or whatever. So wouldn't you want to like expunge your thought process and try to find out the truth? And I guess from my standpoint, maybe it's just because my thought process is like why does it matter? You know what I mean? Just being able to just do. I guess this is a little bit different than that, because like people said, this is coming directly out of your paycheck, because NASA is taking money and this and the third, and it's directly affecting you. But again, it's like unless there's like something that could come up in the next 5 to 10 years.
Okay, I'll tell you, it's like this. Okay, the people that are pushing all this, right? They're very people have control of your entire life, your children's entire life, the next generation. And listen, I just want to say, well, once people find out a lie this big has been propagated against them, then they are no longer going to be under the spell to where they just trust and they believe on faith without asking any questions. So if they have like future endeavors or future ill intent or malicious like plans or agendas or whatever, which you can bet your bottom dollar that they do, and you'll start looking into those once you realize, the lies. Once you realize they're lying to you, especially on a lie this big, this massive of a scale, then when they try to push those future propagandas on you and future agendas, you're not going to just listen to them and believe them on faith.
Well,
it breaks their spell, because you know what it does? It makes you start questioning things and thinking for yourself. That's what it does.
Well, that's
why don't you ask yourself, why do they think it's important? That's the point I was trying to make. Why do they think it's so important that they need to saturate media with it?
Again,
think about how much does space actually affect the everyday life of people. Now think of a profession that has 600 people in it, and you open up a newspaper, you turn on a television, they're talking about NASA, the International Space Station, all this crap, right? Which is a very, very infinitesimally small portion of the human population. I mean, what if they just said, okay, we're going to have just like all stuff about plumbers on TV all the time, and all the ads on the sides of buses and cabs and freaking at the start of news programs, and just like some random profession.
Yeah.
Why would you'd be like, this is retarded. But why are they doing it with this particular subject? Right? That's what you need to ask yourself. It's important to them. They're devoting money, resources, time to this. And it does, and it for what purpose? Why are they trying to? Why is this message being sent out, broadcast to everybody?
Yep. Why do I get Google notifications about what NASA is doing and SpaceX is doing every day? Why?
I guess I can understand. I'm sorry to cut you off. I guess I can see where things are starting to formulate and line up accordingly now. I again, I'm just from. I get
just to bring it back real quick to a just a foundation, right? Like you're saying it's starting to formulate. Well, when does it start to formulate? Right? When does what they teach you actually coincide with what you experience in the world?
Oh well, I mean, to combat that, if you don't mind, is that most of the things that you do learn as a child, or even as a teenager, doesn't really necessarily matter as you get older and formulate your ideas on
And
almost
that's
anything.
the problem right here. You should be having education that relates
that-
exactly to your world, and you don't. Exactly. That's the problem. That's not a reason.
And that's something that I can
exactly what's
that's
wrong.
something,
While you said it doesn't matter, remember what Indio just said. He asked you, why does it matter to them so much? Why do you see a globe everywhere you go? Why every news channel, everything has got a globe on it? It does matter, obviously, to them.
I guess
I'll give you an example. Listen, let me give you an example of something. There's a cartoon called Rabbids, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's on PBS. It's for kids. Then they're rabbits, and they get into hijinks and cause trouble. They're from space. We don't have rabbits on Earth. Why can't they just be Earth rabbits? Why do they have to be space rabbits?
I mean, but at the same,
it's dude, this like watch some children's programming, right? Programming, huh? Watch some children's programming. Almost everything in children's programming, no matter what the scenario is for the program, has space, is related to space in some way.
Casting
It's
spells.
permeated in every way. Listen, I remember one time turning on Netflix and the top. Yeah, you know how they have the top 10 movies? 7 of those movies were space movies.
That's fair.
It's disproportionately everywhere for its actual, interaction with our daily lives. It's just everywhere. Why is it important to them that this has to saturate our media?
Well, I guess. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, I was just gonna say they bombard us with it to us so much that when a few people start asking questions like, "Hey, wait a minute, this doesn't purport with what I experience," now those people are made to look crazy.
Yeah, but
right?
they do that. But that happens with everything. Is what I guess that's the main. I guess when I look at it, it's more about. I don't know if many of you from the States or from the UK or Europe or anything like that, but and when I think about things that I learned as a child and everything like that, and how I was taught one thing and it lines up with something else, and those things end up getting refuted, and then people bring it up. I guess, yeah, okay. I guess when I look at situations like this, I guess I don't really think that why would they lie about this? But then you look at everything else that they taught you as a kid, and you can learn that most of the things that they did teach you aren't necessarily true. In different circumstances like that.
Yeah,
so,
like in second grade, I learned about Columbus. You go ahead now. You go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say that, personally, I think it's the main thing is to hide the creator in all honesty, because at the end of the day, they don't really need the money. They have other ways to control you and whatnot. But the main thing is, if you, at least personally, and a lot of people that are here that I know of, they believe in a creator. I have yet to meet a flat earther that's an atheist. It's easier to hide God, and it's easier to make you believe that you're just an accident that is just spinning through space without a purpose when it's a ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just accidentally came into this life, just the Big Bang into a perfect order, just accidentally. So so from my perspective, it's definitely to hide the creator. And once you realize that the earth is flat, you're able to see that you're special. This place, whatever it is made specially for you. So whatever that purpose is in life, you need to figure that out.
Okay, I like that.
And is there I want to add on to that, definitely, because if the creator isn't your highest authority, what is? What is the replacement for that? State, right?
I suppose, yes.
The state and the smart people, those priests, right? Those are new priests. So the secular state replaces God. Then your devotion and your fidelity goes towards them. And then you just believe. I mean, come on, look what's going on right now with the COVID thing, right? Trust the science. The scientists are priests, man. They're just whatever a scientist said is automatically true, and people automatically follow it. You just get on TV, say the scientist said it, and boom, people just bow, just like in church, just like that thing you say you fought against, right? Forced religion. This is just a different. It's a religion without a God. That's all it is.
Yeah, I've just got two things to add on to that, just to expand. First of all, they are aware of what we're saying being true, and the evidence is communism, right? Any communist dictatorship that has ever done anything anywhere, the first thing it did was get rid of religion. It's the first thing it did. So that was true in communist Russia, it was true in communist China, it was true in Cambodia, it was true in Laos. Ton of different socialist South American countries where they tried to get rid of Catholicism with varying success. They know that they're competing, that they're actually competing worldviews. State and religion are competing worldviews. They know this, right? So it's not like some communists went, yeah, you can be Christian if you want, and others didn't. Like, they all know this. So this is like established true. The other interesting thing, just to add to what Indio said, is that especially in the UK, I don't know about the US, but in the UK there are tons of credentialed experts who are questioning the narrative, and they don't get heard on television. Tons of credentialed experts. There's something called the Great Barrington Declaration, which has been signed by, last time I checked, 650,000 people, including 30,000 health practitioners. So this isn't like 3 or 4, 30,000 health practitioners and 10,000 public health data scientists. These are the people who would know what's going on. And they're questioning the narrative publicly, and they're being ignored. So, where do you go from there? If 99% of we're in a situation right now where a few people who run big tech and media can literally cherry pick their quote unquote experts and make sure they get blanket coverage to push any narrative.
Of course, that's been the thing for ages.
No, that's only really true in the last few years. Before then, people didn't really engage with the media as much as they do now because they didn't have the media in their pockets. You know, when I was younger, it was television, and that was it. The internet was in its infancy. I was on the internet fairly early, but most of my friends were kind of like assuming that the internet was for geeks. They were too busy playing with their mates, going out playing football, all the rest. Online gaming is really only the last 10 years that's become a massive thing, maybe 20. So this kind of hegemony that they have over information is really quite insidious now. It's quite, I would even go as far as to say nefarious. It's everywhere. They can cherry pick whoever they like, whatever they like, and make sure you see it everywhere all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, I just want to add on to that. So these fact checker groups, these specially funded groups, often funded by people like Soros, like people who are complete globalists, they get to, tell you what's reality and what's not, but you don't ever get to ask, like, well, how do we know? Like, they just often debunk like the weakest straw man of the original argument, and they never go to the source and try to debunk that. So you got the people telling you what's truth and what's fake news and what's reality, right? But shouldn't everybody get to decide what's real and what's not? And then, you got to think, like, once the state becomes your god, well, then you're more likely to, get rid of your rights, to easily just let them go for safety or for whatever reasons. Because, if you're a religious person, you have unalienable, inalienable rights that were given to you by the Creator. If you're a statist, then you got protected rights from the state.
Yeah, privileges granted to you by some dude.
Well, it's the old Bill Hicks. I actually think that Bill Hicks and George Carlin were actually journalists, not
Comedians.
They weren't comedians.
Yeah.
Whereas nowadays, quote unquote comedians are actually PR. They're PR. They push narratives. You get someone like who's that guy who pretends to be a Republican, but he's actually a Democrat. What's his name?
Steve Colbert.
That's it, Colbert. Yeah, you get like he is quite literally. He is quite literally what we're talking about. They put up a straw man, and then like all Democrats assume that Stephen Colbert is what Republicans are, right? So this is what's being done to the flat Earth as well. It's literally the people that are put up as quote unquote flat earthers that you actually have heard about in the media. They are the Stephen Colberts of flat Earth.
That's understandable. All right, well, I just wanted to come in here and pick your brains a little bit. I appreciate all the, feedback, information, et cetera, et cetera. It was nice talking to you guys.
Can I ask, just before you go, would you consider yourself a glober or on the fence or flat earther? What's your kind of view?
Honestly, man, that's just, I haven't really put too much or basically any thought into it. Most things that I learned at school, kind of just rock with it. Don't really think about anything else because it doesn't directly affect my life. Directly, anyway, you know what I mean? And I'm not thinking about it in a financial scale or anything like that, or like, X, Y, Z. I'm seeing this all over the place. It's just, I wake up, I do my thing, I go to sleep. I try not to think about stuff like that. It's mentally exhausting trying to think about all the different things that are going on in the world and how they negatively affect most things. Because at that point, you can either, try to be a rebel and try to fight for a cause. You can just deal with it, or you can just become absolutely fucking miserable, which is what happens a lot of the time. So I just try to ignore most of it. You know what I mean? There's not much that I, as one person, can do. So.
Oh, please. No, you can do many things. You seem like a very reasonable person. And even the fact that you recognize that most of your education was pointless means that you're so far ahead of so many people. I mean, I personally homeschool my children so that I actually do teach them things that have to do with the real world, where they live. And we focus on, because that's how children learn, is that the educational system is completely turned on its head, where, as you said, they start with abstract concepts that children can't possibly grasp. Children are concrete learners and should always go from the concrete to the abstract until their brains are much more mature. And so, but it's not too late for you to educate yourself about whatever you're interested in. I mean, the fact you've come in here and spoken to us so calmly and politely about this, I mean, much more calmly. And most of the people that come in here, they're so emotional about it, like they can't even consider the idea of propaganda, even though they might have been taught in history class about propaganda, but then they can't even consider the fact that they are living in the most highly propagandized time of history. This is not normal. Like you said something like, oh yeah, that's just how it always is. No, like Crypto said, no, this is a huge change that's been building for a while, and it's at its max right now. So, I encourage you to just keep thinking, asking questions like me, because you are ahead of the game here, Melancholy. So, keep going with that. Keep going with that.
Just one last thing before I leave. There's really not a lot of it's obviously, not to sound rude, but it's also very easy to come in here and troll you guys because you guys believe. No, I don't want to say believe. You guys have found something that is completely abstract from the majority of things. The majority of what most people were taught. So obviously, it seems like this is very.
What do they teach you in school to think about people that thought the Earth was flat, right? What do they teach, even at a young age?
They don't teach. Well, they don't teach.
They say those sailors, right? They thought they would sail off the edge.
Well, I'm not even talking about people. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that even in school, they teach you at a very young age that people that think the Earth is flat are dumb.
Just fall off. Yeah, they would just fall right off the edge.
They're dumb. That they're uneducated, and then we got smart during the Enlightenment, and we figured out it was a globe. But then when you ask any glober details about it, what do they say? I'm not a scientist. I don't know. So it's like, what? So it's a total contradiction. Only dumb people believe the Earth is flat, but it takes you be a scientist to know it's a globe.
I understand what you're saying.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The one thing I really want to say is, though, I understand what you say about conspiracy theories. They can be stressful that the world's such a fucked up place. Yeah. Flat Earth is, listen, I don't feel any stress about the globe. I don't care if everybody thinks it's a globe. They can go believe in cartoons. They can believe in Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, the Loch Ness Monster, UFOs, ghosts, fairies, whatever they want. It's not stressful to me. We're not here to convince anybody of anything. We're only here to say, listen, they're saying this. This is what it is. You can take that information and do whatever you want with it. You can continue on with your belief in the face of all your human experience and anything you can actually demonstrate, or you can say, hey, that's a bunch of bullshit, and I'm gonna come back to reality, where the real world is.
Yeah, I commend you for saying it doesn't stress you out. But again, just from my standpoint, it's just because like this is just like a tip of the iceberg. Because then you start to dive into every other fucking thing that's going on, and you're like, oh, that's extremely overwhelming, and you have to completely rewire your brain. And depending on your age group, that could be way more difficult.
That's not overwhelming. You just have to learn to let go of things that are not true. So it might make your life easier to know when you lay down tonight that when you're laying down that you are horizontal. You wouldn't know that if you were spinning. You're on solid ground. So that might make your life go easier.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple of things I just wanted to say. First of all, the idea that flat Earth is the tip of the iceberg, no. Flat Earth is the iceberg. It's the whole iceberg. And the reason I say that is because when you think you live on a globe, as Indio said, but your everyday experience is the contrary. When you say, no, fuck that, what I experience is my experience, and you start to actually trust what you perceive, obviously with rules. You can't just believe whatever the fuck you want. You start to say, right, I don't feel movement, can't measure movement. It's not moving. The end. I don't see curvature, can't measure curvature. It's not curving. The end. You can then discard all of these opinions that you hear all the time. You noticed how the news is never bringing good news. It's always bad news. It's always news to stress you out. It's always news to make you feel fear. I don't worry about any of that anymore because the news comes on. They tell me to be scared of something. I go, I'm not scared of it. Job done. It's simple.
That's fair. And again, I guess when I was saying tip of the iceberg, I was more of like, this is something that I'm realizing, and then like you start to get into a bunch of different other things. I'm not saying like this is like, this is not, you know what I mean? I'm not saying like this is the.
Yeah, we know what you mean.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
So it really is kind of like this. I think it's like, I think maybe what you're seeing at this point right now in your experience of flat Earth, you are seeing the 10% of the iceberg possibly.
Mm-hmm.
But that little chunk of this iceberg leads to the whole iceberg.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to say. Yeah, good point.
You're right.
Well, you better.
So
I was just going to say, you better get used to it because the next thing coming is the fake alien invasion, which they're laying the foundation. Well, they've been laying the foundation for many, many years, but they're actually coming out and talking about it. But if you know that you can't leave this place and nothing can enter this place because we're contained, then you can't be fooled by that.
I got you. I'm sorry. I gotta go. It was good talking to you guys. Have a good night. Hopefully, I'll talk to you guys soon.
Yeah, thanks for coming. I've given you value tag as well, so because I think, I feel
Yeah,
like
of course. You
good
gotta be skeptical. I got you.
No, what I've said is I've given you the value tag because we feel like this is a good conversation. So that's kind of a compliment.
Because you're a valuable person.
You actually like a normal person.
You just don't understand how rare this is for us. Yes,
I got
we
you.
love you.
Have a good night, guys.
Bye-bye.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
It's cool. I forgot he lives at the end there. Does he do that at the end of every podcast? What a great idea.
Yeah, I definitely put it at the end. I think the earlier ones I don't have it, but I think after like the third episode, it's on everyone.
Yeah, that's a good conversation. I hadn't listened to that for a while. That's the only way apparently we get to hear Chocolate or Lulu or even Crypto anymore. have to listen to recordings.
I know. I mean, it's sad.
I saw Chocolate came in and said Merry Christmas to us. I think it was Christmas, something in the
I think he's
text.
super busy. I mean, I've seen him on Nathan Oakley's show, but I haven't even heard him talk on there. Just like present.
Yeah, well, hopefully he'll have some downtime sometime to come and say hello.
Hello.
Hello, is that you, Holy?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure my mic was working.
Yep, we hear you.
Just been having some issues with it the last few times I sign into Discord.
It sounds good.
So, Dan, do you want to see my list of study material?
Oh my! Oh, that's what you've been reading.
Yeah.
Wow.
Some of those are a couple hundred pages. Plus, I read all the ones that are on MC Tunes website.
Oh boy, did you?
Yeah.
What did you find out from all of that?
I read most of them before. There was a couple I didn't see.
That's definitely impressive that you've been reading all that. So if he tries to tell us that those things are proof of globe, you'll be able to explain why they're not.
Well, a lot of this stuff is I don't know how to put it. Someone sent me a video link where somebody made a ray trace model for refraction.
Oh, really? That's what I've been asking for. I've been asking for that for like years now. Nobody's ever made it for me. Now somebody finally did.
Well,
I asked him to draw me the ray diagram of how the Chicago skyline specifically, is going to end up where the way it is. But
you can just tweak the parameters until they get what they want. That's the thing. That's the post-diction thing, right? Oh, we see it, so I'll just fiddle with it until I get what I want. Because Mick West has one too, and basically do that. Even though he can't recreate, I fiddled with it and I couldn't recreate the Black Swan. But you can make crazy, like insane, non-physical temperature gradients, right? So it goes from 20 degrees to 100 degrees in 3 feet. So.
Yeah, so they're not. They can't draw one that's actually would be possible in reality.
No, that's the thing. That's the thing. Oh, oops. Sorry, I lost my mic. That's the thing. I was kind of just going. I've read a lot of this stuff before. I was just what do you call it? Reevaluating it. Put it that way. Just going through the so-called physics and the models and all that. It's funny though. MC Toon has all these things. So he's got a bunch of it's called refraction effects quantified. I'll just post a link.
I wrote back to him, Indio, and I told him no thank you. So that was definitely the right choice. I felt good about it afterwards. I'm like, yeah, I don't really feel like dealing with that dude. But I told him come in here sometime. Maybe we'll talk.
Yeah,
if he just drops in here, I don't mind talking to him as long. I don't want to get involved in the events and the promotion and the making money on his lives and so on.
He's just full of crap. He's a propagandist. He says things like this matches this and that perfectly. So one of the things I noted, so he's got a whole bunch of these papers where they so-called test for refraction. Page 3 lists results of measuring the coefficient of refraction K between 0.050 and 0.200. He didn't even read the chart right. That's the funny thing. That these people actually can't actually read papers and understand them. It blows me away. Anyway, they don't measure any refraction. None of these papers actually measure any refraction. They're doing this thing. It's called reciprocal zenith angles. And I'll explain it if you want what that is.
Yeah, explain it. I want it.
So if you know what a theodolite is, right? It's basically a telescope that'll measure an angle. So think like this. If I have a theodolite and I take a measuring rod and I go 100 feet away, just throwing out random numbers. I go 100 feet away and I sight in at the same height that the theodolite is, right? That the lens is 6 feet. Well, I take, sorry, let me start over. Two theodolites facing each other, right? They're both facing each other. First, you level the instrument, both instrument individually, then you have them facing each other and say they're both 6 feet. When you look at the angle dial, it'll say that they're not 90 degrees, that they're tipped away from each other. Right? Is the Earth's a ball? So it's supposed to be tipped away from each other. This is the zenith angle.
You're saying it's programmed to do that?
No, I'm
Or what
not
are you
saying that
saying?
at all. I'm not saying that at all. It's going to do that anyway. Because it's going to do that anyway, but they say because I don't know how to put this. I didn't drink enough coffee or something. My brain ain't functioning. No. This is what they say, right? If you do a whole bunch of measurements, you're going to get a whole bunch of stuff. So sometimes you're going to get like, okay, when you level it, right? So that's plumb. So what you would do is after you have plumb, you're assuming that is zenith, right? Straight up. That's your zenith, right? I level the instrument. Now I have plumb. I take the instrument. I point it at something that's the same height. And it won't read 90 degrees. It'll read like 89.98 or something, right? It'll read less than 90 degrees because it's tilted away, right?
Yes. Are you still there? Did he cut out?
Yeah, you did, I guess. Maybe.
India, we can't hear you if you're still talking. That's cool. He went through this McToon stuff because, yeah, it does seem like one of those things where he's just trying to overcomplicate the issues. And I've never really looked at this stuff that he's got here. I wonder if McToon really thinks these are good arguments, or if he's just
You're correct, right?
consciously. Oh, okay, yep, we lost you back at when you were talking about
You're up,
the 89.9 degrees.
Here, yeah, I'll show you a little diagram here. So you see how that is just supposed to be like this tilt away?
I'm looking at it.
Like the diagram. So this is probably better. This is probably a better one. So right, if I was at, let's go from left to right, right? So if I was on the left and I sighted in on the right-hand side, I would measure a tilt away because a greater than 90-degree angle. In the Gulbers, the Gulbers, the anti-flat earthers, let's put it that way, like MC Toon, say that this is because the Earth is a ball, so we're tilted away. But that's actually not it. Not it at all. There's already this thing called deflection of the vertical, which has nothing to do. That's, they say, happens. This is why they have this curved plumb line thing. They say that under the ground, there's a bigger, denser part of the ground, so it's pulling the bubble level towards it. So it's not perfectly 90 degrees from the surface, because the bubble level is basically a plumb line. Okay, so you know what a plumb line is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you just put a weight on a freaking piece of string and it points down, right? That's supposed to be the direction of gravity. The way a bubble level works is it pulls the fluid down, right, and the bubble goes up. So that does the same thing, right? What's the so-called direction of gravity? So when you take a theodolite, this is the first thing you do. You level it, right? Find what's plumb. 90 degrees from plumb is what is called horizontal, right? That's set in the instrument. But the first thing you do is measure what way plumb is. So if the theodolite's 6 feet and they sight in on something 6 feet, some distance away, they'll measure a tilt. This is what they say, right?
Mm-hmm.
But guess what? There's going to be a tilt anyway because this thing called deflection of the vertical, they say that there's uneven clumps of mass under the Earth that's going to pull the plumb line towards it. So you're going to get this deflection. Anyway, that's a long story to get to the point. The point is that they assume this deflection of the vertical, right? Now say it's a 1 minute deflection at, say, 1 minute, 1 arc minute of deflection at, say, a quarter mile, right? If it isn't that, right, if when they do the measurement, if it isn't that, what they assume it to be, what the model predicts it to be, they'll say that there's refraction, right? Because instead of measuring it at 6 feet, like, say that they're supposed to measure 89.90, right? They'll sight in till the instrument reads 89.90, and if it isn't at the height that they expect it to be, say 6 feet, they'll say, refraction lifted the rod up, or refraction put the rod down. Yes. Does this sound like a rigorous scientific procedure to you?
No, it does not.
No.
Who are these?
I'm
saying this?
telling you, this is
Who is
what
this
MC
saying
Toon called measuring refraction.
Oh, so they have no they have no actual determination of any cause and effect. They're just determining the cause in their own mind and writing it down.
They have to. You see too far. What else are they going to do? What else are they going to do? It's just funny though, because I was looking, like, there's just so many things that I just like pick up on. So I'm on MC Toon's site, and he posts a graph, right? A graph that shows like refraction using the so-called K coefficient. The K coefficient is where they make the Earth bigger. They say there's X amount of refraction, the 7/6R thing, where they make the radius of the Earth bigger.
Yeah.
So yeah, so he posts he on his site he has a graph that shows that there's a large amount of refraction. This paper that he posted is, I don't know, 180 pages, and there's tons of graphs. They did tons of tests. Literally, that is the only graph out of like 30 that supported his position. The rest show almost no refraction whatsoever. So it's just these little things that this is why you don't want to debate someone like him. He's just dishonest. Like, you're just going to get
Right.
frustrated.
Yeah.
And then the
Yeah.
other
Because
reason,
he's a pseudoscientist. He doesn't really, that's the exact opposite of science, what you just described, where you discard any evidence that goes against your claim and just try to prop it up with propaganda. That's the opposite of science.
Well, he knows that like nobody's going to go read through all this. Nobody's going to go like read through all this stuff on his page, right? So like,
except for India. India will.
I will, but I know he didn't. I know he didn't read any of this. He didn't read any of this.
Probably
And if
not.
he did, he probably didn't even understand it.
Yeah, he thinks it's enough just to put all that up there, and that because of the fact that most people don't even want to bother, that a lot of people, of course, and it's people who want to believe in the globe. They will just look at all that and be like, all right, somebody figured this out. Move on to our pizza party or whatever. People don't want to think about it.
Yeah. So basically, I was reading through the literature and seeing like, and there's here's another example, right? So one of these specifically, and like when I was arguing with them on Twitter, he specifically cited this one. So this was they measured in quotations, right? Their measurement, whatever that is, right? Measuring what they're really measuring is the direction of so-called gravity relative to the surface. That's all they're really measuring. That's all a theodolite measures. Doesn't measure literally anything else. Because that is your origin, your first spatial measurement, right? It's your reference point from which everything off after that is measured, right? Find the direction of gravity. Everything is measured from that starting assumption, right? So everything is a derivative of that. Anyway, so he measures this refraction on that Greenland ice sheet, and you look at it, right? So they have what they quote unquote measured, right, by using a theodolite. But in this particular one, they also took the meteorological conditions, right? So they took they had poles that went up 5 meters with thermocouples on it, where they measured the temperature, humidity, air pressure. So they take these numbers, right, and they stick them in the model. The model and what they observed don't match at all. So it's like they don't even look at what they're reading. It's crazy, because the thing is, they say, listen, we have a model of refraction. We know how it works. The physics make predictions. We know if we see Chicago, we know there's refraction because of the XYZ weather conditions. And they'll give you some bullshit model. This is how you calculate it. This much air, this formula for the air pressure, this formula for the temperature, this formula, and this is the temperature rate. This is the temperature gradient, the vertical temperature gradient on Earth, and this is the U.S. standard atmospheric pressure, and we can use this to predict refraction. But then then this is a perfect example. You take the meteorological conditions that they measured, and then you take what they actually measured with the theodolite, and they don't match. They're not even close. So this is kind of the type of stuff I was looking up. Does this model actually match reality? Does their so-called model of refraction that's used in surveying, that's all over the place, in all those papers I published, they compared like 5 models in one of these papers, and it literally has zero predictive power. They can make zero predictions. The closest I found to making any predictions doesn't actually use refraction to predict the path of light. It has a model for turbulence. So it has a model of because the air actually has pockets of turbulence in it. We can't see it because air is transparent, well, relatively transparent, but there's pockets of hotter or colder air. If you could see it, it would look like bubbles, elongated bubbles, right? Little eggs of whatever. And in between those little eggs would be air of a different temperature. So it's like this bubbles of air. So these turbulence models actually do a better job of predicting where the light goes than any of the refraction models. Because one of the tests they did is in Hawaii, they they took a laser, shined it 130 kilometers to the other side, to another island, and if they use the refraction model, they have to like tilt the laser up, like I don't know, it was something like 10 degrees, and like almost like throwing a ball. You had to make like a parabolic arc with the freaking laser to get it hit on the other side. But what they actually did in practice, that's not what they had to do. They just pointed it where they wanted to point it, and that's where it went. And the only thing they noticed, it's called speckle. If you shine a laser at something, I don't know if you ever used a laser pointer. If you shine it at a white wall, you actually get this like speckle pattern on the wall. That's just from the inhomogeneous. I'm not even gonna try to say it. Inhomogeneities in the air make the light do a speckle pattern. Anyway, I'm saying a lot of words for no purpose.
I just wonder when they were writing. Oh, what's the point? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The point is they literally have zero predictive model. So it's like,
yeah, that's what I'm wondering. When they're
really
writing these papers, they're not recognizing when they write these papers that, like you said, the measurements they're taking are not matching up with the predictions. I mean, they're just not acknowledging that, or what?
No, the people that write these papers admit this stuff. Think about it. They've been doing surveying for 150 years. Why are they still writing papers about how to take care of refraction? If they had a predictive model, it's 150 years later. Don't you think they'd figure it out by now?
Right.
Right. The very fact that they're still publishing papers on this, right? I mean, look at the papers I posted. All these are like within the last 10 years. So why are they still researching it if they have a predictive model? The research should be over, right?
That's right.
They should just be running around validating their predictions. And you should see all the types of instruments they use, right? So one of these is, right, where is it? Modeling atmospheric refraction influences by optical turbulences using an image-assisted total station. So it's a regular theodolite, but they take the image and they take like something like 500 images per second, right? And then a piece of software does edge detection. So it'll measure how much the pixels shift over a period of time, right? So this is another technique that they're trying to quantify refraction. There's also something called scintillometers, right? So they measure the scintillation of the air. They're not accurate. So there's like 5 or 6 different techniques to quantify refraction, and none of them work. None of them. But they just come in and they just say something like refraction 7.6R, blah, blah, blah. As if that's just like good enough.
Yeah, it's very dishonest.
Well, I mean, I part naive, part dishonesty. Or ignorance. I shouldn't even say naive, just say ignorance. And here's a weird one. One of these papers, what they were trying to do was, they were using real short distances. Like I'm talking something like 20 meters. And when they were doing these 20 meters, they had this so-called deflection of the vertical was in the opposite direction. So it was in the wrong direction. And like if you look at some of these graphs, there's what you would call negative, that's not negative refraction, but the path of the ray, according to their formula, is convex, or concave, not convex. So anyway, the whole thing's a mess. And this is the kicker that is in none of this stuff. It's briefly mentioned in one of these, but it's the only one I've ever seen. Something called
So these Globers say light is refracted to the denser medium, right? So if light is going through, it's going through one medium. If there's a denser medium around it, the light will go somehow get sucked into this more dense medium. Well, that's not true, because if it's going along, say, the boundary of these two mediums, and it hits the denser medium at a certain angle called the critical angle, it'll reflect, and it won't refract into the medium. And this it's not in any of the simulations, it's not in any of the ray tracers, it's not mentioned in any of these papers. So, and it's something that happens. This is an optical phenomenon we know happens. So if you think about it, if I'm looking at a long sight distance, something very far away. So if I drew a ray from something 10 miles away that was 3 feet off the ground, or no, like 3 feet over my head to my eye, it would never reach my eye because it would reflect off. So there's something very strange going on. When I say strange, I think that the model, the current understanding, is seriously flawed. And I mean flawed at a fundamental level. And I mean like a really fundamental level. Because they teach, refraction, reflection, yada, yada, yada. They teach these in school. And they go, Snell's law. I think there's something, because, put it this way, if you use the ray optic model, you shouldn't be able to see anything, because all the light should be reflected into somewhere else. So that's another thing I spent like 4 hours doing. I took a ray optic simulator and made like a 20-layer so-called atmosphere. So like a bunch of layers, and use different light sources, different combinations of lights to see what path the ray would trace. And a lot of times it wouldn't even have been visible because the light was reflected away. So
that is really interesting. I've never heard anybody say that particular problem with the heliocentric model. That's really interesting.
It doesn't make sense. Like, I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it's wrong. Like, there's something going on at long distance that's wrong. That's like whatever science thinks it is, or physics. Because you got to remember, a lot of these refraction, so-called physics, they're based upon very short distances, right? They're based on lenses and mirrors and stuff that's like, it happens in a room somewhere. You know what I mean? It's not like you're dealing with these very shallow angles of things that are, 20, 30, 40 miles away, and like a very small variation of angle changes, like whether you see something or not, and then you have all these crazy changes in temperature, and you have this temperature gradient, and some of it might be inverted, some of it might not be, and plus you got wind and like all these things.
You're saying, according to their model, like the light from the sun wouldn't even, if once it got to the atmosphere, none of it would actually get down here because it would just all reflect away. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Listen, if the sun was on the horizon, you should never see that light.
Yeah, but you haven't read the new article that just came out recently about Earth's atmosphere extending past Moon's orbit. Have you heard that? It just came out.
Well, I wrote it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm serious.
No,
the
I've seen
atmosphere of Earth is now confirmed by scientists. That is it. So the atmosphere is beyond Moon's orbit.
Yeah, because that means no one's ever been to space. Guess we already knew that.
But they're saying our atmosphere, right, is extending past the Moon's orbit. That's just, I don't know. They're scratching. They're scratching for ideas now. Yeah, I think it was published 2021.
Is the mad philosopher actually in here? Did you guys talk to him? It's good to see him back.
I haven't talked to him yet.
Well, he's down there. I don't know if he's still around. Irish Leonard is here on the fence. Hello, Irish Leonard. Hi, everybody. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I wonder what it would be like to be involved in one of those fields, where you're writing papers like this, but never actually getting if they are honest intellectual, you think some of them would at some point understand, like, we are assuming the globe before we even start any of this, and maybe we should go out there and test and see if it really is there. But they just, I guess, when they are part of that, they just don't even want to make that basic. They just believe these scientists, so-called scientists, and don't even want to test that basic assumption. And a lot of these kind of things are done by grant money. Their research is funded by grant money. So, honestly, they must realize they're just fulfilling whatever the directives of this particular grant is, even if they pretend that they're objectively describing something.
Yeah, it's just crazy. I mean, I've been, like I said, I've spent probably the last 48 hours just looking at this one thing. Just whether the model makes predictions, any one of them, there's a bunch of them. There's so many problems. Like, I don't know how else to put it. There's like more. There's at least 10 problems that I can think of, like off the top of my head, that invalidate anything. I mean, there's the so-called K coefficient, where they assume that the Earth is a sphere of bigger radius, and how that is even come about. There's the problem of what they measure meteorological conditions, and how it doesn't match what is observed with the theodolite. There's the fact they don't include other optical phenomenon which is relevant for what they're doing. There's the other problem. If I'm at 1,000-foot elevation, right, and some mountain far away gets lifted up, how does that light ray skip so it just brushes across the horizon, right? It's lifted up, brushes across the horizon. How does that ray get back up into my eye? Because doesn't it have to go up into a less dense medium to reach me if I'm elevated? So how did it do that? I mean, there's so many problems. So it's like they come in and they just go, yeah, did you account for refraction? Now I just say, what refraction? What are you talking about? They just don't have any clue.
That's right. Yeah, they can't ever explain the mechanism or how it actually would work. They just expect that they should be able to say that word, and that's going to erase everything. And they they try. It's just also just a blind or a bluff to try to make it so they don't have to actually produce any verifiable, testable, repeatable evidence of curvature or rotation.
Yeah, I'm just shocked at how garbage it is. I mean, I've read a lot of science papers on a lot of subjects. This is particularly garbage. It stands out.
Oh, now you're tempting me. I'm going to have to go look at those sometime. Hi, Elijah.
Hello. Yeah, the problem is that they've been inundated with with fallacious arguments from the media, and so they only know how to. It's like, a kid watching his parents argue. They don't have the social skills to really, you know, make a good partner unless they go out there and try to do something different. Well, that's what it's like here. The people who come from these debate rooms, and they think that this is a game. They think that this is like some kind of uh, semantics match, actually, funny enough, where they think that, the right combination of things will help them win. But it's not about winning for us. It's just about, oh, we've come to realize that there's no evidence for the positive claims that the government and all of the officials have made. Like, that's literally it. We're not trying to play games. I don't understand why these people, I don't know, they're brainwashed, man.
So let me read you something from. So this is part of this dude's master's thesis. That it's an investigation of refraction corrections and leveling by using repeatable short-term height readings and direct measurement of the temperature gradient. So just read what he says. Pretty good. It's pretty hilarious to me. It says the major cause of these errors are identified and concentrated on the effect of atmospheric refraction, which either deforms or curves the electromagnetic wave path and alternates its velocity. This means that the atmospheric parameters influence curves the path. This guy's native Greek, so forgive his butchering of English. Influence curves the path of sighting line through a telescope. So here's the good part. As it is well known, atmospheric refractive effects are caused due to air density fluctuations or otherwise due to inhomogeneities of the propagation medium. The treatment of atmospheric refraction effects has been agonizing geodesists and astronomers and other practitioners for over a century. Yeah, but refraction, dude. We know how it works. We can predict what's happening.
It's agonizing to them.
Yeah. I mean, I have so many papers on refraction to say basically the same thing.
Trying to fix problems with their religion. That's all. It's insane.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Yeah, they don't want to give up their religion, so they have to keep making up excuses for it. That's right.
It's the anti-flat earthers. It's like not even, and then we get the we get the low grade ones that come in here that just parrot the anti-flat earthers. That I think that's the most sickening. It's like you don't realize you're parroting the dumbest people on the internet. I think the problem is the ray optic model, period. Because that's just
It's just a mathematical necessity for.
No, there's different models of refraction for different purposes, right? The ray optic model, the one where you draw lines from point A to point B, that model has flaws. It's not good. It was invented for making and designing lenses and mirrors, right? Telescopes. Not not describing the air, basically, or any medium that isn't any large. What would you call it? Call it because the scale is so large. That boggles my head, right? So you can think of light propagates as waves, right? Okay. Now imagine I wrote a piece of software which was capable of doing it, right? And I modeled the Chicago skyline, right, orthographically. And instead of using rays to do the geometry, I used propagating waves. First of all, you can't do it computationally. It's too difficult. I don't care what kind of computer you have or a group of computers. But what happens is waves propagate through space. They mix, they interfere. There's constructive and destructive interference. And how that mess of, waves would look by the time it reaches somebody 52 miles away, that's anybody's guess. You can't predict.
Right. Right.
It would just be you can almost think about it. Imagine having like a really, really calm lake, right? And the lake is 50 miles across, and taking like a handful of pebbles and throwing them into the lake. Do you know what? Do you think you can predict what the waves are going to look like on the other shore 50 miles away? Like what they're going to look like by the time they get there? No, of course not. It's ridiculous. But that is a more realistic physics description of the way light works than the ray optic model. I guess what's motivated me is just I am so sick of the hand wave dismissals, man. Just really sick of it. Oh, we have these observations from, here, there, everywhere. Oh, did you account for refraction? What about refraction? And there's no
They're not
evidence.
doing anything. That's That's the crazy. Like we're taking the standard that has been supposedly our reality, the standard of the geometry or the geometric claim, and we're like, okay, so let's figure this thing out. That's all we've done, and it's like every time we point out a contradiction or something that's just demonstrably false, it's like, yeah, but didn't they just launch a rocket to space? So didn't they just show the Earth as a globe? So there you go. It's like, and they'll be dead ass serious after having gone through the Black Swan, after having gone through literally everything you can think of. Like some people just aren't there. I don't know what to call it.
Yeah, and I would say after what Indio just told us and summarized and looked at those papers, like if they come in and say, "Have you accounted for refraction?" You can just say, "Well, no, you guys haven't even come up with a workable model for refraction. Here's all these papers that basically admit that and demonstrate that. So why should we apply refraction to anything we're doing when you guys haven't come up with a working model of how refraction even works on your globe model? Doesn't work for you guys, so we're not going to use that. Where's your proof curvature?"
Hey, Eli, you in here?
Yo, yeah.
There, Winston.
Well, hey,
What's
hey,
up?
Eli, you ever heard of the rapper King Los?
King Los, yeah.
Yeah, he sent me a DM talking about hashtag flat power. Yo, let's build.
Nah, what?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, did he hear your music or like
I
did
have no
he
idea,
watch a
bro. I have no
debate?
idea. I don't know. He messaged me like a month ago. I just saw it.
That's what's up.
It's pretty fire, bro. I'm gonna
What's
see
the
if we
name
can
of
do it.
what's the name of this individual?
King
King Los.
Los.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like a freestyle rapper. You know what I'm saying. He's a little ratchet, but he's got a song called "War" that I heard like 4 years ago. That's super good. That was actually my response. I said, let's do it. I've listened to you for a minute, and then I quoted this song. It says, "There's a war going on outside on the corner. There's a war on your TV screen every morning. Not talking about the war with the bombs and the helicopters swarming, but the war for your soul. That's what everyone's ignoring." Pretty dope. Anyway, I just knew Eli probably knew who he was, so sorry to interrupt.
No, yeah, that's really dope, man. Didn't he just do? Let me see. Yeah, but he's definitely notable. That's what's up.
Yeah, so like, think about
They
it.
know what's up, man. Yo, like in all honesty, we're probably more famous on like on some underground battle rapper shit. Like we're probably so famous, and nobody can really tell people that they know of us, that they you know look up to us because of what we're doing here. Like a lot of people have a lot of respect. I'm sure you got tons and tons of messages of people giving you kudos for doing what you do. And it's very important to a lot of people, even though they may not be able to, maybe they don't have the courage or the strength to go against the system, to go against their families, to go against whatever social structure that they're up against. And so that's a whole nother world, just the people who are closet flat earthers. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Yeah,
Yes, in their little closets.
that's why I came on here, bro. Because like, if you think about it, I don't even try and build my IG at all, like at all. And I have like 2,000 followers, something like that. Like, how did that dude find my IG?
That's what I. Oh, that's where he wrote. I was going to ask you how he found you. He found you on Instagram. Is that what you're saying? I put a
Yeah, and I
link to
don't even.
the song you were singing, "War." Is this the one I put in the live stream voice text? King Lo's "War" featuring Marsha Ambrosius. Is that the one?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
let me give a disclaimer to everyone, right? So it definitely cusses, and what he's doing in the song is like he says, I was talking to the homie the other day, and then he talks from a perspective of a guy in the hood, like trapped in the hood, and then he talks back to him like from his old perspective when he was in the hood, and then it ends with him dying, right? So like the whole song, you have to understand the artistic perspective, which it sounds hella ratchet, but he's explaining how basically it's like a dead end to live like that. So right, like if you understand the song, it's pretty dope. If you just listen to it, you're gonna be like, whoa, this guy's talking reckless, but you have to know he's like making a point about the hood, you know what I'm saying?
That's what's up, man.
Yeah, pretty cool. I think that's like really uplifting news, right? It's like the St. Louis Cardinals, how they find out, right? Like they're probably watching Flat Earth debate or something, right? There's only so many places, and like I got 2,000 followers on IG. How does famous dude, know who I am? So it's like, yeah, just like Eli said, I think we'd be amazed at how known we actually are. So just keep, you just got to keep doing it. That's kind of my point.
Like
Thank you for the encouragement, Whitsit. Thank you.
I've run into delivery drivers in NYC just because there are certain guys that do delivery work, but they have big YouTube channels, and I've run into them. Oh my God, yo, what's up, man? I can only hope to make as much money you do. How do you hustle so hard? What do you do, fam? Blah 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 blah. These are just regular dudes that are doing regular work, but they have a YouTube. People definitely notice what we're doing, and they will recognize us if the opportunity was there. So yeah, man, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. Fuck around, Bob might shout you out one day. You know.
Yeah, dude. And the move is to like make music with these people, right? Like Flat bangers though. That's the move. Because how many famous rappers can you get to drop a banger about the Earth?
Yeah, because these people, it's 2022 has to be. I don't know, man. I want to get together and have a conversation with you, but like I really want 2022 to hit hard. I want this place to be revitalized and stronger than ever before. And I also want to make money too, so I'm doing that obviously. With well, never mind. I don't know why some people get triggered, but it is what it is. But that aside, yeah, man, we gotta do something in 2022.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I'm on board. No time like the present. Let's make it a great year for the Flat Earth.
Yeah, so let's start right now, right here. So let's tell you what triggered me to do all this. Well, I was already triggered. I'm gonna post a video. Tell me why this happened. Tell me. So this is 1,000 feet. She filmed this boat. It disappears in the weirdest way. I'm really confused at like why it looks like that. You can literally like see through the boat. Put it this way, it disappears bottom up, but you can still like, I don't know, you have to just see it.
Yeah, that's amazing. And
Like, what the hell is that shit? It's like you can see through the boat.
Oh yeah, what kind of refraction is that?
That's what I'm talking about. Like this. That's what I'm talking about. I'm like, what is? Well, they're trying to replicate, ships over the horizon, large scale. They're trying to replicate the way that looks. Now, there's going to be limitations because of the lens size, and that's some stuff I looked at. Like, how can they're never going to get the scale exactly right because they can't get the scale of the lens right. So if you have a 6, if you say you go 10 times scale, you need to shrink the size of the lens by 10 times too, right? You can't use a 2-inch lens on a little sailboat and then use the 2-inch lens on a full-size sailboat. Don't work that way. You got to rescale the lens too, so they're never going to get the exact scale. Anyhow, I saw this. I'm like, I can't think of any reason, of any physics of light I know that why that would happen. Like, I don't get it. It really is blowing my mind. That's why I went back and I like re-looked at everything. Like I like went and reread like almost all the refraction stuff I've ever read and just went back and like reread it. Because this don't make sense. It doesn't, like, there's something else going on, man. Something weird's happening.
Well, it isn't curvature.
Exactly, it isn't curvature. But if you notice, like, past the boat, you can see the shores mirrored, kind of like a mirroring thing going on.
Yeah, and then that Wiggles with his whataboutism. I have. If you read the comments,
Wiggles.
have you read it?
No.
Have you read?
No, I didn't see it. Wiggles is in the comments.
Every video they make, every.
No way. Wiggles. Wiggles is just trying to get people on his channel. That's all he really is around for.
Yeah, he said, well, looks great, right? But what about my observation where there's no, I don't know what he says. What about mine observations?
What about me, guys? Wait up, guys. Wait up. Don't leave me behind. A little child. I just want to know how the light got around the boat. Like, how did that happen? Because we can see what's on the other side of the boat. Like, look at the picture the screenshot I posted. Obviously, we can see what's on the other side of the boat. How the hell is that possible? I know how that's possible. Must be what's called edge diffraction.
Like, like someone watches this and thinks that proves how the Earth goes over a ball.
What are you talking about?
I mean, I just watched it. That the idea is like, I mean,
no, they're flat earthers. They've been doing these. You've never seen any of their videos?
Okay, no.
So they listen. They go. First few videos they did were like on tennis courts, and then they went to like a lake that was 600 feet long, and got these little RC boats to disappear. Right. So check this out. What's it? From 2 inches where their camera height is, the horizon is 2,600 feet away on the globe. The lake is 600 feet long.
Okay, I got you. I think I maybe have seen one. They have an infamous one of it where like it mirage is pretty crazy in the distance.
Yeah. They also got some of these videos where they put a light on top of the boat and the light will disappear. Like, so what they're doing is they're replicating what we see at large scale on a small scale, but it can't be the curvature of the Earth because the lake is too short.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. That's why I was so confused. I was like I thought I heard someone say that. I don't know. I was thinking they were Glovers. I was like so confused.
But this particular video is just really weird how you can like see through the boat. But I think I figured it out. I think it's edge. It's called edge diffraction.
Yeah, it definitely looks pretty wild.
That's the thing, right? Oh, we can replicate it on a small scale, and we can eliminate curvature as the cause. It's been done. I mean, I don't know how many more times it needs to be done. But the Globers will be like, nah. I mean, how many ways can we destroy ships over the horizon? They don't even have a horizon anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you can tell they're not really scientific thinkers, because we've falsified this alleged model so many times, and it should only take one time, and it's been redone by people all over the world working independently and so on. And there is no globe to even have to destroy, but nonetheless we humor them and destroy it for them over and over. So I don't know. Yeah, they're just clinging to a fantasy. What else can you say?
Yeah, I'm not curious what Gamma Panda server would say about this. Just ask like, so is it possible that boats would disappear? We would see them disappear the way that we do on the Earth if it were flat. And they'll say, no, it couldn't be bottom up. And then you just show them this video. I'm curious as to what they would say.
This is what happens usually. They'll say something like, ships go over the horizon. You're like, no, horizon's not physical, yada, yada, yada. Then they'll be like, well, that's the only way. Well, then explain why. So they'll say something like, the only way you can't see the bottom of the boat is because it has to be obstructed by something. So then I'll show them one of these videos. You know what they say? It's a mirage.
Okay, so that's a concession.
Then I say, well, I thought you said the only way you couldn't see the bottoms if it was obstructed by something. Now you're saying a mirage obstructs things. Which one is it? So now you're admitting that it's just an optical effect.
Yeah, exactly.
And then usually like, you fucking flat earthers don't then they start talking about us or me or something else, and then I kick them off the server. It's usually what happens.
I'm about to hit Jim Panda's entire server with it. I'm going to be back in like 5.
Wait, no, wait.
What's that?
There's another because I'm sharing a video too. Of course, I think I got it off of Dave's channel, but I was wondering. I was like, why the hell have all this time they've made one of their arguments that the sun apparent size doesn't change? I'm like, why would they say that? And just watching this video that I saved like a couple years ago, I'm like, yeah, right. They still. So let me post the video that I did from watching Dirt's channel.
Well, it's like Alice and Bob.
Did you post the video with it? Which video are you referencing?
The one Indio posted.
The diffraction of light rays.
No, the one right above it, the RC battleship. Up just like 3 more posts.
He's right though. Roger's comments right here, like they will definitely just ask. They'll just be like, "Oh, now you do believe in refraction?" I don't know. I actually keep them in the chamber because if you want to know the depths of what the zealotry can do to try to respond, like all you have to do is go there to know like the most that any glober could ever come up with.
That's good. Yes, you'll have to report back to us. I haven't ventured there in a very long time. Probably won't, but I'm glad you're still willing with it.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest it. I just think like if I have when I was driving, like I had to drive like 20 hours, 13 turned to 20 hours. I just literally took over his room to kill time to try to, but yeah, I wouldn't actually suggest it to people.
So I post this video. I don't know if it posted yet. Should be loading up. But somebody responded, and they said, "Shock horror. The sun's intensity decreases through the atmos, so it's less blown out." Yeah, yeah, like light diminishes with distance. Yes, exactly. So why do you keep thinking that on a flat Earth you'd be able to see the sun from everywhere? No, you would not. because we don't have a vacuum. And what we have to deal with is reality. And there's light attenuation with the air and the particles and all of that and yada yada yada. And the dude is just like, yeah, it's the atmosphere. So what? And I'm like, exactly. So what the hell are you guys talking about with the apparent size not changing then? I don't get it. Like
They
just making
think that
arguments they don't have to.
yeah, they just, sorry to interrupt there, but they assume that it should disappear into a pinprick before the light fades.
It did.
Because
Look at the video I posted. Like what more could they want? It's literally what it's doing.
I'm about to go crash the server. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
I'm coming through.
All right. Have fun, guys.
All right.
So their only argument to that is that you didn't use a solar filter, so all you've done is shown a reduction in glare from a large size to a small size. I was debating them on the same topic last week.
Because that's what light sources do. Like, because that's what happens when you have a light source. What I don't get what the argument. Like what?
So on their side, they were claiming that they've got solar filtered footage. So the glare is completely removed. Then you're just looking at the sun disk, and that then they've compared it throughout the day, and it never changes by not even like 1 pixel. They say when using a solar filter, but obviously this is around. I haven't, but they claim that this is also around midday. And I said to them, the whole point of the sun fading in or fading out has to occur on a horizon. It's not at middle of the day when you're looking straight up. You don't see the sun fade in or fade out. They also claim that the sun should be larger above your head. So from horizon to above your head, there should be a markedly change in size. But yet
It's a light source. There's a change in intensity. That's it. Like what? There's a change in light intensity, but who? I mean, I really don't understand why. I don't understand.
Well, just that video, and I've also got a good one like that does the same sort of thing, fading out to almost nothing. And you just need that one to see that there's an obvious size change. It's not even, but then they'll claim that isn't proof of a size change. But yet you can see it. You visually, you can see its change size. It's not even even if you take the glare into factor, the glare has reduced considerably, meaning the entire thing has become less bright, moving away from you. But yet they won't
Which is what they're saying wouldn't happen on a flat Earth. It should be daytime everywhere. That's their argument. So everything that you're saying is like, yeah, no duh. How does it help the argument of on a flat Earth it would be daylight all the time? It doesn't.
I like the way Flat Earth Solar says glare. That was really cool. Didn't you like that, Elijah? Say it again, please.
There.
I'll
be right back. I don't want to miss the debate going on.
Oh yeah,
on
that's
the
right.
other
You're going to go see Witsit. Yeah, come back and let us know what happens.
We'll do.
Okay. Can you say glare one more time?
Glare.
Oh, you tried to Americanize it. You cheated.
How did I say it the first time? Glare.
Yeah, like that. That was it. Yep, right there.
Glare.
Yeah, the R kind of disappears at the end. Glare. We really emphasize our R's over here. No, I hear what you're saying. You're saying they're always going to have another excuse. That's all they got is excuses.
But when you demonstrate it to them, they say, show the sun shrinking. and then you show them the sun shrinking, and then their argument shifting the globe posts. Now you've got to show them through a solar filter from horizon to horizon, tracking by pixel size how big the sun is. Like, just look at the video we demonstrated. Just
Did you
watch
say
it again.
moving the globe posts? Did you say moving the globe posts?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that one. I got to try to remember to use that. That would make a good cartoon, actually. You could have it could be a cartoon of, typical Glober conversation. And in it, like you're having the conversation and then he just keeps moving the 2 posts with globes on top of them. It'd be cool. And you've got your little football, kind of like Lucy and Charlie Brown. You've got your little football there. You get through the globe posts easily. Then they keep moving them again and again. And actually, I guess maybe you'd want to like actually smash the globes each time with your football kicking, and then they'd have to put a new globe up there for you to smash as well. How many times do we have to smash it?
Yeah, exactly like that. They place a target up, we hit it in the bullseye, and they say, "Nuh-uh, it's actually the other target, the one on the other field off to the side. You meant to hit that one." Then we hit that one in the bullseye. Then they, no, actually, the third target range, you need to be hitting that target. Just constantly moving the goal.
Yep, that's all they got. I'm glad I'm not trying to, I'm glad I'm not required to be on their side for whatever reason, trying to prop up a failed model. That'd be very tiresome and weary. That's what that guy Kavanakan the other night, he just sounded so stressed. I don't know if he's here like for fun or, he feels like he has to be here to defend the globe. Oh, and I guess now he's claiming to be a flat earth or whatever. That day he was claiming to be on the fence, but he just sounded so stressed. A lot of these globers are like that, aren't they? They're just like really stressed out in general. I don't know. You'd have to be to keep all this in your head and keep deceiving yourself.
Well, there's a social conformity aspect. They just want to identify with their crowd. And it's funny to watch their lack of ability to comprehend the topic is easily overlooked once someone agrees with them and tells them that they're right. So as long as you've got some other stupid baller saying they're right, then they can disregard whatever information was just shared. It's like they work in this tag team.
Yeah, because that is what would be most exhausting about just life in general. If your whole life is based on just external locus of control, external feedback, I'm projecting this. We know that's what, a lot of people do. They don't actually let their innate personality shine through. They just perform actions that they've determined will get them the proper, whatever it is they want, attention, validation and so on, affirmation. And so it's almost, we say the whole world's a stage, but literally these people seem to just be literally playing a part in their own life, just going by what the audience claims to want and not even thinking about innately why they might be here or even what they might want, right? Yeah, I don't know, what an exhausting way to live your life.
Yeah, I've heard it be described as are you the lead character in your story, or are you the supporting role in your own story?
Right, exactly. Yeah.
And a lot of us dictate our lives as though we're the supporting role. Someone else
trying to
made this
determine,
decision for us.
trying to determine what other people want and then doing that thing. Yeah, you're just like getting your script in the morning about what you're supposed to do in your own life. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I would think at least for if I was a young person growing up today, I'd be thinking, gosh, like, why am I going along with this? Like, what's it doing for me? What am I getting out of this? Doesn't seem to be. It's if you're just following orders and following these directives or expectations of this alleged society, which is barely even a culture or society anymore. It's just basically a corporate entity dictating what will be most profitable, the actions that will be most profitable for them. You don't need to. Why? Who are you trying to please? Why are you trying to please them if you don't even like them? It's very weird. I mean, I guess it's fear, right? That's what it is. They think they're going to be punished somehow if they don't go along with the program.
Yeah, it's even more peculiar. It's the development of mass psychosis, how to get crowd culture or groupthink engaged, sort of the fundamentals of totalitarianism, whereby you don't need a single dictator causing fear. You actually get the whole population to buy into this ideal or this ideology, and thereby steering them. They think that they're making their own informed decisions, but they're being steered. And it's when you look at these mass psychosis events, with the globe belief being one of them, the need to identify with a group overpowers any other primal need, even self-preservation. So they will choose the group over things that will cause themselves harm just to identify with that group still. And if you look at it's often used in the Nazi era in terms of how people were losing sometimes family members who were Jewish related, but it was for the greater upliftment of the German people, the Übermans. So once that idea is bitten in that society's head, they will often do things at their own detriment just to identify with that group. And it's the same thing we experience every day with these ballers, where you can clearly show where they're flawed, where they're wrong, but they don't even cognitively see themselves being wrong. They just see themselves as being identified with that group.
Yes, and I wonder, because I've talked about this before in terms of like the Stanford smoke-filled room studies and other studies on that kind of groupthink that show that people will, even when it's clearly threatening their life. Have you heard me talk about the Stanford smoke-filled room study before? Are you familiar with that, Matt or Solar?
No, I haven't.
Okay, yeah, in that study, so it's these psychiatric studies. I don't think they do them as much as they used to. Like when I was in college at the University of Michigan, I used to be able to go to the psychiatry building, and they paid us to participate in these studies. That's how I used to make money, to go and buy food on a Sunday, is by participating in these studies. Anyway, but that's a side point. In the Stanford smoke-filled room study, they have the target to, the person thinks they're like just filling out a form, like either interviewing, or maybe they just think they're signing up for the study. I can't remember what it is they think they're doing, but they're sitting in a waiting room, or why they think they're there, but they are sitting in a waiting room filling out forms, and all the other people around them are also filling out forms. So they think these are their peers, right? That they're just other people who are waiting for whatever the thing is and filling out the form. And so but really all the other people are actors, and the target is the only target of this particular study. And so the other people filling out the forms are not like them. They are part of the experiment.
Is this the one with the beeping, where they beep and then the people all stand up?
No, but I'm interested in that one. This one, smoke starts rolling in under the door, and so like real smoke is coming out from under a closed door. Like you think there's a fire there, right? There is a fire. I mean, they're creating a fire and blowing the smoke under the door. So the persons, 9 out of 10 of them, they'll kind of look up, look around. All the actors are still just filling out their forms, ignoring the smoke, not doing anything, ignoring the smoke. And so most of them I can't remember the exact numbers. Let's say around 7 out of 10. If they see all the other people doing nothing, they'll just go back to doing their form too, and they'll kind of start looking nervous. They keep looking at the smoke, looking at the people, looking at the smoke, looking at the people. Don't even say anything. Then, like a couple of them will say to the other people, like to one of the other persons, "Oh, don't you see that smoke? Should we go get somebody? Should we do something?" And then the other person will say, "Oh, no, it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. We don't need to do anything. Somebody's taking care of it, I'm sure." And then the people stay there. 9 out of 10 stay in a room that's filling up with smoke because they don't want to be seen as the person who's different than what the other people are doing. 1 out of 10 is like, "What? I'm going to get somebody. Go find some help. I'm going to do something. I'm not going to sit here and die so I can fit in with you culture of deaf people." You know what I mean? 1 out
Unbelievable.
of 10. And this is a while ago, and so I'm just wondering, like, I feel like you did that again today. Maybe it'd be 99 out of 100 or, 999 out of 1,000. But then I'm wondering, like, what is that like? Even back then, there was a high degree of conformity in society. I mean, obviously, there has been for a long time. That true artistic endeavors, true intelligence is not recognized. To the contrary, it's discouraged and squashed. Mediocrity is celebrated, and so on. So I just wonder if there's something that is innately in people, but it couldn't have been this strong. Like you said, it is a program that is specifically developed to reward those behaviors. So it's like a feedback loop. It's a self-perpetuating machine that not only perpetuates but intensifies, because it's that whatever that is that could be somewhat instinctual in certain situations, you should be able to override that when you're actually going to be dead. You know what I mean? If we were like carrying that to let's say it really was smoke, the building's really on fire, like, because that's basically the conditions they were creating. Like, that person's really just going to stay there until they're just coughing dead on the floor and things on fire. I mean, if something would push them, to go out, I would think at some point. But like, at what point? My God, it should be where there's smoke, there's fire, I'm out of here. What the hell? But it's the Lifton's 8 criteria that I posted in there. I mean, that is because they have been perpetuating and using those techniques on the society for a long time. Like this film, looking at it, I would guess it was done in the 80s or 90s. Maybe. I think it's the YouTube video itself is from maybe the early 2000s. I'll look for it for you. It was already in full swing, the mass propaganda brainwashing program. So in my mind, that's not a natural state, that 9 out of 10. Oh, Flatter Stoller's gone. I just bored him to death. He's going to find some glare.
So, what is the Milu control?
Milieu control. Yes, milieu is your environment, basically. Those are the Lifton's 8 criteria for thought reform. It comes from a book. I'll find it for you. It's called. The subtitle is A Study of Brainwashing in China. Now I'm trying to remember what the actual title is. Just a minute.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest this to my class.
Okay, good. I'm going to find the whole book for you then. Thought Reform and the Psychology of Totalism, book by Robert J. Lifton. I'll put the actual book in here. So anyway, yeah, he studied. Basically, was the premise of this is it's kind of documenting, and this is going back. It's been like 20 years since I read this. He's documenting how the CIA studied. Okay, so during have you heard about how during the North Korean War, there were many POWs? Of course, film, and broadcast and so on was relatively new. So they were these POWs, prisoners of war, that the North Koreans had. They were getting them to, on tape, film, say all kinds of things about the United States, basically, I guess, trying by design to make them into traitors, like confess to things that they didn't really do or that they didn't really have knowledge of, and so on, just false confessions and so on, to try to turn sentiment against the United States of America. And I don't even know what the things were. I mean, looking back, like maybe they were true, I have no idea. But either way, they were coercing, soldiers who were trained not to do that kind of thing into saying things that they normally would be trained, just name, rank, and serial number, and so on. So they broke them, mentally. And so he studied, how did the North Koreans do this? Does China do this? How do they get people to basically change their personality and change their loyalties and so on in these kind of prisoner situations? So, and then the CIA used that information from studying those Eastern nations that were having a lot more success with that than they were, to then develop the MK Ultra programs and other programs where they actually did, unroll this mass psychosis via mass media onto the Western world, and particularly Americans. So anyway,
It's
yeah,
kinda
Malou
funny.
control is basically controlling all of their environment, which you can do if a person, is plugged into mass media 24/7, which many people are today, by carrying around their smartphones with them and listening to the latest news and talking to each other about what the latest programming is and so on. Loading the language. Of course, we've seen that many times where you're not allowed to say certain words. The word conspiracy theorist, there you go. That's a great example of loading the language, where that's become a pejorative, which there's absolutely zero reason for it to be, for us to sit around and say, seems like a small number of corporations own all the major media stations. Seem like these politicians all got their hands in the pocket of the major mass media corporations, as well as the oil companies, the war companies, and so on. It seems like Dick Cheney isn't really a person who should be making decisions on our nation when he's personally profiting from decisions that he makes, and so on. You're a conspiracy theorist if you just analyze what's actually going on around you, where groups of people seem to be conspiring for profit against the average American, and so on. Mystical manipulation, their space, their space programs, obvious mystical manipulation. Woo-hoo! Look at this rocket. We went to Mars. Woo! Cut over to our middle school animation Mars rover project. There we are on Mars, guys. Isn't that amazing? Miraculous. You can't go to Mars, but we can. We did. We're amazing. We're miraculous, and so on. Sacred science, we all know what that is. The globe called. The globe is the best. It's so beautiful. It's a perfect sphere. We live on this ball. Can't we all just hold hands around the ball? It's so beautiful. Seeing the blue marble from space. Guys, isn't that gorgeous? You better not go against my religion or I'm going to get really mad. Demand for purity. Same as what we've been talking about. Although in that case, you could go to social constructs that they use, where you're only allowed to criticize certain groups. They have to be the scapegoat. This is our designated scapegoat. These other groups over here are untouchable. They can do and say whatever they want, because this is the pure standard that we have upheld. Confession, obvious. See something, say something. Doctrine of a person, dispensing of existence. I think dispensing of existence is a good one, though. Gladflow, because that kind of goes by what we were saying earlier. It's like these people following the standards and guidelines that they unfortunately have been born into, this non-society, non-culture they've been born into.
Doctrine over person?
Yeah, both of them. Doctrine over person, the last two, and dispensing of existence.
Oh, okay.
It's like, they say, right? Like a lot of these control systems say, if you don't go along with this, you're going to, have your kids taken away, be hauled off to a mental hospital, be arrested, die, get sick, whatever the things are, their latest fear. It's like, so that means you're endorsing this society and program and whatever, particular rabbit hole you've gone down that you've decided to adhere to the guidelines of, that it's worth it, right? It's worth it to go through stuff, even though it's hurting you, harming your person. You're sitting in a smoke-filled room that seems like, their building's on fire. There's a reason why you're conforming to this, because that what they represent is an ideal that you think is worth it, right? That's why anybody would participate in a society and maybe compromise some of their own, inherent
They
wants and
buy
desires.
the sales pitch.
But
They
yeah,
buy it.
but dispensing existence means, because they claim what your soul's going to be annihilated if you're talking about a religious system of control, or in the case of the government system of control, your body, which if you're an atheist, you think you only have this life. That's good enough fear for you, right? Whatever the thing that the doctrine of a person where they're claiming you are going to not be allowed to exist anymore if you don't go along with this, why do you care? Right? If they're so terrible, which a lot of people sit around and say, oh, yeah, I don't like the government, but what choice do we have? I'm just going along with it. Like you just said, the Globe, the ultimate go along to get along program. Why? Why do you care if they destroy you? If this thing is so horrible as you claim it is. So either get up, walk away from them, say you don't have, go ahead, dispense with my existence. Why do I care? Your program, if that's the best we got to offer, if the people in charge that they put up as like the celebrities or the leaders of this world, if that's seriously the best we have to offer, if Joe Biden's the leader of the free world, then you guys have your thing. I'm not interested. I don't care what happens. You don't have to buy into a flawed system, because that they are just showing you left, right, and center. It's not worth it. Nothing they have to offer is worth it. So why are you afraid of losing access to watching Joe Biden on your TV?
Hi.
What's wrong with that?
There's a lot wrong with watching Joe Biden at all. No, I thank you for breaking that down, Dandelion. I appreciate that. That was nice.
Hey, Dandelion. Hi, Big Sis. Hello, everyone else.
Hi, MJ.
I was just wondering if everything is very calm here. 3 individuals just jumped in. Ash is completely high, but at least is intellectually honest, other than the other two. The other two is just trying to be dishonest and say, we come here to join like-minded people. So I went along. I'm like, yes, welcome. Thank you. I was waiting for you guys to hop in here. People like you, I've been waiting for it. And they went, yes, we are like you. And I'm like, oh, fuck you, all 3 of you, right? And then that dude, the Ash dude, becomes intellectually honest. And then the other two is struggling right now. So I was wondering if you guys don't mind me sending such 3 individuals in the live stream and just have fun with them.
Oh, yeah. We want to talk to him, don't we? Yes,
Yep.
definitely. Send him down here.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Cool.
definitely.
Otherwise, we're just shooting the breeze here among ourselves, agreeing with each other, preaching to the choir. I mean, which can be
Agreeing
fun.
with each other.
That can be fun, right, Glad Flow?
I just wanted to gauge the air and see, because these guys, I could tell they're going to be trolly, they're going to be a handful. So hey, content for me for YouTube live stream. Helio's going to love it. So there you go. All right, cool. I'll be RP.
Yeah, what I really can't stand is when, go get him, MJ, is when they're up there in the VC check-in, especially at a ladies' night, they'll sit up there, and talk to those people for an hour. And we're sitting here in the live stream just talking to each other. I mean, we used to just send them in here. I don't know why people think that's some kind of it's not supposed to be like a extreme screening process where you're not allowed to get through unless what? You already know it's flat, or what? You're a cantankerous Prof. Phil type? I don't know what they're looking for. I mean, just send us whoever, as long as they can have a conversation.
It's true. Well, yeah, as long as they can converse, have a volley, an adult volley.
But you know what, Glavflobe? I think what we were talking about those last 2, doctrine over person and dispensing existence, if we're talking about Not religious control systems. Although the globe, I mean, basically the globe is a religious control system, right? They just call it government, but it's basically a religion. Just people have not consciously signed up for it, but they've gone through all the indoctrination rituals, going to kindergarten the first day, that's AKA your first Holy Communion to the globe, and so on. It assumes that the social contract people participate in has some kind of meaning to them if they actually care about, the future of the world, their children, carrying on civilization, leaving the world better than how they found it, and so on. A lot of these people are fine with the social contract the way it is. I give you my blind obedience and loyalty to the globe. You give me constant sci-fi entertainment, junk food to keep me numb to the world, so I could just sit here in my living room and not think about anything. I mean, a lot of people, I think, are just, I don't know what the percentage is, but some, a lot of people are fine with what they're getting out of this. So that's the problem, isn't it? I mean, people are not all seekers, right? They're not all looking for the world to be a place that has meaning, depth, and so on.
Right. They just want to be told what to do. That's all.
Oh, there's this, the friend of MJ, Crosby 7885. Welcome to the server.
About to leave, but just as I hopped back in there, Nathan told me something. Nathan, could you go on?
Oh, and Ash is here too. Oh, yes. Hello, Nathan.
Hey, Dandelion. It's nice to hear your voice. MJ, I completely forgot what I was saying. Sorry, buddy.
Their version of gravity on flat Earth. So they're flat earthers. They believe the Earth is definitely flat, and gravity is a thing that they go with.
Wait, so flat Earth but gravity?
Yeah, that's what I heard when I went back in there. So
can't wait.
Enjoy.
Send them down.
Yeah,
they're already in here.
Yeah, Ash.
Ash is really high.
Okay.
Ash.
Yeah, and then you got two individuals, which is Crosby and I took your clout, right? Where are you?
Yeah,
I see Crosby 7,885.
Yeah.
Who's the other person?
Took your clout.
Took your clout. Huh, why did you take my clout? Took your clout?
It's not possible to take Dandelion's clout, I'm afraid.
Yeah, not possible.
Hello.
I'm just going to take it back then. Hello, Ash.
So yeah, gravity on Earth, it like keeps.
Right now, suddenly his mic is not working.
Hello.
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah, like it keeps us, it protects us from the pressure of the atmosphere and prevents us from taking damage. Does that make sense? That's what gravity is.
It does not make any sense whatsoever, Ash. It makes no sense. Is there a reason, do you, science fiction, is that something that you really like?
No.
Are you a science fiction writer?
I actually do a lot of research, and I am a scientist.
Yeah, you're a troll.
Talk as your talk as your regular self. I mean, we told MJ it's fine. We want you guys to come down here. We want to talk to you, but we want to talk to you as your real self, not as your fake self.
I'm being dead ass right now. Like,
honey, we can hear that. You can barely keep from laughing. I mean, come on. Why don't you just talk to us as a normal person? Who are you really?
Ash, that's a pretty good job there with the transgender stuff. You look like a pretty girl, but you do not sound like a pretty girl.
Ash, I'm very curious. How come Crosby and I took your clout is not talking anymore? How come Ash is the one talking right now?
I don't know. I don't know.
I was just trying to make a joke, Ash. So Ash, do you think?
We record this.
Oh yeah, we record this, by the way, Ash.
Yeah,
so
broadcast on YouTube 24/7. So if you're looking for content for your lame Twitch channel, might want to just move on.
They tell them it's being streamed on all four: Periscope, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Right, continue. What is your question?
My question is, who are you really? You're clearly not a scientist. So who are you really? What's your interest in the flat Earth? So you're new to the topic of flat Earth, I can see.
Yeah, I am new. I started about a month ago.
What did you find out a month ago, Ash?
I've been watching a lot of, YouTube videos.
What was
and
your
I've been on
favorite one? Ash, what content in the YouTube video really struck you the most?
Professor Dave. He is
Okay.
my favorite.
Okay, well, let's
He
start there.
explained.
He's been destroyed. Professor Dave has been destroyed so many times, we can't even count. I'll find some of the videos for you and put them in the live stream voice text here. He relies on straw man. Are you familiar, Ash, with what a straw man fallacy is?
No.
Okay, so that's when, for example, these people like non-Professor Dave, they are people who oppose the concept of flat Earth. They say they're defending the globe, but they really aren't, because there's nothing to defend there. It's a pure fantasy. So they have to spend their time propping up straw man. If a person doesn't have a good argument, so here in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0, we have good arguments for the things that we profess here, for the explanations that we give. We have lots of documented evidence to back it up. I put the link to the live stream there in case you're interested. I'll also give you a link to our wiki page. Each one of these observations is impossible on a globe of dimensions claimed. Many of us here in the server have done the observations and measurements ourselves, and so on. We are scientifically minded people. We believe that for a scientific question, you have to be able to make a natural observation. That would be step one, which is impossible in terms of the globe, because the globe is not observed anywhere. It's merely a figment of people's imagination, a cartoon that's created, admitted by NASA, CGI, Photoshop cartoon that's created in the NASA offices. So anyway, my point is these people who are trying to... What?
Before you,
Hello?
so did you mentioned that NASA in their offices are making this shit up, like editing using Photoshop of
Yeah,
the
I
globe
just
and
put
the
a
Earth.
quote. Yep, look, took your clout. Can you see the live stream voice text?
No, where is it?
Okay, let's see. I'll
Oh, I
try
see
to
it. I see
tag. Okay, yep. And Robert's put the link to the actual page at nasa.gov of Mr. Blue Marble, Robert Simon, explaining to you how he's created the image of the globe. I put a quote, an image, if you look up a little further than Robert's link at 1123, his link at a little bit above that, still 1123, is my image from that page where Robert Simmons says, "Then we wrapped the flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how the Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue marble." So basically, you've got NASA admitting they create the images. So these people like Clown Prof Dave, which I won't forget to get you the refutations, because all he can do is lie, put up a straw man model of what he says flat earthers think and say, which is nothing like what the real flat earthers in this server. Congratulations, you've made it to the real flat earthers. Not one of us say any of the stuff he claims we say, but not only that, he takes the deception another level, and he sits there and says, "Here's my 10 things that no flat earther has ever refuted," even though I can sit here and give you video after video after video, people going through his 10 stupid things and refuting them categorically, no debate left, destroying Prof Dave left, right, and center, yet he still has the audacity to go out there and make money on YouTube off of lying to children like you. And so if that's where you're getting your information, I'm sorry to be the one to tell you he's a fraud and his information is inaccurate. So is that surprising to you? Took your clout that on NASA, on NASA.gov, they actually come right out and say that it's a CGI image. Does that surprise you? Took your clout?
I want to read the article for
Okay, cool.
myself before I make presumptions.
All right, take your time. Let us know what you think.
And Took Your Clout, thank you for listening to Dandelion, because I was worried about Ash not being able to pick up on everything that she was talking about. I was going to throw him under the bus right away, and then you come in and save the day. So please do click on the link and read it for yourself. And yes, we don't want you to believe us. We would want you to verify everything that we say as well. By that meaning, anything we say, you should be able to test yourself to know if it's true or false. Simple. All right, I got it wrong. Oh man, okay, enjoy.
Dandelion. You know what's mansplaining, right?
I do. Yep.
Yep. You just did women's splaining.
Does that mean they tuned me out? Does that mean they tuned me out and went to get a beer sometime in there? That's fine. Just humor me. Just say, "Oh, you're a dandelion." That's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Oh, they just want to distract.
Yeah, I don't know, Ash. What's your response to that? I can't remember what the original question was. We went through the Blue Marble, but we were going through something before that.
You were asking.
I don't remember what I was saying.
You were asking, what a straw man is.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, do you understand the concept of the straw man?
Actually, could you please repeat the concept of the straw man fallacy, please?
I could. I don't. Unless somebody else wants to say it, maybe they could say it in a different way. That if you didn't understand it the way I
It's when
said it.
somebody makes an argument for you that you haven't made.
Yeah, it's just a misrepresentation of someone's argument to make it easier to attack. That's basically it.
That is a good definition. Thank you, Nathan. Yeah, it's called a straw man because straw men are easy to burn down and destroy. Yeah, but whereas what we actually, the flat earth arguments in reality are iron ships. Impossible, unsinkable, you might even say.
But ships can be sink and melted.
All right, Ash. Yeah, you tell me when you got some kind of thing to destroy the flat Earth ship because it hasn't been done yet. All we got are people with little pea shooters that try to that chant their magic words like refraction while they're shooting peas at the hull of this iron ship called the flat Earth.
Wasn't he a flat earther?
I am.
Yeah.
That's what he said. He got his
Dave
information.
videos.
Yeah, he got his
Watch Dave
information.
videos.
Yeah, I started
Kinda
like
dishonest.
a month ago.
Yeah.
I don't understand why people.
So now his voice is different. Anybody noticed? Doing a different shtick now.
Hello.
Yeah, that's why I asked him, Roger, at the beginning. Just be yourself, Ash. We don't care if you're okay. Maybe they didn't explain to you in the check-in. We don't care if you're a flat earther. In fact, we're more interested in talking to globe believers. I mean, not to say that I love talking to flat earthers myself. I mean, that's what I enjoy. I could do that all day long.
Same.
But yeah, sure. But to me, it's like very interesting. To me, the flat earth is just obvious. You figure out the math, it makes sense. There it is. Let's talk about other stuff. But people who cling to the globe, despite there being no evidence to back it up, that's interesting psychological study to me. I still haven't, completely understood why that happens. I have a lot better idea than I used to have. So that's why we're more interested in hearing your globe persona, your globe believer. Because if you watch this so-called Professor Dave, you believe in the globe. That's what he pushes. So why don't you just admit that and tell us why you think you live on a spinning globe, Ash?
I don't understand why people don't believe me. I started believing that the earth was flat about a month ago. And
You say that without laughing. That's why you don't. Okay, go back and listen to this. Like you want to be someone who's deceptive and fools people. I shouldn't even tell you because I don't want you to get better at that because you're not good at it. That's what we're trying to tell you. That's why we don't believe you. You're not good at fooling people. You can't keep. We have better liars here. I mean, if you stick around, some of them might come in that could teach you how to lie better, or go over to Gem Pandas. Maybe is that what you want? You want to be a better actor, or you could go to drama school. Is that what you want?
That wasn't very nice.
Oh, what part didn't you think was nice? Being honest to people and telling them how they come across is not nice? Who said that? His friend? Took your clout? Who said that?
Crosby.
Crosby, what part did you think? Oh, Crosby, what part did you think wasn't nice? Tell me so I can try to be nicer. Because my resolution is actually to be kinder and gentler. So tell me which part because I thought I was just being helpful to him because he apparently wants to be a person who's good at deceiving people and is a better actor. That wasn't helpful, what I said?
You see, I can see why you think he would be lying. But,
you can't even get the sentence without laughing. Come on.
Oh, clowns. But I'm not laughing though.
That's right. You didn't actually let yourself laugh. We've lived on this earth longer than 15 years. We can tell when people are messing around. What's the Why don't you guys
Exactly.
just talk to us honestly? You're not
we
flat
are.
earthers. That's obvious. Why do you
It's an,
think you live on a
you're
spinning
assuming.
globe, Crosby? I asked
I'm
him
not.
what convinced him, and he said, Professor Dave, come on. He doesn't even have a good enough story. At least the other Globers that come in here do a little research to find out what they're
You
supposed to
see,
say.
Ash is high, so you don't listen. You shouldn't be listening to Ash.
Okay, so Crosby, what convinced you that the Earth was flat? What was the best piece of evidence you saw?
For one, most globalists, whatever you call them, use fish-eyed lens, which make the Earth
Better.
appear as if
He got a D
it is.
minus. I'm giving you a D plus for that one. That's an improvement. Yep, let's keep going. Let's see if we can get any further than that. Keep going.
You see, most globalists, I don't know what you refer to them as. Most globalists use fish-eye lens, which gives the illusion that the Earth is curved, while a test I conducted with Took Your Cloud while Ash was doing his own thing. We used a GoPro, which gave us way more believable results than what
GoPros have
these people.
fisheye lenses, so
Oh shit!
you're off. You're
No, it was
yeah.
a
So you just made this shit up, right? GoPros have
No,
fisheye lenses. You just made this shit up. Well, post a video
no.
then. Post it, Crosby.
Okay,
So,
okay. Where should I post it?
well, you can
DM it to
DM it.
somebody. Yeah, it's not going in the stream. We're
You
waiting on
you
your
can't send videos in
parade.
Discord.
Yeah, but I want to know this. How does fisheye lenses prove the Earth is flat again?
Because it gives the illusion that the Earth is curved.
No, that would disprove the globe. That wouldn't prove the Earth is flat.
You see, the thing is, wait,
That you don't know how to think.
yeah, no. I just have a cough going on, so
No, that you don't know how to think. So that's why you do dumb things like use backwards reasoning.
are you mansplaining to me while I'm trying to
I'm not
mansplain?
mansplaining. I'm
Yeah.
making an accurate description of your intellectual prowess.
That's not very nice of you. I'm trying to give you.
Yeah, well, we don't need that. We don't need dishonest people here. So either you be honest, Crosby,
So
or accept
exactly.
accept being told off, right? Either you're being honest or accept being told off. What's gonna
You
be?
see, I'm being honest, but I know fuck all
Yeah.
about cameras. But
Right.
and I'm still new to this, so these terms are all still so new to me.
My question is, why would you lie?
Where
It's a
was I
great
lying?
question. Elbow TV, great question. Well, why would people in general, Crosby, tell us this? It's just purely theoretical because we know, yeah, you're a flat earther. Why would a teenager, just explain this to us because it happens a lot here, not that it's happening now, just in theory, because I know you like theories. Why would a teenager come into a flat earth server and pretend to be a flat earther? Why do you think they would do that?
Why?
You see,
Wait, Crosby, chill. Crosby took your clout and I set out to finally disprove everyone's thoughts and opinions. Like all the globalists they are wrong. We need to come together as a community and finally show them why the earth is flat. So we wanted to come here looking for support and find people that think like us, So I don't appreciate the fact that you guys are
If
like
you want to find
attacking us
people
for no
that think
reason.
like you, try preschool.
Yeah.
Try preschool.
That was really funny. Anyways, so we are here to look for people that believe that the earth is flat as well.
Nobody believes the Earth is flat.
What?
It's not a belief. See, the globe is the belief. See, you've never experienced the Earth as a globe. That's a belief. Okay. But you've experienced the Earth as flat and motionless. That is not a belief. That's knowledge.
he just didn't use his words right. Of course, the fact that the Earth is flat is not a belief; it's a fact. it's common sense. But
It
you
is
just didn't
common
work.
sense. You're exactly right, because that's what you sense. When you look out onto the earth with your eyes, you see that it's flat.
Yeah.
Seeing is a sense.
Exactly.
It is common
Exactly.
sense.
Flat.
So what sense do you sense the globe with?
You can't. That's the thing.
Yeah, you can't.
So why do you think people think the earth is a ball?
Because people are
The
slow
gov,
and
the
incompetent.
government, the government is
Because of
lying
what's
to
being
us.
posted on the internet, yes. They believe of
Yeah.
what's being
Government?
posted on the internet.
Yes.
The irony, man. The government's lying to you, but I'm a kid that came in here and lied. But I'm going to ask, why would the government lie? And then I'm going to go, oh, I can't conceive of why the government would lie. That's why flat earth is ridiculous. But I don't know why I myself am lying. It's very confusing, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. I'm so lost. What are you on about?
What am I on about? All three of you came in here lying, okay?
That is a wrong assumption. You're
Most likely
It's
assuming.
not an assumption. It's a
Anyway,
100%
let him continue. Let him
fact.
continue.
It's a 100% fact that all three of you are lying, right?
Prove it. Prove it.
Yeah, prove it.
What's the rate of curvature?
Fucking. How am I meant to know? I'm new to this shit.
Because so what? How would you know if the Earth is flat if you don't know how much it's supposed to curve or not curve?
How the hell are you meant to know if the
What's your
world
best
is
piece of
fucking
evidence
globe?
the Earth is flat? How about that one?
If you see, we have these things on our faces called our eyes, and
Yeah.
if they used to see, right?
Yeah.
And I've seen what a ball looks like, and I've seen what a flat plate looks like. So if you know how to
Flat
use your
plate.
eyes,
See, you just gave it away again. We don't think
what
the Earth is a disc in space.
yeah. So
Yeah,
that's what
it's
I'm
not a
saying.
plate.
It's a
It's not a
fucking
space plate. It's not a space disc.
it's
There is
an
no outer
example, my G.
space.
My G, it is an example.
Yeah.
It is just I'm using a
Outer
flat plate because
space
it's a flat
doesn't
surface.
exist, dude. Outer space.
When did I say outer space? I didn't say none about outer space, but I used the flat plate as an example.
Oh, are they British, like pretending an American accent? Is that what they're trying to do?
No, wait, no.
No.
Hey, lady, mic down.
Nobody
Doesn't it
in
kind of sound like that?
America,
His British came out there.
nobody in America says, "What are you on about?"
Oh shit! Are you sure? Are you
But
sure about
British
that?
trolls are the fucking lowest of low trolls, man. They're terrible.
Dude, they're
Come on,
low
boys, up
energy
your game,
trolls.
please. You're embarrassing this island here.
You're embarrassing the other trolls.
We're not trolls, though.
We are not trolls.
Okay. Look at it like this.
You're inbreeders.
How,
Yeah, we know.
How often do you not get trolled around here? Be completely honest.
All the time.
Out of 1 out of 10, troll wise, you're like a -5.
Okay, and how long before they break character? Because we would have broken character, and if we
You guys don't have to break character. We detected it immediately.
you see
We've been doing
you're
this.
assuming because we
We've
lack the
been doing this a
knowledge.
long
We were
time,
hoping you
dude.
guys
You're
would
a
teach.
rookie. This is
Do you
literally
want to,
your first time here. I've
Yeah,
talked
we're
to
rookies.
thousands of
I've
people. I've
I've
talked
been
to
here before,
thousands of
actually.
people over the period of 4 years.
We
Damn.
didn't claim to
you
be
know what
In
this
like
is
5
all akin to?
sentences, we already know you're full of shit. In
Look,
5 sentences.
it's
See,
funny.
you're new at this, and you think like, oh, I'll go in there and I'll do something clever. You're like asshole number 3095 that's tried this. It's so detectable. It is so obvious. Like, listen, you would try to sneak into the KGB wearing like one of those furry Russian hats and go, "Das Vidanya, I'm Russian. Look, I got the furry hat," and thinking you're fooling the fucking KGB because you got a furry hat on. That's what you're like when you come in here. It's so fucking obvious. It's disgusting. You'd go to the Mexican embassy wearing a sombrero. Hey, I'm Mexican. Look at my sombrero.
With a taco.
Like,
It's got a
serious.
big
Damn, bro.
Oh, I got tacos
Damn,
too,
bro.
so I'm Mexican.
That was hilarious. That was
Bro, you sound
hilarious.
It was
British. Are
pretty
you
funny.
good?
It was funnier than your joke, Mr. Ash.
It was funny,
Hey, no one knows
I
India.
have not.
You know what's funny, India?
It's
Because
so obvious. It's painful.
it was funny is that I as soon as I came in, the two words that he said, I was like, "Yep, what a troll." It's just like I immediately it's ridiculous how easy you guys are. You know,
And
But
okay.
I'm
and
not
not
sure.
Why
original.
it's easy?
exactly.
Listen, I'm going to tell you guys why it's easy. Because
Why?
you try to act like what you think flat earthers are like, but you have no idea what we're like. So your portrayal, your bias, your
No, we
stereotype,
do know
whatever
what
you
you're like,
think,
bro. What do you mean?
We
your
do know
idea
what
of what
We do
we
know what
are
you're
and
like.
we
what
are.
we think and why we think it is so completely wrong
We
that
are
it's
like.
obvious
We are the
because
same. We are part of the same
No,
community.
we're the exact same. We both believe in something that doesn't exist. What do you mean?
Exactly.
no, the way you think is the problem.
It's the
It
exact
allows you
same as
to
you.
think.
Yes.
How can you be the same? You don't even know the rate of curvature.
It's so
So,
hilarious.
Believe.
You don't even get it, man. You guys are so your speds.
so we believe in objective reality, right? Is that a
Yeah.
belief when you look through your eyes to the world? Is that a belief, or is that your experience?
Okay. I.
So
Okay.
so
So shut the
I
fuck
ask
up.
you a question. I ask you a
Yeah.
question.
Shut the
Okay.
fuck
Is
up.
that an
Let him
experience,
speak.
or
Let
is
him
that
speak. Let him
believing?
speak. Let him speak.
So
Crosby.
no, Ash,
Why?
because I guess Tooth took your cloth. You said we believe in something that doesn't exist. Is that what you said?
Yes, the flat
No,
earth.
Yeah. So
bro.
if I measure my table, right? If I look at my table, I can believe it's 1 meters wide, right? But when I actually measure the damn thing, I know its dimension. Is that then a belief or knowledge?
Motherfucker, that's just using math. Are you telling me you're gonna go around with the measuring
So
tape all over
so
the earth, measuring the
Holy
fucking width of the earth?
so you are
Just learn how to
LARPing
swear.
then, right? So you are LARPing then, right? You're not a flat earther.
I would like to be.
You lied.
Yeah.
You lied,
Hello,
right?
how's it going?
Okay. So that's
Yeah.
out of the way. That's out of the way.
Good. Yay.
Okay.
Good job, Roger.
So
You
that's out
took
of the
that
way, right?
hood
So
right off.
of course you can. Do you think you can measure 10 miles on Earth? Do you think
Yes.
that can be done, right? So if we
Yes.
measure over 10 miles, right, there should be curvature, and there is none.
What?
There should be 66 feet of curvature, and there is never one. There's never curvature there. None.
I lost so many brain cells listening
Bro,
for what
Yeah,
you
you
just
don't
said.
have any. You don't have any. So how would you lose some?
No, bro.
Bro,
Think
listen to
about it,
yourself,
No, you
right?
man.
should think of it
You
logically.
believe
If the Earth is a
even.
sphere, then it will curve. If there's curve, you can use a
Bro,
linear laser to
no.
measure the curve.
No, that doesn't make sense because there are different terrains on Earth.
So
So there
water,
could
right?
be.
So every
Yeah.
military on Earth, right? Battleships, they use lasers to acquire targets 20, 30, 40 miles away. They acquire the target and they shoot the damn thing, right? If all of the water measures flat, and you can do this yourself, right? This is what we all are all saying. You can go to a beach and do this yourself. Please do it, right? Don't trust us. Don't believe us. Don't trust your screen. Go to a beach and do it yourself, right? And if all of the water measures flat, and they claim 71% of the water of the Earth is covered with water, then it cannot be a ball, right? And the only way you observe water, if it's in your glass, in your bathtub, in your pool, in a small lake, big lake, sea, or ocean, to you it's always flat. Water always seeks its level. We use water to build. And the water is always flat and level in rest. And we shoot lasers over water. 24 miles, and there's no curvature.
Roger, if sometimes when people lack common sense, it's hard to get your point through.
Maybe. So they conceded we can measure 10 miles on Earth, right? And if there's no curvature there,
Like, if the
So
Earth is a sphere, you have to measure curvature, period. If you can't measure curvature, it's not a sphere. That's how it works. And if you can't
People can-
prove there's curvature, you can't say it's a sphere.
right? So you're from the UK, probably, right? People can see Calais from Dover, 23 miles. Shouldn't be happening on a ball.
Well, took your
Oh my
clout. There's two ways
days.
you can view it. You can view it as either they lied about the actual radius or the Earth is flat. That's how you can take it. So which one is it? Are they lying about the radius or is it flat? Because they're lying about something, and that's guaranteed.
Wait, say that again. I wasn't listening.
Okay, never mind.
Nah, bro, say it.
I'll repeat myself when you're ready to pay attention.
I am.
I'm
So
playing a
speak.
game right now. I'm pretty busy. There's a lot
Did you guys
more.
take away
All
Crosby's
these flat
funds to
earthers
speak?
here are much. They're
Wait.
much better with the flat earth stuff than I am. So you should probably ask them. I only
Where's
know
the guy that was speaking?
I don't know. They're a group that came in, took your clout. I'm a real boy who used to be called Ash, and Crosby 7,885.
Can you guys unmute Crosby?
Oh, is Crosby muted? Okay.
Yeah.
Can you act like an adult?
Yeah,
Did you
I
have
will.
something to add, Crosby?
Actually, I don't know. I had nothing to add. I am sorry that we came off on the wrong foot. We are sorry if we offended you. We just wanted to
Dude, try
improve.
not to laugh, please. Come on.
I'm not. I'm just trying to find the
That's
word.
just
You're
how he
almost
sounds.
giggling like a little
It's
girl. Come
Crosby. It's
on.
just Crosby. It's interesting.
That's
I
how
mean,
he
you
sounds.
have a misconception of, like was just explained to you by these other gentlemen. You have a misconception of what flat Earth is, who we are, what we think, and so on. So you displayed that from minute one. I would recommend, Ash, that you don't impersonate a scientist anymore. You're not going to get away with that. That's why Indo gave the analogy of you going in with your fur hat into the KGB. That's how ridiculous it is, because you're talking about people who have spent years doing real science, real observation, trying to find some proof of this curvature. I put the two, hopefully Ash saw them. I put the two refutations of non-Professor Dave's lies, one from Nathan Oakley and one from Don't Fear the Truth channel, of the 10 challenges for flat earthers.
Can I say
completed? I'll
something?
put whoever it is. Yes, you can be next. Whoever that was that just said that. Who is it that just said that? Because I'm looking for something for
I
you.
want to talk about a philosophical idea whenever you're done.
Who is this that's saying that?
Jesus incarnate.
Oh, okay. Okay, so anyway, Crosby, I'm going to put another video into the live stream voice text. So I understand when you guys are with your friends, you can't necessarily be seen in public to take any of this seriously. So hopefully if there's at least one out of the three of you or anyone else listening who would like to actually determine what's really going on here on this earth where you were born, which it's your birthright to understand it. You do not have to just believe the cartoons on TV. I mean, life can be fun and enjoyable, but that doesn't mean you have to give up all reason and logic and just, live at an animal level for the rest of your life. You can actually try to harness the brain given to you to actually determine reality, which is what we do here, which is why it doesn't take long for us to realize, oh, you're just faking, going off what you think we are. You're still doing it when you apologize if you offended us. I think that was already explained earlier. It's not us. We already, have already researched this and understand what's going on. It's a matter of whether you would like to, in your life, face reality or not, your choice. So anyway, the video I put up for you at 11:49 after the hour. Yeah, took your clout. The cult is the globe cult. I'd be happy to discuss that if you would like, or you can rewind the live stream. We just talked about that a couple hours ago, why the globe is a cult, a religious cult. Absolutely. We are not the cult. We're the anti-cult. But we understand that you can't grasp that. It's fine. Like I said, you can decide whether to use your mind or not. If you decide to use your mind, at 49 minutes after the hour, I posted a video by Dr. John D., PhD, which, like most of us who decided, who came to realize the obvious mathematical fact that the globe is a lie, is we started out wanting to disprove it, like you did. But we weren't fooled by the Professor Dave. But you're young. Okay, so we get it, and you have possibly not had a good education. That's fine. We acknowledge the education system is bad, but it's easy
Just like
today
America.
to educate
I'm
yourself.
sorry.
Okay, so let me just finish this little thing about Dr. John D. So anyway, he has a video there where you can watch it. You can decide for yourself, but it's up to you. I mean, it's up to you whether you want to take this seriously or keep laughing. I mean, that's your choice. Let's let him
Not a good
respond before we
education.
go on. Jesus. Let's let him respond if he has anything to say. Who is it that said that we were a call? Who was that? Which one of you guys was that? Oh, that's took your clout.
That was me. Mm-hmm.
Explain to me why you think that.
Because you guys believe the earth is flat. You built a whole community on people brainwashing them. Well, I couldn't say brainwashing. It's your American school system that does most of the work. But you really believe that the earth is flat. It's fine.
Dude, I'm British. We got British
He's not
people, we got
wrong.
Australian
I know
people,
I'm
we got people
I don't
all
care where you
across
are.
the world.
I don't care if you're
What are you
Nigerian,
talking
bro. I
about?
don't care.
He thinks the American school
Are you?
system brainwashes us to think that the earth is flat. What the hell?
Your American is beyond calling.
Stupid.
My man, when you came in, when I actually came into the call, one of y'all was talking about gravity. Y'all didn't even know how to explain gravity correctly. What the hell?
Ebony TV, bro. Just let him speak, bro. Just chill.
It's funny though, man. It's funny.
No,
they can't even explain their own.
no. I'm sorry. Ebony TV. This man's funny. I don't
Pretty
think he's
funny. That
funnier
is
than
pretty
me, but
funny.
he is
Maybe
funny.
we should change his name to Ebony TV. Who was that? Took your clout. At least they're the real selves. When they came in, Elijah, they were playing parts, and they're much better now.
We were just over at Jim's. Oh man.
How did
Such
that go? What
gold when
happened
you
over
go
there?
there.
What did Witsit do? He presented the RC boat video.
Well, it took about an hour to do because they're so on the defense. They can't just objectively receive facts. They have to preemptively strike at every turn and every opportunity they can, which is every minute and every 30-second interval. Anyway, so he's he's just asking them basically, isn't it their claim that things could, don't disappear bottom up over flat surfaces? That's impossible. And they kept, no, I don't recall. Why are you trying to get us in a gotcha? Maybe you have some evidence of something that maybe we have to take into account. Did you or did you not say that things only disappear bottom up due to earth curve? Well, it depends on the circumstance and the bottom. Yo, yo, yo. Why are you trying to straw man us? This is they started curse. They were cursing and they were like so irate. It was hilarious. Like everybody. It was the funniest thing I've of this year so far.
Can I say something?
Man, you are waffling.
Yeah, you talking
Can
shit.
I say something?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
What's the circumference of the Earth without googling it?
Bro, who knows that, nigga? What the fuck?
Waffle. Waffle. You're a
Yeah,
limp.
we know you
A
have like an
limpet.
attention span of 5 seconds. He's not
Sounds like he's got
waffling.
some ticks
He
too.
spoke for like 2 minutes.
So you reply to who knows that in a conversation in a 2,000-year-old debate about the geometry
I
of the
have
Earth.
never.
You dumb as shit.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Jesus incarnate.
Are you all familiar with Plato's philosophy of the allegory of the cave?
Yes.
Okay, I was just about to talk about that. So
The young people might not be. I don't know who's saying
I'm
yes,
young.
but
I'm young. I know about it.
Yeah, go ahead. Describe it. Let's talk.
So there's 3 men in a cave and they're chained down. They don't know anything but darkness in there with a fire. That's all they know is fire and darkness. One man breaks free from his chains and walks out and sees beautiful light, a beautiful planet, and he comes in to say to the guys, "Hey, you need to break from your chains. You need to go and see this world that's so beautiful." And you know what they did? They didn't just reject his claim, they fought him because they were so indoctrinated by the reality that they were living in that cave that they never thought that there could be something else that's real. And
yeah,
they didn't even want to look. They just fought. That's it.
Yep.
Yeah, only problem with that story is nobody goes out, looks up in the sky, sees a light, and says, "There's a planet." Look, what's that light? That's what they would have said. Hey, come outside, guys. There's a whole bunch of lights outside. I don't know what they are. Yeah,
And
you're crazy.
this
You're
Plato
crazy.
ideology has
Lights
Wait,
saved
in the
their modern
sky.
times to
What? Where
inflect
would
I
what even is what are you talking about, right? No
These
one
people think
cares.
these
You're
guys still
rambling.
think they still are. We've been trying, Elijah, but we haven't gotten them off the straw man model. First they came in to pretend to be flat earthers. Now I got this Crosby in the voice text telling me to go jump off this imaginary pancake of yours. So again, there's another example of the straw man model we
I
were
have a
trying to
question.
explain to
I
you.
I have a
So
detect
question.
a
Yeah,
massive lack
you,
of self-esteem with these guys.
I
probably.
have a
well,
question.
the bottom
Um,
line is, he exposed himself when he said, "Who the fuck knows that?" Like the circumference in a conversation about the geometry of the Earth. That's very ignorant. And
anyways,
Yeah.
here's to you, brother, for
do
showcasing how
you guys
ignorant you are
believe?
It's
on the
British
internet.
Hold on,
trolls,
hold on, chill,
Elijah. They don't
chill.
even know how to fucking tie their shoelaces.
What's your
So
question? I'm a real
do
boy.
you?
You can wait. We will let you ask your question. You didn't have to keep talking while Elijah was
Okay,
talking. So I
my
heard
bad,
you
my
say,
bad, my bad,
can I ask a question? This is how the moderation
my
works.
bad.
Okay. Now I'm going to say, you may ask your question. I'm a real boy. Go ahead.
Okay, so do you guys believe that the moon is real or fake?
Listen,
Do you ever
That's
meet
a
your
hold
dumb
on.
dad?
question.
Wait.
Sorry.
Listen. If you're asking me if I believe what you've been indoctrinated to believe, what I've been indoctrinated to believe, what that thing is when we look up there, if you're asking me, then I'm going to go ahead and believe that. No. What it
Um,
is something that's objectively there. We all can see it. We all know that it goes full. It does weird things a couple of times a year that people think is a shadowing for whatever reason, which is ridiculous. We could talk about that if you want. Um,
I
but
don't even know what to think that they know what that
is it
would
a
be.
real thing? Clearly,
Yeah.
because the only things that aren't real, that aren't tangible, are thoughts. Clearly, I can see that. That's not a thought in my mind.
Yeah,
wait,
there's
but
something
So
up there.
obviously, it's real.
but but one of you said that space isn't real.
Okay, and
But but
That is a
Planet
myth. Oh, fuck
something like
that.
that.
okay,
Yeah.
so
Oh my
okay,
god.
so
You,
let me put it in perspective for you. So okay, let me try to go as remedially as I can. I have my hands up like a field goal, right? There's space in between them. Obviously, everybody gets that. Everybody knows what that is. Here's the thing. When you point up into the sky, what you're forced to believe, because you haven't even questioned it, is that, see, we breathe air here, so there's air also between my hands, right? That's what you would call the atmosphere. But what they claim is up there is a vacuum, 10 to the minus 17 torr, which means there are very little particles or anything. That means there's a lot of space between particles, basically nothingness, something we've never experienced. But that's what we're told is up there. Do I believe that? No, I do not. Do I believe that the sun is a ball of gas that's 340 billion times the pressure here on Earth in a vacuum with nothing to contain it? No, I do not believe that story because that's foolish, because that goes against the laws of thermodynamics. I don't know if you've heard of that, but Google is at your fingertips.
Oh, are they gone? Oh no, Ticker Puff.
no, they're tech skanking now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, were they just quiet? Was that what happened?
I don't know if any of them
They're
have a
in chat.
response.
They're
Did
in
any of
chat,
you
like just
have
constantly typing.
Okay. Yeah, I see they're trying to turn it into an American thing, which I think is very funny. Like, I don't know, I find that very funny.
Yeah, I also
There,
find it funny how
there's,
Americans believe in flat Earth, yo.
I mean,
First of all, Europe is leading the numbers in flat earthers. Are you talking about, genius?
yeah, per capita, I feel like they've got to have more flat earthers over there on his island, over there, island of Albion, because there's,
South
yeah,
America was leading.
I don't know.
You
Like
guys don't know
Brazil and
anything.
that. Well, what do you know, Elijah? Share.
I know the claims that they've made. I know if I've investigated them, and I know those claims are false.
No, I mean about the amount of flat earthers in Europe or America or wherever else.
I don't know. I had a debate at some point in Gems. I had an article that boasted the rate of growth of flat earthers is alarming. So the context clues that I picked up was that there was a rate and it was growing because it was alarming. But I don't have that article right now. I don't know where I could find it because, as you know, it's hard to find things, and I'm not that great a Googler.
I would attest to Europe probably leading because I believe Europeans in general are less indoctrinated than Americans. You've really got everything working against you over there, you know. So I would believe it. I think Europeans find it a lot easier to question things that come from the government and such.
I don't know. It looks about the same to me.
Well, I'm just going off the the claim that Europe is ahead of America as far as numbers. I'm trying to figure out why that is. The only thing I can guess is that they're a bit more open-minded. Not a lot, very slightly. The whole world's totally brainwashed and indoctrinated at the end of the day.
So, Ash, do you have any response to Elijah's response to your question? I mean, basically, you asked if the moon was real. I mean, we see the moon in the sky. Yes, we. That is the thing. We are making observations of reality as we experience it on this earth. We're not just letting the TV or the computer screen dictate this imaginary reality. We don't live in a holodeck. We live in the real world. You're welcome to join us at any time.
So you said the moon doesn't exist, or the moon, you don't believe in the moon. Then what effect does the moon have on the Earth? How do we get to nighttime and then morning?
Why did
Does it just
who
magically
said
happen?
I spent like a couple of minutes explaining
Like
that
you,
it's a real thing.
then where is it?
Then okay, what effect does the moon have on the Earth?
Why aren't you at some NASA forum asking them along with why did they lie?
Because I mean, someone sent me an
Because
article that
this
NASA
is
is
a
promoting by making fucking a fake Earth. That's why I'm here.
but this is a server about the lack of geometry that is all apparent every time we investigate whether or not there's a curve. That's what we do. How the fuck would we be able to make claims about a moon? How do you test a moon? How do you know what a moon is other than what someone has told you it is? Is that honestly not a fair question?
Uh, I don't think you can answer that.
That's because it's a fair question, and this conversation is in his mind to such a level of absurdity that nothing should really make sense at all. We just have to be wrong somehow.
If a
Why?
guy wants to know some
Because I'll
context,
tell you why. Because of the YouTube algorithms and Google and all of the resources they can get, which is not here, because you're really capping yourself in the foot. Because only thing you're gonna know is what people are telling you. Um, I don't know if you've ever had to verify something in your life, but the bottom line and the point that I'm trying to make here is everything that you know to ask us, you've seen from somewhere else. How do we know? Because we get the same questions on a daily basis, asked in the same way.
I have a question.
You don't see a problem with that though? Or you don't see a problem with your inability to answer my previous question for your compadre? I mean, I'm trying to have a dialogue with you, and it's like we're talking with, it's not like we're talking with each other. We're just talking. I'm saying something and you're saying something, and it's not really connecting. And I don't want that to happen here.
We can unfortunately not have a dialogue with people that don't have their mental faculties in order.
Well, I mean, give them a chance. I mean, their silence speaks volumes.
I know, but I just, it's never going to happen when they're in
Well, can you
company of
leave
each
that
other
negative
and their
opinion
friends.
to yourself? Because I'm trying to break ground here.
No, I'm just
I heard what you just were
expressing my
doing.
opinion on it.
Chill. All right.
Okay.
Keep your opinion to yourself. Thank you. Have you ever seen an eclipse in real life?
dude, there was actually supposed to be an eclipse like a year ago. I was waiting for it and I never got to see it. Like the day it was supposed to happen, it never happened.
Just happened a couple of months ago, November.
Okay, I didn't know about that one.
Happens all the time. There'll be one soon
But is it
this
actually
year.
gonna happen?
I don't know which one you were asking. Was it Ash, who's now due with the girl PFP, or is it Took Your Clout? Or I seem that we lost the third one.
Yeah,
I think.
I have a question.
Okay, can you
Um,
answer first before you ask your question, dude? Can you answer Elijah's question? Have you ever seen an eclipse?
yes, I have.
A lunar eclipse?
I don't know what the fuck it was, but I saw it when I was younger.
The eclipse where the moon, you would think it has a shadow on it or it turns red.
Nah.
You only saw the sun one when it gets dark.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Well, I know you still think this is ridiculous, and maybe you're thinking it over, maybe you're not, but consider this for a moment. So an eclipse, a lunar eclipse, is supposed to be where you have the sun, the earth, and the moon in alignment. When this alignment begins to happen, i.e., when the moon enters the area in which the earth is blocking the light from the sun, it begins to cause a shadow on the moon. This is what they claim. This is what Aristotle said the reason or his reasoning for us living on a sphere is in the first place, because you see the earth's shadow, that arc on the moon, and it had to be the earth's shadow. But if you actually see it in real life, the problem is you have the sun in the sky and you have the moon in the sky, so it's obviously not in alignment. But the bigger problem is that the so-called shadow is upside down. If you have the earth that's casting a shadow and you have the moon descending into that shadow, you would expect the occultation to begin at the bottom of the moon, but it appears at the top of the moon. It appears at the side of the moon. This is irregular. It's actually off-putting when you're trying to figure out what's going on when you believe you live on a sphere. But that's just ridiculous. It's just another lie. It's a lot of things that you can investigate, man. It's a lot of things we can tell you if you wanted to be serious. It's funny to laugh and joke and all that, but the bottom line is there's no evidence of curvature anywhere. It's just not a ball. It's not flat. Think of it as a plane. You know what a plane is. You've played games with maps, and there are some areas that are shadowed and some areas that are not. That's a plane. We live on a plane. We fly airplanes over the plane in the air. It's just what it is.
Hey, Elijah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So when these lunar eclipses happen, what is actually going on?
How would I know?
Pardon?
How would I know? Okay, let me
Just
ask you this
asking,
way.
you don't have to give me a
Let me
fact.
ask you, no, what's wrong with me asking you how would I know? Why are you offended?
I'm not offended. I'm not offended,
Right.
dude. Don't
Okay,
worry.
so what's
I'm
wrong
serious. I'm
with
not
me?
offended.
So what's wrong with me asking how would I know?
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you, sir. And what I was gonna elaborate because I figured it might have came off a little harsh, a little hot. So what I mean is, unless I was I had a third party reference, meaning I'm looking at this phenomenon take place somehow. Like, let's just imagine hypothetically, theoretically, if space existed the way they tell us it does. Um, and I was there and I could see the sun, the earth, and the moon and this happening. That would be verification of this happening. Not only is that impossible, they don't have satellites that can do this, even hypothetically, because the distance is too great, quote unquote. They can't even model it. So
What?
how would I really know what to tell you it is? I don't know. It's the moon.
How do you think they get the satellites up there?
What are you talking about?
Like what they call space, high up in the air or whatever. How do you think they get those satellites?
How is that relevant to what I was talking about?
It's not. I'm just asking.
Oh, then I mean, can we stay on topic if you don't mind?
Yeah, keep going.
I mean, yeah, I guess there is nothing else to say. Can't force you to. I mean, you don't have to have an opinion right now. I really just want you to go and investigate. And if you don't have the proper tools or you don't know exactly what I mean by investigate, I could give you what I've done, and I could give you the methodology or the ideology as to why I've done it. And if it logically makes sense, then you decide, okay, this is worth doing myself. This is not indoctrination school. This is reality school.
Yeah, this guy's not telling you to take his word as fact. He's telling you to actually, see it for yourself. So he's not like the typical elementary school teacher that'll just say, "Yeah, we're in space," and you have to accept it as fact.
Hello. Hello. I have a question.
Do you have a
Why
response to what I've been saying this whole time before you
um
ask your question?
no.
Do you have any thoughts about, like, what's your feelings on it then? Yeah, I don't have to ask you like about any specific details. What are your feelings on what I've said? How do you
Um
feel?
to be honest, I wasn't really listening, but I totally agree with what you said.
Mm.
Anyways, you guys say that.
Well, he said you were a dumbass.
Like,
Good thing you weren't listening.
listen.
So I
Yeah.
can agree with it.
Listen.
Gosh.
Let me
Does
speak.
this attitude usually get you far in life? Because to me it seems like a
Yeah.
recipe for disaster. Anywho, what's your
Yeah.
question there, Mr. Ash?
You guys say that the government lies to you or something like that, or lies to us about the earth or whatever.
Can you give
Why?
us an
What
example
reason?
of when they told the truth?
Like,
Just can you give us an
chill.
article or an example?
Let me finish my question.
Can you
Why?
give us an example,
Bro, let me
right?
speak, bro. The fuck? Let me speak.
We already know what you're going to ask. Why would they lie?
Hmm.
We got that. He's going
Yeah,
back to actually say, was a lie perpetrated? In which case, you would have to be giving us an example of truth that we could hold it up against. Give us an example of when you know 100% a government definitely told the whole truth about something. What's your best example?
Hold on, he lied.
That's a good question.
Why did you lie? If you wanted
That's
to
a
lie,
good
they would
question.
lie.
Yeah,
Look at him.
exactly, India.
Ask yourself. Why did you lie?
You already admitted that you guys lied about being flat earthers. Yeah, why did you? And they never asked him directly, and somebody else interrupted and got him out of it. His friend didn't want him to answer. He was going to answer earlier. I think this was the one. One of them was going to answer my question of why would a teenager come to a flat earth server and pretend to be a flat earther? You guys were going to answer earlier, so Ash, can you answer, please? Why did you do that? What was your reason for coming in here, pretending to be a scientist, pretending to be a flat earther? What was your reason for that? Can you tell us why you lied?
I was curious to see how it was from your point of view without getting attacked.
Hey, dude,
Maybe
with
that's
a
why the
girl
government's doing
PhD.
it.
I have an
Maybe the
actual degree
government's
in math and
curious to
physics.
see
What are
what
your credentials?
people will do.
What'd you say, Indio?
I said that maybe the government's just curious what people would do. Maybe they're just trying to find out like how high they can turn up the heat, like what people will buy. Because NASA says things like, "Oh, Uranus smells like farts. The moon is inside Earth's atmosphere. There's a star spinning at 70,000 revolutions per minute. That it rains diamonds on Jupiter." Like maybe they're just trying to figure out how gullible everybody is.
Yeah, do you believe that it smells like farts on Uranus? NASA said it.
Okay.
What a troll!
Okay.
That
Not a
you
joke,
believe that?
dude.
Listen.
It's not a joke, right? That's
You're
what
not
they
making a
actually
joke. This
say.
is a real story, a real news story from NASA. This is not a joke we're making up.
Listen.
So do you
niggas
believe
are
that?
dumb as hell, bro.
Ash?
You niggas are dumb as hell, nigga. You
Yeah.
niggas shut the fuck up, nigga. You spit as hell, nigga. Alabama looking at nigga. Your parents are inbred, nigga.
It's like
Wow.
they just swear words. They totally spiral into like 50 swears that don't even make sense. You have to swear with style. It has to be cool. Y'all ain't good at anything.
That was cool that he, I mean, I muted him obviously, but that was cool that he actually answered that. Yeah, the reason they came in and lied was because they said. But it's interesting because that I feel like that even in itself is a lie about the motive. Because he said that because he thinks that that's what we care about, is being like understood and cared about. He said he wanted to find out how we felt without us attacking him. But that's not true, because you can come in. We have Globers do that all the time, that ask genuine questions about our perspective and listen to the answers. But these boys, clearly that was not their true motive, because then if that was really the reason he was coming, to understand our perspective, then he would have listened to like even one of our answers. I didn't see any evidence that he took in any information while here. So that really was another lie. So when you ask again, why would they lie? You just came up with one possible motive, which Indio said maybe that's the government's motive. But you had another reason to just lie to us again. I asked you again, you lied about why you came in here, lying, saying you were a flat earther and saying you were a scientist. So, you are a liar, asking us, who are trying our best to expose the lies and give people other evidence that they could examine if they are trying to find the truth for themselves. And you ask us why these liars would lie. You're in a much better position, Ash, dude with a girl PFP, to understand why they're lying, because you are a liar. I mean, you come in here and proven to the world publicly on a recorded live stream that you are a liar. So you maybe contemplate that. Why would the government lie? And if you find out, come up with some other reasons, let us know. Like maybe you contemplate, why did I just lie to this woman again about why I lied the first time?
Yeah, How does it feel to literally be a slave, which we all are, and and fight for the slave master side? How you do that when you have overwhelming evidence? How do you do that and ridicule the people who are just trying to free the people that are heavily indoctrinated since childbirth?
They're also trying to convince us that he's not really a slave master. He's our friend.
How do you do that?
I don't know. Good
I
question.
just told you some shit about the moon and you was like, yeah, facts. Y'all niggas retarded. How you do that? Maybe you didn't get it. I don't know. I just told you well, I don't even I don't know what angle I could approach it where I think you would understand at this point. But if you do understand, then you're literally for the slavery. Like, and that's conversations that I've had before, arguments about what people would do and what people wouldn't do if they were literally in bondage. But you're sitting here harassing people for trying to expose the truth to people who don't know information, and they know more information leaving than they did coming in. How are you not trolling NASA right now, bro? How are you not trolling the fake ass Japanese satellites that are supposedly showing you pictures of Earth from fucking its orbit around the moon
Allegory of the
when
cave
that shit
bear.
looks fake as fuck? How?
I know. Can you imagine how much fun it would be to be like a teenager that has all this time on their hands? I mean, theoretically, some teenagers might have jobs, but a lot of them don't, and could just go and troll the Globers. That would be so fun, knowing that your position is unassailable. I mean, some people do, like our little friend Nicholas used to do that. He was a senior in high school and just enjoyed the heck out of going and trolling his teachers, trolling NASA. And so I'm like, yeah, that's like the time you should be enjoying it the most, and yet they're trolling the people who are actually, trying to get them out of it. And he's in the text there, Elijah. I don't know if you saw him saying, "You're calling me a slave?" I mean, it's like they hear these words. It's just like we were talking about loading the language earlier. Like he's going to do some faux being offended by saying that, right? That's that's like a trigger word for that. You're calling me a slave? Like not hearing any of the stuff you're saying and just focusing on that one word. It shut his mind off, right? He's like back to his little robot, puppet mode. It's just outrageous. I've heard them say a few things maybe here that might indicate original thought, but very few. It's like, whoa, is there any sign of life with these kids at all? I don't know.
Yeah. It's fucking shit, eh?
So anyway, dude's muted for his ridiculous little rant there. Tokyo Cloud, did you have any other questions about why the globe model is a complete fantasy? Mr. Tokyo Cloud?
No.
Dude.
What has your process been? Can you take us through coming in here, trolling us, pretending to be flat earthers, actually being honest with us, which I appreciate, because even to just start, you have to talk to us as yourself, which you did start doing, which we do appreciate that. And thank you, Roger, for accomplishing the last step in that miraculous transformation. So have you learned anything? You're going to go out here with the same opinion you had when you came in? Are you going to, like, next time somebody brings up flat earth, are you going to laugh and say that's ridiculous? Or are you going to say, might be something to that, maybe I should look into it further? Where are you at right now, Tokyo Cloud?
I also want to know if people believe in the moon and what effect it has on the earth.
We don't need to believe in the moon. We go out and we see it with our eyes. There's no belief involved. I think we have a problem here with what you've been using the word belief. I mean, that's one reason why we understood from the beginning that you weren't really flat earthers. You're like, I believe in flat earth, but you couldn't come up with one single argument. That's why they asked you the circumference, they asked you the rate of curvature. When I asked you, or not you, but your friend Ash, what convinced him about the flat earth, he said he watched videos. When I asked him what videos, he said Professor Dave. So it's very easy to see that you don't understand the intellectual argument, which is fine. You don't understand the logic and reason behind it. We haven't really presented it to you. I mean, we could do that for you. The question about the moon, which Elijah addressed in great detail, but it's not relevant to the concept of the globe itself, which is what we're standing on, that we're saying we are not standing on a globe. Your idea that we are comes from other people's stories that are not credible. That's why we showed you at the beginning how right on nasa.gov they tell you the image is composite, that we don't live on a globe. There's no evidence of this globe. When we tried to explain to you a little bit, I don't think we got into great details about the observations. For example, I'll put one in the Livestream voice text, Took Your Cloud. That's a view of the city of Chicago across Lake Michigan. It's impossible on a globe of dimensions claimed. It's the same as the Dr. John D video is the same idea. These are all black swan observations. The one particular one I gave you shows buoys that are clearly in front of the horizon. Yet, if we lived on a globe of those dimensions claimed with a radius of 3,959 miles, we wouldn't see those buoys. We wouldn't see the oil rig in the image we call the black swan image. We wouldn't see the city of Chicago. We just are testing their globe model, which is a mathematical model in reality, and we're finding that there's no evidence for it. It's just a claim with no evidence. It's a fairy tale. So we understand how, from your point of view, because you're relatively young, you've heard this propaganda, which you've spouted very faithfully, very well done. You've been listening. So you are capable of listening because you've just spouted the propaganda beautifully. You think flat earth is a cult, which is just laughably absurd. But sometimes people accuse other people of what they are themselves. And in this case, the globe, you will find, is a religious belief because you're taking it on faith. You have no evidence. You've never seen it. You've never experienced rotation of any kind. You've never seen curvature. We're telling you that when we do go out and make observations, we observe a flat earth. We do not measure the curvature that should be there. When we do it with laser tests, you don't even have to you don't even have to do it. You don't have to use just your eyes. People have done it with lasers, and these are well educated. I mean, I don't care what their education level is. It doesn't matter if you're educated or not. You could do it yourself with whatever level you have. But like I said, some of these people, like Dr. John D, PhD, if that's something you admire, we can list a whole bunch of other people with credentials if that impresses you. But it shouldn't impress you because it's something you yourself on your little island, like was mentioned earlier. You could go over to Dover. You could see Calais, France. You should not see that if you lived on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. But if you just want to laugh away, if somehow it helps your self-esteem to imagine that you're smarter than flat earthers, because that's how you came in here, obviously, imagining it'd be easy to fool us. This is a big joke. We're going to pretend we're them for whatever weird reason. Like, if that's entertaining for you, that's fine. You're children. You're allowed to do that. When I was a teenager, we picked up the phone book. We found a name. We called them and said, is your refrigerator running? And they'd say yes. And we'd say, oh, you better go catch it. Like, if this is your version of a prank call and it's entertaining for you, that's fine. We don't care. But 3 or 4 years, when your mind matures a little bit, when you're ready to become a man, take your will, logic, and reason to actually make your mark on the world, not just be a robot puppet being led by the propaganda of the world. Maybe you'll take a second look, bookmark some of the things we've given you here, and go back and look at it when you're ready to make a mature decision.
Yeah, inshallah.
Yeah, I wanna
Pardon?
know if this I wanna know if this troll they're so concerned with the effects of the moon on Earth. Why can't they solve for tides in tensor calculus? Like, why are they asking questions to us when they have questions unresolved in their own fairy tale? In this fairy tale, cartoon, religion, belief, they can't solve for tides. That's two or more masses affected, in their tensor calculus, which is Einstein's field equations. Why can't they do that?
Good question into the break. Excellent.
Good question, I mean. That's a very good question.
Yeah, your model is flawed, deeply flawed. You don't know it. You don't understand it. We get it. You're young and so on. You think all these things have been figured out. We're here to tell you they haven't been. Refraction, as we just demonstrated in excruciating detail earlier today, Indio demonstrated that to us, not explained in their model. And then as into the break just said, tides not explained in their model. They don't have these explanations. You just believe they do because you're taking it on faith, as we mentioned.
And that was a very beautiful and fiery speech you just had there, Mary Mom. But also,
thank you.
It's like I know why they can't let go. It's because the emotion of it. They don't even understand. They're in the matrix. They don't understand what their emotions are tied to because they don't see it. They don't see how the globe is everywhere. They don't see how their favorite anime talks about the globe and talks about the things in space and fantasizes about space, and it's everywhere and they don't see it. But when you say it's not real, this is where their feelings get involved, because all day long they're sitting in the reality that they live on a globe because it's being presented to them every day.
Yeah, when they close their eyes, they think, what is a globe? They picture a cartoon. They don't picture photographs of, reality, beautiful sunsets, beauty of this world. They picture a cartoon that's presented in front of every, cartoon, every movie that's ever been produced. Boom, Universal. Here's a globe. Here's a cartoon that's not made by Universal. Here's more cartoons. And that's what they picture in their mind. In your mind, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So they're painting pictures that is then giving them the words to say, this is what I believe in, is this cartoon, but they don't realize that it's cartoons.
They've never even looked up at a planet before. Like, like they probably look up and say, "Oh, look at those brighter lights. What's that? Damn, that star is bright as fuck." That's what I used to say. I didn't know. I didn't know I was looking at so-called planets. Right? They don't have a fucking clue. They've never looked at what it looks like, what things actually look like. But they have this idea of the solar system, and they go to YouTube, and YouTube shows them, how big they are and how big the Earth is in relation to them, and how big the next biggest planet is, and how big the next, sun is, and then the next, and like it's just this beautiful display of fantasy that you've never seen. Like my like. Yeah, when you're watching all of that and it's reinforcing in your mind what reality is, and somebody comes along and says space isn't real, you can't fathom that. It's actually hurtful, probably. And I don't know. I try to remain as as what's the word? Not in a bubble, or not. I try to be as empathetic as I can, and remember that. Yeah, I used to believe all this stuff too. I just don't understand why, after presented evidence, someone would reject it. That's the part I don't get.
Yes, I know. That's the part because, yes, it was kind of, you have to take it in at first. It's not like we instantly necessarily understood it, but you instantly see there's an argument there. And but people have not been trained, as we know, in proper reason, debate, and logic and so on. So, because most people who have been trained in that realize, oh, there's an argument here I'm not equipped for. I better go do some research before I keep making my claims, because all of their claims are based on assumptions that they assume these other people figured this out. I mean, that I can remember that thought process going through my mind like 5 or 6 years ago when I first started seriously looking into it, like thinking, oh, somebody's definitely figured this out. I just have to find the place where they've done it, right? And then you find out, no, nobody actually did. There's no good explanation. There's just more propaganda. I mean, that's when I saw the fake Prof Day videos and so on and said, oh my gosh, nobody actually has a good explanation for this. So I have to keep looking into it. But at no time did I say, I now have to double down on something I know nothing about and haven't personally researched, and I have to argue for these people that I don't even know and defend them. Like, it's just very bizarre. Yeah, it's very weird.
Agreed. It's bizarre.
And it used to be like, it was unusual, especially to find young people defending the government. Like, that would be very unusual to find. You'd find them. Like, there was one in our high school whose dad was high-powered military guy, who would defend the government. But like, pretty much the rest of the teenagers were like, wow, we don't like the government. What they're doing is ridiculous. Now it's like all these teenagers are little government bots that think it's just fine. It's just bizarre that they've done that in one generation. It's very odd.
Very scary.
They saw the problem with the 70s. So they had to do it.
Because of the young people that did at one time rise up, you're saying. Yeah. I mean, I think they probably orchestrated that. Like, that's the evidence out of like the Laurel Canyon and all that is like, yes, we know this is how young people are. Right. And so we're going to start. Because I remember when I was young thinking like, oh gosh, the 60s, I guess they failed. Like, because it's the same thing for like this thing they say happened a year ago in Washington, D.C. that, obviously orchestrated event. It's like, yep, see what happens when you try to go against us, you fail. I mean, you know what I mean? They've been doing that predictive programming for decades now. Yeah. So it works.
How come they say we have stars out there, but when we take these so-called pictures from NASA, there's no stars in the background of Earth or whatever? How does that work?
Indio said he was going to address something about stars in space. Yeah, that's a good question.
Oh, I got audio of someone doing a presentation about it. It's pretty good, but it's like 30 minutes long. I don't think right now is a good time.
Okay, good. You can play it next time we have a downtime.
Yeah, supposedly everything is apparent projections onto the Atmos air shaped, gas shaped air, or ball shaped air. So, like, nothing is actual, it's all apparent. With that, I would say, you look out, you don't see the boat, you see the boat. That's all actually there. That's actual. What's not actual is any curvature, any blockage. They don't account for diminishing angular perspective when they try to count the feet off the bottom of the boat or count bricks missing, thing like that. But I mean, we all have our perspective, so everything's sort of within a 360-degree dome of your observable reality. Things disappear, they get smaller, 360 degrees up and down, all around.
Santa Cut, what is that picture that you posted? It's like it's a man and there's like eyeball emojis. I don't really know what that picture's all about. What's it supposed to be?
The concave Earth?
What the hell? Concave?
I think they're just
Yeah,
showing you the lens distortion. Or...
That picture confuses me, dude.
What exactly about that picture?
Like everything. I don't know what everything is. The white shit
It's
in the bottom left.
it's a
They're
NASA
just showing you
picture.
the wide angle lens.
Dude, it looks so
Or-
photoshopped.
Well, that's a very, very realistic picture. It's coming from NASA.
Yeah, I can call
How
myself
can you say
NASA
that?
and post a picture and make it
Yeah.
look nice.
Well, but what about the Earth's curvature? Do you see it in that picture?
Nope.
On the right side?
I mean, is that what that's supposed to be?
Yeah, is the curvature in the wrong direction somehow?
Can you explain like the perspective of everything? Where's that man currently reside? Like in the picture, where is he?
Well, they say it's in space.
Yeah, but I don't see the curvature. I just see white light on the edge.
Yeah, but on the right side you can see the Earth.
Isn't that whole thing the Earth though? What is the black part on the like to the left of the white line?
That supposed vacuum of space.
And what the hell?
Yeah.
It's just fisheye lens distortion, pointing the Earth in the wrong direction.
Dude, that picture's fucking bullshit.
Yep.
Well, it's not a picture, it's actually a still shot from a video recording that
Yeah,
they
but why is
made.
it concave?
Because that's how they show it to us.
What the fuck?
Yeah, this is the thing about fisheye lenses, the wide angle lenses. If you don't record at the correct angle, they distort the image the other way around.
Wow.
Yeah. So
What a bunch of scientists.
that's your only proof evidence for the globe, like curvature, and it's a fake.
You can actually write code and make pictures represented by pure code, so that doesn't really like surprise me that they can do that.
Yeah, I know. But what can we do other than pointing these anomalies?
It's funny. Oh, that's right, because if you point the fisheye lens in a certain way, it's gonna look weird.
Yes.
Holy fuck, dude! Why don't they bring a normal camera up there?
Oh no, you can't. Not allowed, because normal cameras will show a horizontal horizon flat.
And
in a normal camera, you can see when you are above a flat surface, and the horizon will be a straight line, always all the way up to your eye level. No matter what altitude you have, it's always at your eye level.
Yeah, if they sent a flat Earth camera up there, meaning like a non-fisheye lens camera up there, it would make people think, and they don't want that.
Yeah.
With it, what was the verdict in the Gamma Panda server?
Oh, it was just hella toxic, super bad. They just started freaking. I literally just went in there and said all the Globers in here agree that the boat disappeared over a physical curve.
Mm.
And then they freaked out, and they just all freaked out.
What did you ask them?
Just a sec.
You cut out, Roger.
I think he said to wait a second.
Yeah, I just wanna, because I caught something like a toy boat. It's a toy boat. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, we have someone, a dude girl, something like that, in the live stream voice text. And he or she was asking a question about the moon landing, if it was real.
Oh yeah, is a dude? I guess they're gone. We were talking to them earlier, but get. Why don't you address the problems with the moon landings? That would be great. Maybe they're still listening.
Yeah, it's practically very highly trained skill for someone. It requires training skills to take a step on a spinning ball. It's not easy to walk on a ball. Also, landing on something that is in motion is much more complicated than landing on still land.
So even if they're using fisheye lens to say there's a globe, there are pictures where, like the picture you posted, you see the same curvature at two different heights. How do
Yeah.
people not? Actually, it looks like there's even less curvature at that picture that's higher up.
Well, for example, if you take a picture from a high altitude balloon, which took a picture with the fisheye lens at an altitude of like 14,000 feet, you will see Earth's curvature. And then you should compare that curvature with a picture taken from the ISS. And you will see that the curvature rate they are actually identical. Which shouldn't be possible.
Hey, Incarnate, you do know the difference between the Flat Earth Society and us, right?
No, I actually have no idea.
Oh, the Flat Earth Society is a officially registered governmental organization with its sole purpose to mock and ridicule the Flat Earth subject or information, so that when people actually search this term, they come across this and they will see some crazy claims which none of us, the real flat earthers, none of us agree with those claims or say anything they say is true.
Okay, so it's kind of more psychological warfare.
Yeah, it's controlled
Yeah.
opposition.
Limiting it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this guy's new to the discussion.
I don't
Because
think
personally,
so. I don't think so, because
well,
he was here before under another name, right? Garbage Man.
Yeah, I came here for like a month and a half straight, and then I kind
Right.
of stopped.
So pretty weird that nobody ever told you this. I mean, this is pretty. Maybe you forgot.
well, either way, I'm not trying to even attack the dude. I'm just saying. So it's convenient either way because he's asking me what happened in gyms, and so it really puts the whole conversation into perspective. So, like Bill Nye showed us all, for example, that people used to think the Earth was flat, But then they saw boats disappear in the distance over the water, and they realized that the Earth was a ball because the boats were going over the curve of the Earth. And I was shown this in school, right? So then in reality, when we grow up, we find out, well, the boat will look like it disappears, and you can pull out binoculars, a telescope, a camera, zoom in, and you'll see the boat again. So what we know for a definitive fact is that the boat can look like it disappears and have nothing to do with Earth curvature, right? Because it just reached a limit of perspective, and you increase that limit when you zoomed. Okay, so for the globe Earth to be real, there has to be some physical curve blocking stuff like they claim that happens to the boats. And they say that it can only be the curvature of the Earth because the boats disappear from the bottom up. And us as flat earthers explain to them, well, it's in water for starters, and you're looking over the dense part of the atmosphere over the water, right? And you have atmospheric conditions and then your angular resolution limit to deal with. And they say, you're crazy, you're dumb, right? No, it can only come from Earth curvature if it's bottom up. Then I showed them the video where there's not even long enough for there to be curvature of the Earth, and yet the boat disappears from the bottom up, where in which they just had to immediately double speak and say, well, there are other ways that things can disappear from the bottom up except for curvature, which is what flat earthers have been saying since the beginning for years. So basically just welcome to flat earth.
Have you ever had like Flat Earth Society people come in here?
Never.
Or what are they? Are they like a
It's
government
it's a
organization?
hollow. It's a hollow thing. It's just a hollow thing.
All right.
There are no flat earthers in the Flat Earth Society. None. Not even one.
They make baseless claims, you know. They say there's a floating disc in space. Some of them say they've been to the edge and brought back rocks. Baseless claims.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would never dare to come in here. They wouldn't last 30 seconds in here because that's what they over there. They do have an internet forum. Last I checked, it was just a text forum, but yeah, they claim they are the ones who put out these straw man models we've been talking about, like the disc flying through space. And then the thing that they do over there in their little text forums is argue about finer points of the model, right? Yeah, they're just a joke. Yeah, they would never come here. They'd be even less likely to come here than the Globers, because they rely on people being uninformed, so they wouldn't want to support any place where they actually could get the measurements, and they wouldn't get very far with their little models. They're not going to come over here and start debating their straw man models. Which straw man model is the best flat Earth model?
They are paid to be crazy, to make the most crazy claims. Ridicule. Those people are the most dishonest people in this world.
Next to the Globers, of course.
Well, the Globers are, it's the people who don't know. And I can give them that because I was in a time when I did not knew.
Oh yeah, I meant the heads of the Globers. My bad.
I think you mean the anti-flat earthers.
Yeah.
The heads of the Globers, meaning the ones pushing it all, you know.
You mean the anti-flat earthers, right? So those are the anti-flat earthers.
Yes.
Yeah, like Kosho, for example. Kosho said that, well, if the thing can't be fully resolved because of focus, if the camera's not fully in focus, then that could happen. Like, oh, so if you can't get full focus, that could happen? That's crazy because you said it was impossible. There's nothing that could cause it over a flat Earth. That is
So
where the
what was
argument
her main? What was their main rebuttal? It's a toy boat. Was that their main rebuttal?
Yes, literally. Just talk about how it's a toy boat.
Right. So every modeling business, right? They have this huge. They talk about this. What was it? This massive pool where they test barges, right? And it's made with the curvature of Earth, where they test these models, right? So toy barges, model barges, right, don't work because it's a toy. It's ridiculous.
Hold on, I missed it. What'd they say? What's it?
Well, I just started by trying to make them all agree that they have been saying that over a flat earth that couldn't disappear bottom up, and they knew that I was setting them up basically, so they just freaked out. But then basically the best they could come up with was like Coach O said, if the camera's not fully in focus, something like this could happen. And then a couple people would like whisper in the background about like refraction or something like that. But for the most part, they just couldn't really answer the question and screamed and got mad.
Not fully in focus. That's a cool.
Yeah. But I just rocked with it. I was just like, so you're saying though, so when we make observations of boats over water, then you're admitting there are other explanations for things disappearing bottom up than an earth curve. And it just like, they just got real mad. So it was really hilarious. That was it. The focus, someone uttered something about refraction.
So now refraction can make boats disappear bottom up. So it's opposite.
Well, that's why that's why the rest of the room wouldn't stamp it. You say the people that did that video are flat earthers?
Yeah. They're gonna start doing live streams too. They did one the other day, like their first one.
Cool. Yeah, because a globe earther tried to jump in and say that you don't even understand. You understand what she's explaining in the video as if she was explaining a globe or how proving the globe or something. I was like, dude, that's a flat earther.
Yeah, and like just tell them to pull up the curve calculator. It's a camera height of 2 inches. Pull up the curve calculator. Do whatever they want.
Oh, they weren't even thinking that, honestly, though, right? He just thought that he could, because it's decently like professionally narrated in a way. So he just immediately assumed that it was someone trying to prove a globe, like the phenomena on a globe. And I'm like,
because of her voice. Yeah, she does have a nice voice.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I'm like, nah, dude, those are flat earthers, bud.
Yep, they're definitely flat earthers. I can't believe they haven't seen it before. Quite honestly, I thought.
Who's it from?
Sky Free.
Oh yeah. Sky Free been doing that for a minute.
Which they've heard of the toy boat, right? I mean, I don't think they've seen this one.
Yeah.
I just use this one. It doesn't matter. I'm like, look at it. Like, so like, there's all kinds of crazy stuff. I'm like, they have all kinds of videos. So then they just start screaming about how it's a toy boat, so it doesn't matter.
You almost made me spit out my coffee.
You should have told them it's a very expensive toy boat. It costs as much as a regular boat, so it does count.
They said that they brought up the waves, right? And I'm like, well, actually, you can even see that it's not just waves that are causing it. But isn't that funny that whenever we tell you the boat's sitting in water and there are waves, you act like that doesn't count. All of a sudden, it counts. But like, okay, so it's very obvious what's happening, right? You have like a little bit of movement in the water, and then like you're looking to the atmosphere, quote unquote, and it's just like going to lift or sink things relative to the conditions, and it's going to look crazy. There's all kinds of crazy stuff that happens, and basically just like when you see it look like the boat's floating on the water, but it's all in the air. You know what I'm saying? It's just like known effects of light that we know, and it's using the image of the water, basically, right? So it's just really funny because that destroys them. Like when you presented it, I was just like, this is too hilarious. So it's all over. It's come full circle with a little boat. So yeah, I mean, they say it's in the wave. It's waves, focus, and then that's pretty much it. That's all that all the Glovers would stand. They were really nervous, you know.
How could it be waves when you see when the bottom is gone and you see through the boat and you only see the top? How can it be waves? Come on.
I know. That's what I said. That's why then Coach said something about focus.
So if you put something out of focus, you can see through it. That's a pretty cool trick, man. I'm gonna go do some peeping Tom tonight. Just take my out of focus camera and look right through walls.
Anyway, thanks, Witsit. Thanks for the information.
Glober trolls. Glober trolls, come out, wherever you are. I'm here. This is Into the Break. Come here. Glober trolls, Ace, Disordered, come here.
Yeah, those three that MJ brought in were entertaining earlier. I'd rather at least have them in here rather than in check-in for an hour. I mean, it has to be like those three because they were obviously playing a part of like trying to break them down in check-in or not letting them come here. Some people have the flatter fakers, but in my mind, it's much more entertaining to break them down in the live stream and spend an hour in the check-in with them, and then they usually don't even come down here. So then we're just still talking to ourselves. I mean, we just got a recording. I don't know who heard the whole thing of faker globe trolls pretending to be flat earthers, pretending to be scientists. I mean, it was laughable. Their attempt wasn't even good, but by the end of the conversation, they admitted that they were lying. I mean,
I like how you explained gravity was the thing that was helping us from the air pressure not killing us or something like that, or harming us.
Oh yeah, that was his first thing. Yeah, it's like, wow, what kind of world do you live in? Not this one.
That's when I came in. I was like, wow.
No, I think you must have been there at the beginning then. That was pretty
Oh, that
close
was
to the
the
opening
beginning?
statement. I mean, they were here a few minutes before that maybe, but that was close to the beginning. Yeah, yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Who
Every
said
gnome,
that?
sorry.
Who said good morning to us?
Every gnome. Good
Oh,
morning,
every
every gnome.
gnome. Oh, you're at every gnome now. It used to be everyone.
Yeah, MJ. I tried to put it to everyone, and he's like, hell no, I hate that.
Oh yeah, look at all those roles you have. You have a lot of roles. Wow. You have good, bad, ugly, beautiful. You have a whole bunch of them.
There's some ugly ones, but most of the ones that aren't downright dumb, I've worked for. Except for and yet another junk role. I had to ask for that one, and I hope no one takes it away. It's my favorite one.
Oh, okay. Well, if anybody takes it away, then let me know and I'll put it back. Yeah, I like that one too. I give that sometimes. Usually I give that one to Globers that just need to have like outrageously number of roles so that people can see how ridiculous they are. But yeah, I see you've got that Tartarian role. I started reading this book. I've had this book for a while, but then I looked at the end. He only put this particular version out July 2021. So I guess I think I got it like shortly after that. I was surprised it was that new. But the thing I like about this book in particular, hold on, I'm going to find a link to it, is that at the beginning it says no rights reserved, not copyrighted. Feel free to copy and distribute. Because I mean, I don't have a problem with people making money off of their, intellectual property and so on. But if you're a person who is able to, just allow the truth to be freely distributed, I think that's really cool. Because he is making some money. I mean, I paid for this book. I ordered it over the internet. But anyway, yeah, it's called The One World Tartarians. James Lee. I think he has YouTube channel called The Plain Truth or something. Just a minute.
New World Order 1.0. Yeah, Witsit did a whole stream on this being the New World Order, 2 or 3.0.
Yeah, like 3.0 because you got antediluvian Atlantis and then Tower of Babylon, the Speed 3 in a way, right?
Yeah, and this guy's a flat earther. I know I've seen his YouTube channel before, A Plain Truth, but I can't remember exactly what's on it. I should go look at it. James Lee. Because he kind of just says in there, which I like how some of these people who are specializing in other areas, I like reading books where they just randomly throw in, and of course, the Globe's complete fiction cartoon and the Earth is flat. That's just kind of a side note for him. Like he says that a few times, but it's not like he did write a whole other book that's about the flat Earth, which I don't think I read that one, but this one about the stolen history and the resets and all that stuff.
What is the CogDis VIP role?
It allows you to go into CogDis whenever they're having conversations with some Globers who are in CogDis.
How do I get into that role?
Who's saying that?
Every gnome. It's every gnome. I can give it to you as long. Yeah, I'll give it to you, and then if you misbehave, then somebody else will take it away.
People talking there?
Oh my gosh, yeah, they do. I used to go in there. Oh, you already have it, so you can go in there. Somebody,
do?
did somebody just give it to you?
Can I
Maybe
have that
somebody
role?
just gave it to
Me
me.
and Jesus Incarnate.
Yeah, I was hoping I could get that role too.
Oh,
'cause I
Jesus
like
Incarnate is the one asking for the role.
Yeah.
Oh, and Brad's made you into a flat earther. I guess he's been interviewing you. Brad, do you want to give him the Cogdis VIP role? Brad is fixing people's roles today. I appreciate that. I like truth in advertising and labeling.
I'd like to go into the CogDis channel and swat some Globers too.
You want to swat them?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I mean, you can sometimes have a decent, I mean, I shouldn't say decent conversation. I mean, it's kind of like similar to the lobby, you know. Yeah, and I would say, talk to CIP, there you go. A lot of times people will ask you if you're in there, if they can get out. So, and sometimes the bot is in a weird place where it does mess up and leave people in there longer than they're supposed to. So, but they, you know, if they've only been in there a short time, they have to check with the mod that's put them in there. But if they've been there a long time, then, you know, you can let a mod know and we could look into letting them out. It's not supposed to be permanent, but sometimes people do end up with weird little glitches ending up in there like way longer than they're supposed to be. It's most of the time. I mean, the standard amount is 7 days. But, sometimes people end up in there longer. We used to go in ladies' night sometimes and recruit people out of there, give them a get out of jail free pass if they would come into the live stream, but I haven't done that for a while. Oh, dude with the girl PFP's in there. That's where Ash went. I didn't know somebody put them in there. That's where they went. I thought they just left.
What the hell? How would you be able how would you be able to accelerate sound waves beyond the speed of light? Because sound waves are literally the vibrations of mass particles. That doesn't make sense.
What's a mass particle?
A particle that has mass. Like I have mass. I am like 180 pounds. The air has mass.
That's weight. That's not the mass.
I was going to say weight and mass are going to be different things. One is something that exists through a medium, like is able to flow through it, and the other is just I forget what it is, but it's not that.
Weight is the Newtonian shit where you do mg. Weight is your apparent force due to gravity.
Can you define mass?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's what kind of question is that?
Really?
Define it.
Mass is the amount of objects with a certain density that assemble in a shape.
What?
What?
Say what?
Okay, so do you think mass doesn't exist or something?
Mass is a conceptual quantification reifying gravity.
So what I don't know how to word this then. If say for example, if I'm much fatter than you, well how would you describe that? I weigh more or what would you say?
Well, it doesn't matter if you want the word represents an idea, right? And it's not that we can't acknowledge the idea without their inaccurate connotation, but if you're just going to throw the word mass around, you can't, you're going to have to address that it's not properly defined nowadays.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, it's just the concept of amount of matter. That's layman's terms, but that's actually not what mass is in the fairy tale of the globe Earth. That's what people think it is, but it's actually not. So mass is actually not an agreed upon definition within the heliocentric paradigm.
So what do you call it when one person is a lot
We
fatter and
don't
have a lot
want
more
you don't we don't want to define because it's not definable.
Yeah, it's just a concept. Why can't I just say amount of matter?
Can you define space time?
in the globe Earth, yeah, not in the
Well,
heliocentric.
you can define. Really?
What?
You can define a concept?
I said no.
Look, the idea of mass with gravity is you have this matter and it's all being held together as for a total compilation that is its mass by the gravity. That isn't real though. That's all fairy tales.
Well, mass and weight are two different things.
Well, weight equals mg.
Yeah, the mass is different though. Weight is derived from how much mass a particle contains.
Of course they're different because weight equals mg.
Yeah, but what is m then? How would you define that?
It's just a conceptual quantification reifying gravity. I just explained what it is. Mass is this idea that gravity is holding all the matter together to give it its total amount of matter, effectively.
Conceptual.
It's a fairy tale, and the problem with it is, in fact, is that everything is electrostatic. So all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. So all compilations of matter that exist are held together by electrostatic charge objectively, all compilations of matter that exist. So it has nothing to do with the idea of mass and gravity. It doesn't.
Do you believe in the electric universe?
Well, it's not really much of a belief, right? Everything is electric.
Yeah, everything has an electric charge. That's right, but
so that's not a belief.
Okay.
How do you say yes, right, but? Can you explain that to me? How do you say that is right, but?
I just said it.
So there's something that's not right?
No, I want to get at and ask a question about it. If the reality is an electric universe and it's all dielectrics, then what is this mass that we really call mass?
Well, it's just mass is just a word of a concept, and it's not agreed upon because they can't make it work with gravity. So it's you're asking me what is a concept? The concept is still built upon something that's in reality, which is a compilation of matter, right? So it's it intertwines an idea of what is the causal agent of the matter being held together, and it's pseudoscience.
What are you calling mass in reality?
Yeah, mass has multiple definitions, often described as a mole or the number of units in something.
Yeah.
And if you go and look, there's multiple definitions for mass, but yet mass is the official term used for all equations. So first we need to define what is mass. But we need to define firstly what is mass, like Witzer just said now. What is bonding those molecules together? And it's usually a strong nuclear force or one of the other four forces which are actually noticeable. And then gravitational force is considered one of the weakest of all those molecular bonding forces. So we first need to define what is mass.
What is the mass of the apple?
The mass of what?
Oh, apple.
Apple.
Yep.
Well, that's
No, first we need to define what mass is, because we understand what weight of the apple is.
Yeah.
But what is the mass?
But you
What is
can't
a
talk
mass
about weight
of an
unless you know
apple?
what mass is.
Yeah. What's the mass of the apple?
Other way
Give
around,
me the
you
apple.
can't talk about mass. You can't talk about mass until you know what the weight is. Yes, but mass is a concept, because
Yeah.
your mass will vary based on whatever gravitational body that you're on. So therefore, mass is a conceptual overlay to the concept of weight. Something has weight, but it has weight here in an assumption that this is 1g.
Holy shit.
And thereby, if we take the same weight to something with 2g, it's going to have a different mass.
I know what
Amount
mass
of
is.
No, it'll
amount
have a
of
different weight. It'll have the same mass.
amount on which
Let me tell
matter will
Y'all are
will
saying how mass has all the different definitions, correct? Well, mass, as far as I knew when I was growing up, mass meant a whole gathering of Catholics. Not that I'm Catholic anymore. Just how broad that definition is all I'm saying.
yeah, that kind of mass, yeah.
What is the question in relation to? Sorry, what's it? Go ahead.
Massive incoherent magnet has a weak attraction. That's electrostatics.
And that's a good song.
Everything.
Why would they lie?
It's just so simple, bro. If you really think about it, think about how crazy it is. It's like, well, this is what holds everything together, but you can't find it. And there's also all this other stuff here that you can find and prove that also hold things together. But I promise this other thing that's really holding it together is there. You just can't find it.
That's cool. So simple.
So there are ways you can cause things to levitate by closed electrical circuits. What do you think's going on there?
Static electrics and magnetism, bro.
That's like, what is weight, bro?
Oh,
a perfect indication.
The Earth is
It's
a
a
giant
perfect
magnet.
indication.
Okay.
It's a perfect indication that there was no force of gravity that needed to be overcome to cause that levitation, and that the levitation occurred in the equipment. Same with acoustic levitation, or like you described there, electromagnetic levitation, or actual magnetic levitation. There's various ways to cause a certain weight to levitate, and you never have to counter a presupposed force that should be there and needing to be countered to cause that object to levitate.
Yeah.
For example, if the weight of the object is, let's just keep it simple, the weight of the object is 10, I just need to create a magnetic repulsion for 10. I don't have to create a magnetic repulsion for 10 plus an imaginary force that's unproven to cause this 10 mass object to levitate against a force that should be preventing it from levitating. But I only need to create sufficient repulsion for the 10 mass. That's all. There's no other force needing to be overcome to generate that levitation.
So then what are you overcoming? You are overcoming the intrinsic molecular bonding of the material compilation, right? The compilation of material or matter. That's all you're overcoming. That's what we call weight. Weight's nothing more than pressure mediation, right? Like the pressure being mediated as the object or compilation of matter seeks equilibrium. And so, well, what gives it its ability to be a compilation of matter? It is the intrinsic electrostatic charge that is holding all together all the molecules. So to displace that or levitate it, all you do is counter that electrostatic makeup, right? The effect that it has.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
How do
it.
you think you could measure the amount of electrostatic attraction that you have to the Earth to be able to get a proper measurement to know what to counter with?
Well, that's it to the Earth. That's interesting, right? So the Earth just like its surface fluctuates with charge, and we have electric field potential up from the Earth, 100 volts per meter. So it's like, how could I measure the charge of the entire Earth?
Well, I
How could
think it's like you go 40 feet up in the air, you have voltage, and then every foot after that, you get an extra volt.
you get 100 volts per meter all the way up. It's equipotential all the way up, and that causes a downward current because positive goes to negative.
Right.
Yeah.
And we're at the neutral.
Well, the surface of the Earth is negatively charged. Yeah, it's also
and it goes up to millions. It goes up to millions of volts in the stratosphere, but the amps are so low, so there's not really usable energy. But there's a lot of electrostatic potential in that high voltage. So, like Witz said, it goes up 100 volts per meter, all the way up to the stratosphere.
Yeah, and that causes a downward current, right? So it's electrostatics is actually weak overall. It's just way, way, way stronger than gravity even claims to be, but it's weak. It's a weak force, but there's a downward current. So that's what's so funny is all the globe did was hijack the electric field potential, the phenomenon on the Earth, and make up a fairy tale that has nothing to do with the Earth, and then have convinced everyone, even flat earthers in 2021, to ignore the electric field potential that actually gives us every phenomenon we have. We're just going to ignore it.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
What do you think of Nikola Tesla and his machines he made?
I think Nikola Tesla, as far as I can tell, is like one of the smartest people in modern history. Like, pretty broad question, right? What the machines he made a bunch of different machines. I think the AC generator he thought was stupid.
Dude, do you know he made a pure defense that's only used for defense?
What do you mean?
He basically had an electric tower that could be used as a sole defense and not a weapon. Let me try to find it.
Yeah, dude, I remember I used to like try my best to find everything that dude ever wrote, and so much of it is just missing. Like his dynamic theory of gravity, which people get triggered. People get triggered with the word gravity, but gravity is just like, if you look at the effect of things falling, then you're just like, okay, why do things do that? Right? And flat earthers again get triggered, but that's what gravity actually is: incoherent dielectric acceleration. It's just things accelerate, seeking equilibrium relative to the densities, and then this electric field potential. And so that's what it really is, his dynamic theory of gravity. And he gave a speech when he was 82, and he said that I'm about to release the dynamic theory of gravity, which will definitively dispel the nonsense that is space-time, the curvature of space-time, definitively, right? And then he died, and then the FBI ran in and grabbed most of his
Funny
stuff.
story. He died right after that. Wow.
He actually got sick mysteriously.
And was found dead in his bed.
Mysterious.
Yeah, mysteriously got sick.
Arms crossed across his chest in the bed in a suit.
He was going to revolutionize the world.
Yeah. So I think that's actually one of the big tricks. Is like, have you guys ever seen Illuminati card game where it's like flat earthers and it says everyone laughs, but the flat earthers know something. It's like, I think the whole trick is to make sure you don't put the whole piece together, which is everything's electric. You have electromagnetic field and the source is in the center going all the way up, and everything is based on that. That's how you have free energy, more efficient travel, and literally everything. It's the only way you understand where you live. Understanding that it's not curving, that's a big deal. Understanding stationary, big deal. Understanding the sky moves over top of it in the central, big deal. Understanding that everything is electric, really big deal. gas doesn't go down because electrostatic pulls it down. Of course not, right? Like, who would ever think that? Like, electrostatics is super weak. Gas is going to find its equilibrium relative to the stuff around it. We do have, again, we have electrical field potential going up 100 volts per meter from the surface. We have a downward current because positive goes to negative. We have a compilation of gases being produced at the surface level, right? So, and we have the cycle predominantly happening at the surface level. We have temperature fluctuations, but we have this base electric field potential, right? And then we have a gradient of pressure. And if the gas is going to seek equilibrium relative to the gases around it, right, that the energy that it produces in that pursuit, we'll say, is way, 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 way stronger than gravity. I mean, than electrostatics. Way stronger. But that doesn't mean it's not there. To say it's not there is just patently wrong. So that's why I get so frustrated, because I try to point this out, then people act like I'm making the global argument that gas goes down, goes boom, boom. Like, no, I'm not at all. That's ridiculous. It's a straw man.
Yeah, I didn't know that was something that you were getting a lot of opposition about. We used to talk about it more. Observer, I know about ether, electromagnetism, and so on, but people don't
Yeah, I
talk about
remember
it that much
Witsit
anymore.
used to get it for talking about this. Like, they used to jump on his case.
Yeah.
Who's they?
Going the ether route, like ether is more of a
I want to say QE.
It's more of a framework. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what came to my mind for sure.
Well, I was on Nathan Oakley's show, and he went crazy about this. But it's just no.
For that, Witz, I was really mad about that. I got over it. So and you probably did too, because so many other people have attacked you since then. But I remember writing to you being like, I can't believe that. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was really mad about that.
There were flat earthers that started coming at me after that. Like, I got destroyed by Nathan Oakley because gas doesn't go down, go boom, boom. But it's whatever, bro. I mean, like, I don't care. My point is just, like, it's really sad because it's actually a lethal weapon against the globe, because either you do one of two things. You ignore that it's there, which you're doing the same thing the Globers do. You're ignoring the variable that can be proven that's there. That's exactly what Globers do. And or you acknowledge that it's there, right? And therefore it refutes any claim about gravity, because like, it's way stronger than gravity even claims to be. It can actually be proven, right? It's a variable that we can actually manipulate. Now, can you remove it? No, you can't remove it. But that's actually why it's so lethal against the globe. How could you ever claim to find something way weaker than it if it's always there? You couldn't find a force way weaker than a force that's there. How could you find it?
Yeah. And I just wanted to add something as well. The electrostatic concept, the root word for your creator is El, or Elohim. So the L in electricity, there is a deep relationship between the creator force and this field that's always surrounding us. I think it's a challenge in that I completely agree with what you've just said now in terms of the electrostatic determining the up and the down bias, and then sort of the relative density doing the rest in terms of stacking it out. But yet people are still assuming that things go down and that all things go down. But there's still things that deny that all things go down. Helium balloons, hydrogen, anything that's relatively less dense than the medium surrounding it. So in those scenarios, we either have to go like the ballers did with buoyancy, saying the heavier air is attracted down, and that's why the lighter object moves up. So there's still a downward vector even when something's moving up. I don't know if you still agree with that, Witsit. Or how does the electrostatic downward attraction still apply to a helium balloon moving upward and away from that downward attraction?
Yeah, it's way stronger. So it's just negligible.
So the density disequilibrium relationship is stronger than the electrostatic downward potential.
Big time.
Another thing that you said that kind of bugs me was that you said you can never take it out. So how can you disprove it? How can you falsify it?
Well, that's my point. You can't. So to just ignore it is intellectually inept, right? Like the only other offer is to just ignore it. Why would I do that?
And it is there. It is demonstrable. I think Good Times for All, Zachary Zabala, released a really good video where he showed how he could change the motion of that suspended balloon by imparting a current into that little, I don't know if it's an oscilloscope or what, but by changing the frequency, he could create an upward acceleration or a downward acceleration. So therefore, it's demonstrated it is there. So like you say, it's unethical or not truthful to just ignore it and move forward as though it's not there. It now needs to be included in all discussions going forward.
I agree. That's it. That's all I'm trying to say. And like, yeah, it's a Van de Graaff generator. Like if you, dude, what's the funniest part is the globe Earth. They know this is there too because it's just objectively there. You can look up Richard Feynman freaking lectures about it. That's why it's such a beautiful thing for the flat Earth and super frustrating. But if you take a string and it gets high enough in the air because the electric field potential increases, right? It's equipotential, so 100 volts per meter as you go up. And if you get high enough up, you can run a little electrostatic generator at the bottom of the string, my motor. So it's like very objective that it's there. And we know that directionality is determined. Positive goes to negative. Like we just know this is just things that are objective. Like I talked to a biochemist in San Francisco. We were just getting food after we did some activism at the Giants game. And this dude's asking me all these random questions because he asked us while we were traveling. And I'm like, you really want to know? Long story short, he starts asking me, well, about density. Like, well, why do things have density? What is that? Right? And like the compactness of it. What gives it that? And it's like, if you just say, oh, it's just there. Well, some people are like, okay, so you just don't even understand. Right? Like now they don't understand either, but it doesn't matter. Like you're not fully addressing the phenomenon. Like the reason something has density is because of its electrostatic nature. That is directly tied to its compactness. So,
well, that's also something that I've been playing around in my mind is how to connect density to the electrostatic relationship. In that, if, for example, there's a base frequency of 50 hertz, and then this object, because it's more dense, has 100 hertz, it will fall through that frequency. Whereas if it was more lightly packed than the base frequency of 50 hertz, say the molecules are at 30 hertz, so it's less dense than its surrounding medium, maybe there is a frequency relationship that describes the density relationship. And we still describe things in terms of this is more dense or less dense, but yet they could equally be described in terms of their frequency potential relative to whatever background field they're in. And then you could manipulate the electrostatic side of it to then cause upward or downward acceleration. And thereby, would you be changing the density of the object by changing the frequency? Or is there a direct relationship like that? Or is it completely non-causal? That density is irrelevant to frequency. You can have a really dense object producing both low frequency and high frequency, then it would be false.
all right. Yeah, that's interesting. I think you could affect the density of objects relative to frequency manipulation. Cymatics.
Because effectively, like we're told that an object or a solid is static because those molecular bonds are set, but yet something still has a resonant frequency even when it's static. Or pretty much everything has a resonant frequency. So even though it is a solid and it has some density, it will have a frequency, a resonant frequency. And then when you look at acoustic levitation, where they can literally levitate just by matching sound waves or creating pockets of sound waves, it starts to link the whole upward downward motion due to a frequency relationship.
Correct. And so it's about because density compactness, basically, right? So it changes, frequencies can change the molecular structure of like water, even, right? So it spaces it more out. That's going to affect its compactness, right? So yeah, they're tied in intrinsically. I don't see why flat Earth wouldn't absorb this. I haven't understood it for over a year now. And it's because people, they straw man the position and they say it has stuff like, oh, now we have to claim the ether's real. What? What's that? No, different conversation. Oh, we can't prove it. Yeah, you literally can. You literally can. It's like objectively proven. It's already been proven. There is no downward bias because things go up. Yeah, things go up. Things go up. There's electric field potential with a downward current, but things go up whenever its energy is stronger. Elastic velocity of gas is much stronger. It's wild. It's a stupid straw man to say that to address the electric field potential, thus downward current on the Earth. I have to say that gas goes down is a straw man. Now, for the Globers, it's different. They're claiming that it is going to get pulled down and kept there next to a vacuum. Okay, so yeah, they have to claim that it's simultaneously going up and down, which in a way is partially true. There's a down. It's not going up and down, but there is that electric bias, but it's going up because it's much stronger. But they have to claim that gravity's actually strong enough to pull it down. You see how different those are? Electrostatics is never strong enough to pull the gas down. They say that it's strong enough to pull it down next to a vacuum. They're not the same argument at all. They're not even close. One's real, one's fairy tale. The one that's real is still real, whether or not flat earthers understand it or want to accept it.
But it's a super nuanced discussion. And I think it's guys like yourself who are very articulate, who can grasp the fact that we've demonstrated there's this electrostatic or electromagnetic connection with this downward grounding. Basically, in most electronic circuits, there's the ground circuit. So it wants to go back to ground. There is this desire to want to ground. So that can be that bias that always wants to complete the circuit. Now, it's there, but I think guys like, say, for example, Nathan Oakley and Sleeping Warrior, they will say that just by claiming that there's any downward bias, the Globers will start their victory lap already, because that means gravity's real, because there's a downward bias. And they won't listen to the rest of the nuance of the point. So I don't know how much they want to stop it right at its source. So not even entertain that idea, so that at least they can still point to the Globers and say there is no downward bias of any kind, even though there is this demonstrated electrostatic reaction.
Bias. It's the word. I mean, it's like,
yeah, I try and stay away from that bias, because
no, I know
that's what the trigger word seems to be with these guys. But like, then Sleeping Warrior did an experiment where he put, I think it was an egg in water, and then he put an electrode and a cathode in the water, and he tried to change the electrostatic potential of the water, and nothing occurred. So he concluded there's no electrostatic relationship. Now, I've argued with him as well, and I was saying that it's about the object, not necessarily the medium. So the medium would stay relatively constant, and then the object, based on its density, will either rise or fall. So it would be more appropriate to put that electrode and the cathode in the floating object to then cause the floating object to either ascend or descend, rather than trying to manipulate the medium to cause that ascension or descension. But it's also dependent on the frequencies. Maybe he wasn't testing the right frequencies, or there's 1,000 other variables. So doing one test where you put an anode and a cathode in water and the object didn't suddenly shoot to the top of the water doesn't definitively prove that there is no electrostatic relationship.
No, it's even worse than that because objectively every single thing involved in that demonstration is electrostatic. That's my actually objectively. The egg, the salt, the water, the container, I mean everything. All of it is electrostatic. You can, if you get distilled water, you can just take a blow dryer and run it open in the water. So everything's electrostatic. I don't know. It's just frustrating. Like I get it. I definitely get it, right? Like we've been fighting against this downward bias sales pitch, and we're right that their claimed downward bias is a fiction. It's nothing to do with reality. But that doesn't have anything to do with this. If anything,
it's kind of yeah.
I agree. It's nuanced, and it's really hard to have a conversation with a dishonest globe or this in depth. But like, dude, I don't think we need to cater. We don't need to become stagnant in an attempt to cater to anti-flat earthers. That is psychopathic, right? Like that, not psychopathic. It's just super inefficient.
Yeah, for me, it's like I got to where I am by following the evidence. And even if the evidence is inconvenient, I'm sorry, but you've got to look at it. And then you've got to use that in all your future understandings because you can't deny it. And it's like when we discover these things, kind of like Bob Nadell with his 15-degree rotation in that fiber optic gyro, you can't just put your fingers in your ears and ignore it. You have to take the evidence and then build upon what has been demonstrated. So it's the same thing with this effect that we have seen, and Zachary Zabal has done an excellent job demonstrating it. If you can manipulate a variable and you cause acceleration upward or downward, you've proven your point. So it's now demonstrated there is this thing. Now you have to let the evidence lead you. You can't go the other way around and try and fit evidence into your prepackaged blocks of proof. We've got to be honest. We've got to remain honest.
Correct. And because aren't we in this to reach other honest people? And so when honest people are new to this conversation, they listen and then they see you be dishonest, right? Like they're going to, if you put your fingers in your ears and go, no, that's what they see the globe side do. If they see the flat earth side do that, then they're going to be like, oh, wow. So no wonder you think there's flat because you don't even look at what's all the evidence. But we do, right? We're not scared of anything. What is there to be afraid of? Everything that they bring up about the globe, if anything, refutes the globe.
Yeah, that's what I appreciated both of you explaining, like Flat Earth Solar explained why people don't want to go down that road, because I never fully understood it. Like the way you framed it, Flat Earth Solar made me understand like the reason, but then like that's like catering to the low level discourse of your typical globe ahead believer, the people who and I understand like some of these people, that is their modus operandi, Quantum Racer, Nathan Oakley, to expose the ignorance of these globers, because this is the best they got and they don't got much. But I think, like you said, we can be actually treating our audience as being more intelligent than those globers. And even though that method of, cutting off this level of discourse might prevent that glober from having an out, if you're just looking at a simple fencing match, we've already got them. If it's a fencing match, they're already on the ground. They got nothing. It's like we might as well just hammer it home. We don't have to anticipate their next move. That's why I don't like it. I agree with what you guys say, because I saw it happen. I haven't paid that much attention to this particular debate you're talking about. I've kind of on the periphery paid attention, so I appreciate you explaining it. But like, for example, when they started saying 8 inches per mile squared was a parabola, and then people just like went with that and were like actually shutting down other flat earthers and saying, don't use 8 inches per mile squared. We're not using that anymore. Because some high, YouTube person said, some flat earther said not to use it and went on to, we only can use the trig version or whatever. It's kind of like, oh, let them just dictate our argument. 8 inches per mile squared is a perfectly good measurement. They don't even understand what they're saying when they say it's a parabola. It's a parabola because, yes, it's exponential growth. It's the per mile squared part. Yeah, that's what makes it a parabola. It's not measuring the shape. It's measuring the rate of curvature and how fast it increases. It increases at an exponential rate. It being a parabola proves the flat earth even more. It has nothing to do with the shape. We're not, when you say parabola, yeah, it's exponential growth. Half a parabola, only the positive side. So you don't take their argument. It's a low level thing. And we have to listen to each other. And if you want, somebody gets messed up by that and says, oh, we're going to stop saying that because that's a parabola. No, you just expose, which many people in here have done. I've seen Roger, Indio, Witsit. I mean, I'm not saying you guys do that. You guys know that them saying it's parabola is ridiculous. It's just like little children saying refraction. It's the same thing. It sounds like it's the same thing with this electrostatic thing. It's like, no, we're not catering because we're arguing with kindergarten level globers. We're not going to make the argument less to anticipate their ignorance. No, we are trying to make something new here where we're actually going to explore things scientifically in the real world. And it's nice we have some people who are willing to still entertain these tiny little globe heads that can't think their way outside of a cardboard box. That's nice. But that we don't have to just spend all day, every day, talking into their cardboard box. You know what I mean? Like, we can smash the box perfectly fine. If they can't keep up, go do something else. Get a better job, guys.
Yeah. Well, like, just be honest, man. It's like the pride of arguing against downward bias a certain way for so long is gonna, it's no big deal. It's like, just fully examine it. It's very easily explained. It can only be explained on a flat earth. It debunks the globe even further. It doesn't hurt any of your points. It makes them all stronger. It explains the phenomena on the earth even better. To think that electric field potential with a downward current to the surface doesn't have anything to do with our gradient is ridiculous. The Earth is contained and has pressure, and we have a gradient. Well, that's convenient. We have an equipotential electric field as well. Those are intrinsically tied together. It's very obvious. So I know that triggers people because they think, oh, I've been telling them that when they say gradient, they're thinking about gravity, and they freak out. It's like, dude, the point is gravity doesn't work. They're claiming that it holds it down next to a vacuum. No one's claiming that the electric field potential would hold gas down next to a vacuum. Okay, it's not. It's just affecting the equilibrium sought within the containment that is required for the pressure.
I thought that was interesting what you were saying about the density, and the electric potential, because, I mean, it's known that both density and conductivity are intensive properties of matter. I mean, if you look at intensive versus extensive properties, it's, in terms of like that element, what you'd like, if you're talking about copper, or example, it doesn't matter. Intensive property, meaning it doesn't matter what the sample size is, but this, this particular element, copper, whatever you're talking about, the conductivity is the same regardless of the sample size, the density is the same regardless of sample size, and so on. So to me, it makes sense that, to try to separate those things out and say that they're not related just goes against what we're actually observing.
Yeah, and we've got to let the evidence lead us. We can't pick and choose as to what evidence. When you're really on a truth journey, you've got to man up, put your big boy pants on, and go forward. With QE, he just says there's better arguments in terms of gas pressure next to the vacuum, or et cetera, et cetera. So why do you want to argue this downward bias with someone who's not intellectually honest in the first place? That he always wants to go to one or the other of the 6 questions that they use. But the point is that it is there. So let's explore it.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that part that he's saying. It's just, okay, I'm talking about us just figuring it out, right? Like, to try to shut other flat earthers down from saying it is a totally different thing. Like, QE is not in some vehement, or I don't know how to say the word without the adjective form. He's not vehemently in disagreement, right? Like, with me. So that's what's so funny. Like, anyway, it's like I agree with him that if you're talking to someone that's going to lie about everything, and you're talking about the globe Earth, like, yeah, debunk that you claim gas sits next to a vacuum. For sure, that's what you need to do. But like, that doesn't mean you go around screaming flat earthers aren't allowed to talk about the electric field potential or electrostatics or a downward current. It's like, isn't the whole objective is we realized we were lied to about where we live. So now we want to try to figure out more about where we live.
Absolutely. I agree. Yep. Nobody should be trying to hold you back with it. But of course, you just continue on. You don't care about any of that. But I hear what you're saying. We don't have any leaders who dictate what we can and cannot say, which is the nice thing about.
But yeah, to speak
flat
about
Earth.
that, it's all right. But to make a fact about that, maybe it's not all right. Only that.
Wait, what I've said, I've polished my point so much so that everything I say is just objective. Like, I'm not even making additional claims. I'm only addressing what's objective. I didn't say, see, this is my speculative additional claims. Well, the way I see it is the necessary antecedent for any of the phenomena on the Earth is that there's a background medium. There is a background medium, right? It has a drift that's detectable over top of the Earth. It's tied in with the movement of the sky. It's an electromagnetic field within a background medium. Light's nothing more than that background medium being excited. We see it relative to our angle and the excitement and the additional mediums. These are all me speculating things I can't scientifically prove. But when I say that there's an electric field potential and it has a downward current because positive goes to negative and it goes up 100 volts per meter, that's measurable and real and factual and objective. And so I don't have, yeah, that part is real. That part is real. So to say there's no downward bias, but don't acknowledge the electric field potential, well, then that's dishonest, right? Because you're literally intentionally ignoring something that is there that does affect the phenomena that you're making claims about. It's more detrimental to flat Earth that you don't acknowledge it. That's the ironic part. It's more detrimental to an intelligent person listening to flat Earth that you don't acknowledge the electric field than if you do. So it's like super frustrating, I guess. I don't know.
Hey, Woodson, you see the live stream voice text, bro?
Yep.
So read that, bro. That's the guy to talk to. He's a flat earther. He's a silver. He's an electrician. His whole life is that.
Okay.
Ping him and talk to him about that, bro.
Okay.
I just joined the conversation. I don't know what you guys were talking about, but I heard you talk about this 100 volts per whatever it is. And I remember him saying, can anyone demonstrate this? And what instrument did they use? He said, if anybody talks about this, to ping him directly. So that's the guy, bro. He does electricity, his life. That's his life.
Oh, Vlad?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Vlad. Okay.
No, that's me. This is me talking, bro.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you, his name is MacGyver.
Oh,
he's a flat earther. He's silver. So ping him directly or read his history text and see what's up.
Okay, my bad.
I don't know. I just looked it up and I found something called a voltage gradient probe construction. I mean, I thought this was just something that was measured. I don't know. I mean, I haven't measured it personally, but
what this guy is saying, he wants to know who measured this and how. So to ping him directly. I remember him saying this directly. Ping him and we can talk about this.
Yeah, I had this argument with him or a discussion with him where he was saying that it's also a theory and that it's not really proven, whereas there is a lot of documentation that shows exactly how that field was discovered, and that Alexander Graham Bell and all those guys who sent up kites to catch lightning and test the electrostatic potential, and even the Wardenclyffe Tower, there was a lot of documentation about this increase in voltage and the need for increased grounding to get rid of this electrostatic that builds up when an airplane
I might
flies.
try to make this thing. I think that. Did you guys see this thing? It looks like something you could just make. I think it's got it's got PVC pipe or something. I don't know. Looks like it wouldn't be that difficult to make to measure the gradient. Somebody
When
could
an airplane flies and it comes back to Earth, it needs to ground itself to get rid of the static. That's done on all commercial flights. And it's also to get rid of the static off the electronics in the plane before it takes off again. So MacGyver, I agree, very smart electrician. And it's good to question everything. but certain of these things are pretty well recorded. He just needed to go do a bit more research on it.
Yeah, let me read this real fast. So, how can we measure such a field if the field is changed by putting something there, like a human? There are several ways. One way is to place an insulated conductor at some distance above the ground and leave it there until it is at the same potential as the air. If we leave it long enough, the very small conductivity in the air will let the charges leak off or onto the conductor until it comes to the potential at its level. Then we can bring it back to the ground and measure the shift of its potential as we do so. A faster way is to let the conductor be a bucket of water with a small leak. As the water drops out, it carries away any excess charges, and the bucket will approach the same potential as the air. The charges, as you know, reside on the surface, and as the drops come off, pieces of surface, quote unquote, break off. We can measure the potential of the bucket with an electrometer. Okay, so, yeah, it's just a known thing. The globe doesn't like it. The reason you haven't really heard about it, it doesn't really help the globe Earth out.
I seen this guy do this, pulling electricity out of the air or whatever thing. He used a drone and a wire. Actually, he has a recap on this video. I don't know what else he talks about, but I remember seeing him doing this test. And the higher he went, the more electricity it kind of pulled.
Are you bonsaiing Flat Earth Solar?
Kavanikan, I tried unmuting you, but then you were hot
Sorry.
miking. So if you want me to unmute you, Kavanikan, then let me know. But you were hot miking when I tried unmuting you.
I posted the video at 1 minute after the hour.
Cool. Thank you. I'm going to take a look at that. Yeah, Mad Philosopher, I tried saying hi to you earlier, but I don't think you were around. But I saw you typed hello to me, so it's good to see you back.
But there is a fundamental difference between electrostatic and electromagnetic forces. What we typically use in our wall sockets is electromagnetic. Electrostatic, which we have measured in the atmosphere, is like when you shock yourself on a door handle and you give yourself that little spark. It's a high potential, quick release discharge. It's not a slow release, long, continuous peak power supply. So a lot of guys have thought, how do we harness this electrostatic that's in the sky and make it into the AC power that we actually need? And there's quite a lot of conversion processes needed because effectively the electrostatic is DC, direct current. And that's what Tesla was doing a lot of work on. He wanted to use DC current because then you could light up light bulbs in other countries. You could use the energy gradient of the earth to send DC current for miles, and there was very little loss. But the AC current system required a lot of cabling and a lot of copper cable, and that was the profit motive for why they chose the AC versus the DC. But the power that we get in the electrostatic form is DC. So we'd either need to put it into a battery and then invert that back to AC. But it's a little bit different in terms of the power we get from our wall socket. We call it 100 volts per meter because it is increasing in potential, but the amps are not there. So it's like 1/1000th of an amp or 1/10,000th of an amp. Even though the voltage is going up, there's very little ampage power. So it's a higher potential, but less actual current flow. So there is a slight difference. It's not just like free AC power floating in the sky. And if I just plugged my thing into the sky, I could just run stuff out of the sky. It's not that simple. And that's why like a small DC motor, like Witz had said, if you run a long cable and you get high enough volts, even with low amps, you can still get a 12-volt DC motor to spin. But you could never get an AC motor to spin because you're not pulling AC power.
Right, because it's not alternating current.
Yeah, so it's just there's a slight difference. Some flat earthers describe it like it's the same. I guess it's just them not understanding the difference between AC and DC. But I myself also work in solar and solar energy. So
we do the difference between DC and AC all the time, and the conversions, and step up to high voltage and medium voltage, then back down to low voltage. So it's a fascinating thing when you actually work in the field. Firstly, to understand or see how little people actually understand. Even the experts know very little about this topic. And it's peculiar because it probably is the big secret that we're not meant to find out about.
Yeah, I gotta work on these legal documents. Yeah, I love you guys.
Yo.
Later, bud.
Yeah, good talking to you.
Later.
Later, Witsit. Thanks for everything, man.
Also, away you go.
So, Kavanakian. So I'm probably butchering it.
I call him
Yeah.
Kavanakan. He never yelled at me for calling him that, but I don't know.
Kavanakan.
I don't know how he says. How do you say it, Mr. K? How do you say your name?
I'm not too sure. Sure, Vatican's fine.
Kavanakan, he likes that.
Okay.
I've been called plenty worse on Discord.
Roger's got a question for you.
Yeah. What do you think about the shape of the Earth, about the topic?
Can we have warm-ups? How about let's start with, how was my day?
How
my
was
day
your
was
day?
great. It was
Okay.
great. Yep.
Excellent.
You experience any spinning?
No, not really.
Any curvature? Found any?
No. No.
But it was a good day nonetheless, right?
Stop it!
What was that?
Whoa. What was that?
Sorry, that was a kid.
Okay.
She was yelling.
Oh, was that one of your little ones, Mad Philosopher? That's great.
Say it
Good to
again.
see you.
Stop
Right. So you've been here for a few days now, Kavanagan.
Mm-hmm.
And what have you learned? Something you think, well, that is odd, right? They told me I'm living on a spinning ball, but that doesn't add up.
I've sort of listened here and there. Yeah, sure. Like I said, I mean, it's all interesting and stuff. So,
right.
Yeah.
What did you find the most interesting, Kavanakan? I haven't talked to you since right after midnight. You're the one who made me break my New Year's resolution, but I hadn't gone to bed yet. So I'm going to say I woke up the next morning and I didn't break them after that. But you didn't make me, Kavanakan, right? Because I still have free will. You just led me, inspired me to break them. But what is the most interesting
wait a minute.
thing?
What resolution was that? Like, what did I do? What did I do this time?
I am just trying not to get not get too emotionally involved in the global relief or get into any major fights because it's just not even worth it. So anyway, let's just erase all that and let's just answer the question that Raja posed. So what is the most interesting thing? What is the most interesting thing you've learned since you've been on the server, Kavanakan?
I mean, the stuff about draw distance is pretty interesting. Right?
The stuff about what?
Like draw distance, like for example, is that there is this idea that if the Earth was curved, then you would see the curvature on the horizon, right? The horizon would have a slight curve to it, because it would be indicative of the shape of the globe, the Earth. Sorry for saying the G word. But yeah, I mean, I'm still school's out on that, and obviously water, always going to a flat level, etc. So a Earth containing a lot of water, how does it stick to a globe, etc. Yeah. Oh, I mean, like, that's all fairly sound. So, but then again, I was talking to somebody, I forget his name. He was actually quite interesting about the political motivations behind miseducating people on the shape of, we just concluded that yet again it's kind of a existential wrath rained down by people in a position of intellectual power, etc., etc. Just another day, Yeah, but that's about it.
Yes, now you're ringing a bell with me. I remember our conversation. Yeah, because you were postulating, that they were just kind of like enjoying tormenting people that they perceived to be in a weaker position. You were presenting that as a possible motivation or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no doubt that there's people in this world who enjoy hurting other people. I mean, we know that. Yeah, they're called psychopaths.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I find quite interesting is that when it comes to this topic, either people aren't really interested or they deliberately choose not to remember the points that is discussed with them. But for example, if you were going to go pick a new vehicle, you're going to go buy a new car, and you get to the showroom, and the guy starts explaining the differences between the two cars that you want to buy. Then later on, he's going to say to you, well, how do you feel about these two choices? Now, if he's just explained to you the pros and cons of each vehicle, you're going to then say, I like that this one comes with 5 airbags, and I like that this one has a top speed of, and you'll say the top speed. You'll know the facts that have just been said to you because you're actually in the market for buying a vehicle. But yet, a lot of the time, if you were here for 2 hours and you spoke to Dandelion, there's probably another 50 points that she raised with you that were noteworthy. But yet, it's difficult to recite them. And I think what Rog was asking you was like, just give us one that's made you scratch your head a little bit longer than the other ones. Just to sort of figure out where you are on your journey so that potentially we can go to that topic, because if that's the one that interests you and has piqued your curiosity, then we can start there. But when someone goes through an hour-long explanation in incredible detail, so when we ask what is the most peculiar, people will often say that 250-mile photograph, that world's longest photograph. Like, how can you have a photograph from 250 miles? Or they'll recite very specific things that we've shown them if they're actually interested in listening to the specific things that we're showing them. But yet people who remain undecided for month after month after month, staying on the fence on this topic, when you ask them to recite any point specifically, they generally hand wave and talk about these generalities like, like water and stuff, and maybe like, psychology, and very broad sweeping brush strokes, because they're deliberately wanting to keep it vague so that it can remain uncertain even for the audience.
Mm-hmm.
So is there anything specific that any person has raised with you over the last week or two that caused you to at least pause for a second or scratch your head a little bit and think, how could that possibly work on a globe?
Yeah, I'm the kind of person that takes a while to really formulate an opinion about anything, and I mean like literally anything. Like, I'm just not really that kind of person. So it just takes me a while to warm up to anything, and before something really catches my interest. It's not an intentional smoke screen. I don't have anything to really hide. I mean, why would I? I don't have an agenda. So if I had an agenda, then I would be deliberately sowing constant distraction within the conversations just to take people's time up, right? So they couldn't get points. But doing that, I think I've listened to you. I just take a long time. You know, maybe I've got like a slight head injury or something, and it takes a while to filter through. I don't know. So if anything, to be honest,
But are you
hasn't.
so thanks for sharing that. Are you that way with other things which you are interested about, like your favorite football team? I don't know, do you watch footy? What do you
I'm not a sports person. No. I mean, like, I'm not really interested in much at all, really, these days. And maybe that's just a psychological thing. If you feel an information overload, existential overload, feeling of inability to do anything about situations at all, I guess that's where you naturally kind of go, right? Like you just hunker down. You know, I mean, my day at the moment, I'm just about to start a new business, and that's been taking up a lot of my brain power, just getting things set up. And other than that, I've just left my last position. I actually have all this free time, and it's weird what it does to your brain, because your brain for some reason just goes nowhere, like literally blank. So I can, I can sit at the table and I can take 3 hours to eat lunch. Like it's crazy. And I've never really been in that position in my life ever, really. I've always worked.
Well, this is
and
a
I've always
great
been
time.
busy.
Yeah, then you have tons of time when you could actually look into this. I mean, what could be more interesting? You just said that the most interesting. You said that you seem to grasp the concept that we see too far. The long distance observations demonstrate we're not on a globe. I know we got into a thing about why it should or shouldn't matter, and whether children were or not being harmed, and so on. But do you want me to change you to a globe? I don't know, some kind of globe role, because so you still at this point, if somebody like said, came into your kitchen there while you're looking at your table for 3 hours and said, "Do you live on a spinning globe, Kavanakin?" Would you say yes?
Yeah, like straight off the. Excuse
Okay.
me.
Because I'm the one that gave you the LARPer role, because for a while there you were pretending to be on the fence. Then you were actually in the lobby, like pretending to be a flat earther. But I'll go ahead and just give you the globe earther role, because that would be more accurate. We liked people to be named properly
Sure.
here.
I
Okay.
don't mind. You can keep Lapper there as well if you like.
You like that? Okay. Oh, okay. I won't take that one away then.
I am a Lapper, yeah. I'm a disgusting troll. Like, I'm not going to
So
deny
glad
it.
you acknowledge that. Thank you. This is the second person that's been honest with me today. Maybe the third. Huh. Surprising. Yeah.
do you mean
Yeah.
troll as in you like to generate reactions in people? Or
On occasion. Most of the time, I just like to say things for the sake of saying them. But I don't need to be.
That also shows me that you're a free
drawing
thinker.
a huge
You know?
amount of attention either.
Well, what gives me a lot of hope in you is that if you are starting your own business, that shows me that you're not a follower, that you are able to think for yourself and to make decisions entirely on your own. And effectively, that excess time that you now find that you have is part of the deception of realizing that you've been sold a lie from day one. You were told by your parents that you've got to go out there and get a good job so you can pay your taxes and that you can, achieve what your government needs you to do, basically. And then when you realize that you can start your own business or that you have the competency for that, you suddenly realize that what you were earning as a salary, you could now make in a day or in an hour or in 10 minutes. And that your day suddenly becomes your day again. Those 24 hours now belong to Kavanikan. And now it's your choice as to how to spend those 24 hours, because you no longer have a boss telling you to be in at 8 a.m. and you can stay there till 5 or whatever. And then you always had someone else dictating your life to you. The moment you step out of that, you suddenly realize, holy shit, you could have gone on like that for the rest of your life till you were 65 and retired and thought that that's what life was about. Paying 50% of your tax to your government and just working your shift every day. But when you start to break free from the system and you realize you can make decisions on your own, you can improve your life on your own, it's part of what is required to actually look at this information and to see the wood for the trees, to see the flat earth through the information, is that you have to look at it critically, individually, form your own conclusion without needing social conformity to help guide you.
That is so beautiful. That reminds me, yes, it's all coming back to me now, that late night conversation, because I had hope for him too, Flat Earth Solar, but then it was soon crushed. He crushed my dreams and hopes into the ground. And those guys, Battlemod, Elijah, and Dio, I was having hope, giving him a similar speech to what you did. They're like, oh no hope for this guy. No, he's off the deep end. And then they finally won me over, Flat Earth Solar. I lost my hope in Kavanikan. Maybe it can be revived. Do you think I should keep having hope for you? Flat Earth Solar still got the flame of hope for Kavanikan.
I mean, perhaps all hope is lost. But it's interesting how you said reclaiming the day, and I think it was actually Nietzsche who said that. And he said, a man who doesn't choose doesn't civilly allocate how he's going to conduct his day is less of a man, and that's your working poor, and they know it, right? And it builds a resentment, and I guess that's what led to unions and striking and domestic violence and alcoholism and all the social ills that come with people that just work manual work. They become, unhealthy people whether they like it or not, and that's exactly right. When I decided to start a business myself, I thought, fuck, every single boss that I've had has just been a piece of shit, and they're in it for themselves, and I can be a piece of shit too, but I'm doing it for myself, so the only person I'm being a piece of shit to is myself, and ethically I can handle that, so
or you can try to break the mold, and say every boss you've had was a piece of shit. You're going to be something else, and that other people will want to work for your organization. In fact, you'll have people so desperately wanting to work for you that they'll come and volunteer. And you could reframe that entire thing to go out and be the change that you want to see in the world. Or what you said is more accurately to what we all do. I also work for myself and have done so for about the last 7 or 8 years. And like you say, you talk to yourself like the worst employee ever. Hey, you lazy dick, get off your ass now. Come on, you got to do, you talk to yourself really badly. You wouldn't go and talk to a staff that way. But in the commentator in our head, the one that speaks to us all the time, you're such a shithead. How did you forget that? Why didn't you remember to do that? And, we generally do talk to ourselves very badly. And then we assume that when we talk to others that way, they should just accept it because, well, at least I talk to myself the same way also. But it's the other way around. We should aim to treat people better, including ourselves.
Absolutely, because that type of motivation has not been shown to have results to, beat people up and tell them how horrible they are, and yet we do it to ourselves. Imagine how much we could accomplish if we, were more encouraging to ourselves, as if we were like, a child that we were taking care of or an employee that we were trying to keep working for us. You know what I mean? Because that's one of the things I've tried to do is to be more disciplined in my life, and is because I haven't. I mean, I admit, and it's because of this world, right? Like you're not encouraged to reach your potential or to discipline yourself and so on. You're encouraged to be mediocre. So, and it's so easy to be mediocre. I mean, you can hardly lift a finger, and the one eye in the country of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. So we'll just all walk around with an eye patch. Imagine if we use both of our eyes. Stop being lazy. It's like, yeah, you can get by with very little effort in this world, no doubt. That doesn't mean that's what you should do. Because imagine what you could do if you actually did try to discipline yourself and be kind to yourself and get yourself to do all the things you know are possible. Absolutely.
Spot on.
David Foster Wallace called it the terrible master, that internal narrative. Like that constant, you're basically you're riding yourself like a horse and giving yourself generous lashes to move faster and quicker and succeed, right? Ideally it should be about success, and obviously self-destructive people have something else going on, and they're powered by Thanatos, which is the death drive, all that stuff. And Nietzsche, yet again, sort of he placed a finger on all these things, right? And I'm not going to rant about Nietzsche for the next 2 hours, but he made a lot of good points. And he said, you need to be capable of absolute pessimism before you can start building an optimistic groundwork for the world around you. He said, we can't not avoid, like devastating pessimism in times of our lives. It's just how our brains go. They're wired to think of the absolute worst outcome, And I think the only thing, like when you come to ideologies, is that's what I'm careful about, is that if it is almost like a group hallucination, like you've got a group of people coming together and sharing ideas, but underneath it is this panic, like it's the pessimism of being alive and how hard it is to be alive runs the show, not the individuals. And if anything, it's that individualism, if we all work together but remain respectful as individuals, I think will solve a lot of problems. Nobody likes to be humiliated or demeaned or disempowered, or constantly brutalized for their performance, and unfortunately it's a lot of the way it goes in the working world for people, So that's probably the middle ground that I'm trying to aim for. I wouldn't have an employee anytime soon. Like, I want to work for myself for about a year so I can accumulate the money, and then maybe I'll get an apprentice. But right now, I just want to keep it lean and mean and start turning out my projects, and theoretically, I make about $2,500 a week doing it for myself, and that's cash. That's for me. So that's everything else taken out. So I'd like to make that money, and then I can buy a house and all that shit.
Correct. And if you like Nietzsche, I'm sure you listen to J.P. Peterson as well.
Well, Peterson is strongly informed by Nietzsche.
Correct. Well, that's why I was wondering if you watch him, because he also talks about some of the great philosophers. But one of the most interesting things I've heard Peterson talk about is that we often have these two characters inside of us. We have the coward and we have the tyrant. And when we're the coward, we're wanting to get away from an uncomfortable situation. And then the coward snaps into tyrant once he's had enough. And then we behave like the tyrant, where screw everyone. Doesn't matter who gets damaged in this next tirade. I'm going to say what I need to say because I haven't said it for the last 6 months, and I'm going to get it off my chest, and I don't care who gets hurt. And then we go snapping back to the coward again. And it's really about unifying these opposites. So like your pessimism and optimism, it's about unifying them. So remaining sufficiently pessimistic, but also being sufficiently optimistic, sort of finding the middle ground between the two extremes, the middle ground between the coward and the tyrant. Finding that middle ground in yourself is the secret to success. Whenever we're on one of the extremes, we're normally failing at something.
This is a strange connection, but has anybody seen Sons of Anarchy? I'll get to the point of why I'm raising this. I'm not taking the piss. Has anybody
Yeah, I've
seen
seen
Sons
it.
of Anarchy? So you know the DEA agent, the tall guy. He
Mm-hmm.
was also in The Shield. He played the the green, the green detective who strangled the
Yeah,
cat. You know that guy, but he's
yeah.
also in Sons of Anarchy as the DEA agent. Like he is a Nietzschean hero. Actually, he's actually a very, very well written character because he knows exactly what he needs to do for the greater good, and that's to stop basically the Sons of Anarchy, and he'll use anything at his disposal to do that. So he's always laying traps, and he knows exactly what he's doing. Towards the end, everything falls apart. He said, he's saying, well, I knew what I needed to do anyway. I knew how to be the monster because I had to be the monster to stop you people. What you're doing is wrong, and it's as simple as that. And that's how I like to think of how you should operate is know that you're the villain. You are a villain. You've done, probably everybody here has probably done one or two things that they find hard to comprehend or hard to digest within themselves, and that's just part of the working process, isn't it? And I mean that's
Well, yeah, I think that we have to. I mean, of course, you're not on the same wavelength necessarily as we are, Kavanagh, but what I've found since being part of this so-called flat Earth movement, we have to, because people who are, let's say, like good at heart or whatever you want to call it, the people who come into the world, like aren't really that interested in hurting or messing with other people, kind of just want to live their life and be left alone, like find joy in simple things, enjoy nature and so on. Like, we don't like to think of ourselves as villains. I'm just speaking for myself. Like, I don't think I've ever been. Well, actually, one time I was a villain. I'm sorry. There was another time when I was a villain. I won't get into the details, but this is the second time in my life where, like, an organization, aka the Glober Society, the Globe Believers, the Globe Cult, in their world, I am a villain, and so like over the past 2 years, I've just kind of, and not just in that situation, but just kind of like in general, if you're countercultural, like those people think of you as bad, and they will not own, and because it's not an intellectual position, you're not objectively actually harming anyone, only in their imagination do they project things upon you. So they'll find like other things to pick on about you and so on. And so you do have to sometimes, I have embraced it. I'm like, yeah, I'm going against this global regime here. So in their eyes, I am a villain and I will accept that. I do not need to be the friend of everyone. I don't need to have unity. It's perfectly fine. And we sometimes talk about them creating division in the world. And sometimes people will say, oh, here's just another division, globe versus flat. But you know what? I be divided from
But
them.
that's
I'm all about that. I bring on the
but,
division because I keep dividing myself more and more from them. And if that makes me a villain in their eyes, then so be it.
but that's also a misinterpretation because you're being firm to your belief, unwavering. And that is somehow seen as opposition, and therefore the villain.
Yes, they do
You've
not. That's what they don't like the
been
most, isn't
firm
it? The confidence, the sure. That's what they dislike the most, isn't it?
because you're not pursuing them. You're not taking underhanded tactics to try and cripple them or take away their employment, finding out where they work and getting their jobs taken away, or you're not stirring in their life like a villain would. You're simply holding
Yes.
firm to what you believe, and you've been villainized. And that's in the eye
Yeah.
of the beholder. It's not, you are not being a villain by simply presenting truth. And, it goes back to that example that you were talking about, the Sons of Anarchy, that
Thank you for
this is
telling me I'm not a villain, Flatter Solar. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Continue on.
I wasn't either. I was saying we're all capable of being villains, and we've all had
no, so
moments of villainy.
this is the yin and the yang that exists within each one of us. And I think all of collective human societies always wanted to place the good and the bad outside, and then we're just neutral, either being influenced by good or influenced by bad. But there's actually good and bad in each one of us, and you have to learn to restrain that monster inside yourself and prevent yourself from going and committing atrocities which each one of us are capable of doing, causing harm to others. But we're not detached from that. That's inside of us. It's part of the sinful condition that Adam and Eve left us in, is that we have this inherent ability to sin right from birth. So, but it's how you control that monster inside you, that is how you will be later judged at some point on your ability to either predominantly focus on the good, or if you chose the bad, well, then take the consequence. And with the Sons of Anarchy example, it's the same with the Globers, that they want a white knight, that police officer chose that he needed to stop the Sons of Anarchy. Then he took it upon himself, like this quest, that he needed to now go fulfill the complete bringing down of that group. And it's the same white knighting that occurs when there's an ideology. So, like with the globe earthers, they think we've got the wrong ideology. They need to shut us down, and they're on some noble quest for the sake of all humankind to come and correct our misunderstandings. Whereas it's actually the opposite, that they're coming to attack us. So they're not doing anything noble, and yet they simply don't have the information we do. And if they're willing to listen, at that point, they can then make their informed decision. But if they haven't heard the information, they'll never understand why it is that we believe what we do. But the idea of saying, I'm going to go take this noble quest and potentially sacrifice my own life to shut down someone else, that's really peculiar. It's not a common thing for people to do unless it's ideologically based.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
it could
that's.
be
I mean, that's what I was going to ask you, Kevin. Oh, I'm sorry. If it's had something else to say, because this is a different question. So go ahead if you had something to say to Fire Solar.
that's the fear of the other, though, right? Like it's something so incomprehensible that it needs to be squashed, sort of, outlook. And that, that's a part of human nature, and obviously that results in tribalism. And I guess they are tribes, flat earthers and globe earthers. And
Yeah, so it goes
that
back to that first word you said, incomprehensible. So because
to
they
them.
are because they are unable to comprehend, they're scared that if others do comprehend, it will expose their ignorance, and therefore they go on a white knight quest to try and shut down the source so that no one else can become exposed to that information which they were unable to comprehend, but yet others might be able to comprehend.
That is good. That is good. Because some of these people, you can tell when they come in here, these Globers, that they're like the kids who like really care about like memorizing all the stuff and, science and math class. And they figured out this little system, which is not that hard to figure out. I'm sorry. I'm here to tell you that if you put like a tiny bit of effort into it, like we were just talking about, I mean, you can sleepwalk through school and figure out what they want from you and regurgitate. It's not difficult at all. Like most people just don't even care enough to do it. But these people who have like really worked hard at like parroting it. But you can tell when I was in school, I remember like, oh, these guys like are working really hard just to keep up with like this low level nonsense. All they're doing is asking us to repeat it, and they think like they're really smart because they repeat it best. And then they come in here and they're like, oh my gosh, this whole thing is like could be destroyed, and I'd have to relearn like a new weird little system, because they don't even understand the concept that no, you wouldn't have to relearn a new little system. You'd have to learn to use your brain to evaluate things in real time and actually deal with the real world where we live, not this little Klingon English dictionary called a science book that you just memorized. Like they don't want you to say, oh, Klingon's not a real language, and I put all this time into learning it and going to the Star Trek conventions. I mean, that's basically what we're telling these little science nerds that come in here, right? Like, yeah, your little science glossary, just throw that out the window. I mean, there's a few things in it that are worthwhile, but that's just like a very basic starting line to any kind of real scientific thought. I mean, what they call science today is just nonsense. I mean, it's just a little system that they've memorized. And like you just said, they know that they're outclassed, And so all they can do is emotionally lash out because they've been told you're the apex, you're the best, you made the honor roll. And this is coming from someone who made the honor roll. Yeah. With like doing almost nothing. It's like, come on, like you guys are, it's not that big a deal to succeed in this stupid system. It's very easy. So yeah, there's a whole nother world out there that if you guys would stop being little lazy people and trying to break down the people you envy, because it's a spirit of envy, no doubt. Why don't you, instead of trying to destroy those people, if you envy them, then there must be something that you find of value, or you wouldn't have this feeling of envy. So therefore, instead of trying to destroy them to try to make yourself look better, why don't you try to discipline yourself to learn what that is? Because yes, some people have it more naturally than others, but you could train and discipline your mind to actually think and not just be a little parrot if you made a tiny bit of effort.
That Klingon language is a fantastic analogy because if you think about it, they've got the whole lifespan of a Klingon. They know how many children they have. They know how they pronounce these different words, and there's guys who can have full-on Klingon conversations with one another. There's all this time and effort and fiction gone into writing that information. And now the people are presented with this idea that they have to unlearn this truthful Klingon that they've just spent all this time learning. But everyone knows that Klingon is true. Everyone agrees. And then suddenly they find themselves presented with this idea that, like you say, they actually have to now go into the real world, or like be present in the real world. Just start noticing. We get everything we know from a screen, generally these days. And we think that that screen is infallible. But yet, when we go into reality, a lot of things that we see on the screen are wrong. And that's where the real question comes in. Like when we as flat earthers always ask, who has measured the radius in the real world? As in, away from a desk, away from their monitor screen, in the real world, went and took this measurement showing the radius from the center of the earth to the exterior. Or the circumference, going the entire way around the earth and wrapping the two ends till the two ends touch. Here's like my sewing tape measure, and I wrap it around the earth, and now here's the two ends coming together. There's the circumference. And at the same time, you show it on every continent. Everyone can show that that tape measure has been wrapped all the way around the ball. These are the two ends coming together, and this is the measurement now. No one's ever done that. No one's ever done anything in the real world. They always assume it's a sphere, then calculate its circumference, assumed, and then assume a radius for this assumed circumference for this assumed sphere.
Yeah, I'm excited, Flatter Solar, about the future. I'd like just right here in this server, small sampling of people. We have so many people with new and original ideas that we've seen demonstrated even just today in this live stream that I think the future is bright for the people who are just going to continue to use their logic and reason to figure out what's going on in this world. And the other people who want to stay in a dying system and try to prop up this old system, which isn't really that old, right? It's only I don't know, century old, maybe more. But regardless, you know the one I mean, the one that has a stranglehold on all creativity, the one that's taken over the government, the education, the media, the means of production, and seized all control of all the major institutions so that we no longer actually have a civilization that we could feel proud of contributing to or being a part of or pass on to our children. People want to cling to that so-called world that is now just nothing but a monochromatic, robotic regurgitation of propaganda and calling it by various names. As over here we call it entertainment, over there we call it news, over there we call it education. It's all basically the same thing. People just want to disconnect from that and just go back to living in the real world. I mean, it's perfectly possible to do that. We're doing it right here. You know, join us. Oh, Command
Sorry,
Ken. Oh,
you
I
had
remember what I was going to ask
you had
you. I'm
another
sorry.
question. Yeah,
Oh,
right.
yeah. Oh, and you were just going to prompt me to ask you. That's so great. Because I sometimes lose my train of thought. But what I was going to ask you, let me try to remember what it was. It had to do with, I know what it was. It was just like a general worldview question. Because like just going back to the beginning when Roger asked you, beginning of today, when he asked you, you know, what you found was interesting and so on. And you acknowledge that, yes, you're still a person who thinks they live on a spinning ball, which is perfectly fine. That is there something about it? Because, for me, like I'd already discarded the validity of the system long ago, like probably at 12, an event happened to me that made me just realize the whole thing is nonsense. So like by the time I got to flat earth, it was kind of like, oh yeah, these measurements show that the globe's a lie. We see too far. Like, yep, makes sense to me. No problem. Like, I mean, I shouldn't say no problem. I mean, I had to come into terms with it and evaluate some things and adjust my point of view accordingly to the new information. But it's not hard for me to realize that the government is not there to protect, provide, inform us, and so on. Like, I've known that for a very long time. But I know from other topics that I've discussed with people in the regular world, like, for example, I one time gave a person a book about 9/11. It was one of, is his name David Ray Griffith? I think so. It's been so long since I used to read all his books. I'm pretty sure that's his name. Anyway, he writes a lot of really well-documented footnote books, very just kind of objective viewpoint about how, the government story of what happened on 9/11/01 is just complete nonsense. I mean, how many holes do we have to poke in it? It's just like the globe. We poke millions of holes in it. It's no problem. You just discard their theory. The government conspiracy theory about the 19 men with box cutters does not hold up to scrutiny even a little bit. So anyway, I asked the person to read it. They read it. And then, I said, what did you think? It's like, well, gosh, I don't know. Like, if this is true, then we're effed, saying the entire word. And then this person did not pursue truth. Okay. And that's the same we see people with the globe lie. You can't, to realize the scope of the lie for some people, they can't let go of thinking for some reason, not just government, I shouldn't say government as a safety net, because that can be a very physical thing where you think, if I lose my job, they're going to give me a check and so on. But just, it's more of like a psychological thing. Like you think someone's in charge. You've been told since childhood, if you follow all these rules, they'll be there for you. They'll take care of you. And you can't be blamed, right? You don't have to, they infantilize people. They say, and that's basically why people continue to not make healthy choices, is because they don't want to then be told, oh, look, your child died because you didn't listen to the government, right? And so they can't even, in this tiniest little thing, can't even take a stand, because I guess they're going to say, if they die, somebody's going to put on their tombstone, oh, he died because he didn't listen to the government, right? That is basically the mind trap they've got you in, which is why people don't take responsibility for their own life, because they don't want to be blamed for anything bad that happens. And they think if they abdicate responsibility to this great government in the sky, they can't be blamed if they followed all the rules. So I would just say,
But
that's a long way to ask you, Kavanakin, what is it that's actually holding you back from just simply realizing the mathematical fact that the globe is a lie? Like, would that really disturb you if you came to realize that?
No. And I think I said that from the start. I did say, look, I don't really mind what shape or form the Earth takes. Because why would you? It's just is what it is. Like if it was flat and in a container, then so be it. And if it was globular and in a sphere, so be it. So, like, I'm probably not going to move too far off that viewpoint. of mine. And it's interesting as an aside, you were saying about 9/11, obviously, that was an inside job. And I mean, they're just trying to forget that it even happened. Like, I know that you as a society being directly affected, having all those innocent people die at the
Are you
hands
in
of their own
Australia?
government.
Are you in Australia?
Yeah. So anyway, died at the hands of their own government to start a war, right? Which was the point. It's been a soft admission though, which is interesting, is that now Iraq is seen as an invasion, right? So it's officially in the media, governmentally recorded as an invasion now. But it took up to like 5 to 10 years for America to even admit it was an invasion. So it's the truth always comes out.
That's a good sign that you're able to, that's a good sign that you're able to see through that. Although maybe in other countries it's easier for people to accept that than it is here in the United States of America. I don't really know. It seems like it is.
Oh, and because what a horrific thing to have to accept, that your own government would create destruction at such an enormity just to start a war, because they didn't have the grounds other than economic ones. So, as you know, the war was started for securing the oil fields, and then it was moved over to secure the not even illegal opioids, the illegal opioid production, but the actual legal one. And what people forget is that in Afghanistan and in those areas is basically one of the biggest producers in the world of medical opioids. So they export basically to pharmaceutical companies to make, Emeslon, your morphine ranges, basic morphine, codeine. So it's actually it was a pharmaceutical war because of that was to do more with Russia. But anyway, getting off the point. So yes,
and even in addition to that, they were also bombing libraries and museums, and they were removing a lot of our ancient
knowledge. Yeah, like
from the Middle East.
It was like the sacking of the Library of Alexandria. Do you know how advanced our society, our global society, would be now if the Library of Alexandria had been left alone? Alexandria,
Correct.
sorry. You wouldn't. The knowledge that they had stored in there was incredible, and I mean, it was going back to
it's claimed to have
Egypt.
been. It's claimed to have been incredible, but we cannot determine what was actually lost. That's probably the saddest part. But effectively, how did that knowledge get put in the books in the first place? Through human beings. And this is something that I've always said as well, is that we treat these books as though they're above humans, always forgetting that some human penned that on the paper. So if there was this incredible knowledge and it was burnt and lost, it doesn't mean that that information is lost forever. If we are human beings and we have the ability to look at our surroundings and actually see what's there and start documenting what's there, there's a lot of stuff that the scientific community's glossed over just to try and stick to certain narratives and paradigms and evidence that pops up that causes contradiction. They dismiss as an outlier and then just keep the narrative. So exactly like the 9/11.
Yes and no. You have to pay for knowledge. For example, you do medicine. You've got to pay a lot of money for that. So it's all about you end up becoming part of a elite part of society, I guess, and it's about protecting success with doctors. You never question the doctors. Blah blah blah. In a traditional biomedical health model, the doctors are the top of the pile. The doctors are basically the priests of the temple, and the temple is health. So they pay a lot of money for that. They have to work very hard for that. They have a range of problems within their own communities, lots of alcoholism, mental health problems, families falling apart, but it's all covered up because they're doctors. So doctors work within their own circles. They won't deal with anybody else because they've developed the arrogance of doing a lot of work. And that's the thing, is doctors do a lot of work, and they do have to retain a lot of information and knowledge, and then apply it every single day, making clinical decisions. So it's the risk and the reward. Like getting into medicine, medical school. Traditionally, you have to have absolute top grades. You have to have an immaculate academic career. You also have to have an immaculate social background, etc., etc. And you got to put your life into it, and that's it. You dedicate your life to being a doctor if you're anything close to being a good doctor, and you're constantly developing and learning. So when people are saying that information is being withheld, it's not. It is, but it isn't. It's being kept for the people that have pretty much made the sacrifice of their life to learning that information. And that's where the arrogance, I think, comes from. It's that they go, no, we're smarter than you, we're more informed than you, we don't need to deal with you. You can either listen to us or you can fuck off. Excuse my language. And I know that there's been a lot of movement towards opening the doors a little bit, but they always come down to the arrogance of excellence. Like this individual wants to do medicine, but looking at their marks, they could be unsafe in a clinical scenario, so we can't let them through. They always go from the matter of safety, and that technical knowledge.
We've talked about this the other night. That's just part of the bluff that they are. Come on, these doctors that just because they can memorize a whole bunch of stuff, they don't know what the hell they're talking about when you go and actually talk to them. My God.
A lot of them know.
I want to just challenge. I just want to challenge that. Paying for indoctrination into a certain paradigm does not necessarily also make it true. So, for example, in the medical field, they never considered nutrition as a form of healing, or that the body's inherent its inherent property is to heal itself, and that you're simply assisting with the body's natural inherent properties.
Yeah,
they
you're
look
talking
at
about
everything.
intervention, right? You're talking about medicate, like pill pushing, which is an industry.
Correct.
So yeah,
Correct.
of course.
So now,
Of course, I
if
agree.
you go pay $300,000 to learn about a pill pushing industry that then makes you a ton of money through the pushing of pills, that does not necessarily mean that pushing pills was the right answer. And the same thing with astrophysics, theoretical astrophysics. They even put theoretical in the name because it's entirely theoretical. And they assume that they know what's going on, and they stand up as though they're the most intelligent of all of our careers, but they are theorists because they can never demonstrate.
They develop a language amongst themselves, which they don't want to share, or they see as wasting their time. Like that's mathematicians, A great example of that is, you should read. I'm guessing a lot of you already have, but you should read Simon Singh's Fermat's theorem. And as a layperson to mathematics, it's a very interesting insight into the insanity of mathematicians themselves. Like a lot of them are as mad as a cut snake. I mean, there's obviously whatever his name was, A Beautiful Mind, blah blah blah. And he's schizophrenic, obviously. But you should definitely check out Fermat's theorem because it's fascinating. It is actually a very, very well-written book for a person that doesn't know a lot about mathematics or a person who does, And medicine does the same, but like it's the same in construction. Builders do the same. So I work in construction, and I actually used to work in medicine, but I work in construction. It's a long story. And this is exactly the same dealing with builders. They see themselves as the priests of the temple, and the temple is constructing a safe building that doesn't fall down. So, where I work, the area I work in, I'm basically, working alongside the builders, but the builder's a boss, and I have met some stupid fucking builders, excuse my language. But they're in that community, and they just, some terrible builders out there literally have whole careers because they got, social abilities, or they let stuff go, or they're popular. You see, it's that human element. So, you know, and then you got some really good builders that are humble and they just turn up to work and they keep their heads down and they do their job, you know, but nobody seems to recognize them because they're not rock stars, you know. So that cult of personality in any area is why we watch television, because we find the characters interesting. You know, once again, the Medicine House, you know, like a doctor like Dr. House, like you wouldn't want him near you usually, you know. And why does he have to be always kind of being like, haha, I'm the smartest guy in the room? Why can't he share his knowledge properly? Why is he so rude to the junior doctors? He doesn't need to be like that. It's the arrogance of the, the singular male, the god complex, if you like, you know. And obviously characters harangue him about that for the entire show, saying, you know, your arrogance is unacceptable, blah, blah, blah. But then he turns out to be the only one that gets it right, so everybody has to respect him. And I think that's a little fantasy for a lot of doctors, is being that person, you know, and then not having to tell people why they're making their decisions. You know, that's just the cherry on the cupcake, you know?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are. I've talked to some who are, halfway decent. I'm not saying all of them are horrible, but generally, it is what you just said, and they don't. And I noticed long ago. I stopped going to doctors long ago, but I noticed that I stopped telling them like what I thought it was, or too much about what I was feeling or thinking or what happened, because they would automatically eliminate that as a possibility. If you're like, like one of the first times I went in there, it still believed in that. I had inhaled some chemicals and accidentally in this chemistry lab I was setting up, and I had a horrible cough, and I'm like, well, I did inhale this particular thing, and he's like, oh no, that's not it, it's this thing. And then they just give you some cough syrup. It's like, yeah, why did I pay you? I mean, I knew I inhaled the stuff. Now I would just go, make sure I breathe a lot of fresh air. I have this lung cleanse spray that I use that's herbal and so on. Like, I don't need to go to some doctor to buy some cough syrup with codeine. And I mean, they're just basically little witch doctors. They aren't even as good as, you could do for just yourself. And they discount your input about your own body that you should know the most of. They immediately eliminate that as a possibility if you bring something up. So if you do still believe in doctors, don't tell them what you think it is, because if that's it, then you have to kind of like treat them like children and let them think of it themselves, and then they'll diagnose you the way you already know before you went there. So that's 0 point to them in the first place.
I find astrophysicists more like
is that $200?
Yeah, I find astrophysicists more like the cosplay people who are they have a stage, and within that stage, of course, the stage being space for astrophysics, they have all this mathematical language, basically a nice Dungeons and Dragons story for the sky. and they know it too, which is why they get tired of the mainstream, kind of using them as a crutch for the worldview, because they often have to say, well, it's not really like that. You have to think of it like this. They know they're playing a game, and the people that are kind of pushing it as if it's real life, they're probably the most annoying to these people who just want their fantasy.
That's a good point. I like that. That is really good. That is really
And you have to think of it like that. That's very deceptive. And if you watch out for that, like play it like a drinking game. Every time they say, yes, but you have to think about it like this. You have to take a shooter. And when you look, that's when they put the trampoline and a big weighted ball at the center and say gravity's like this trampoline, but yet space-time is nothingness, but it's also the fabric of everything. And it's like a trampoline, but just not like a trampoline. And if that ball continues to spiral till eventually it hits the central ball, yes, orbits are like that, but nothing like that. You kind of have to think about them like, great point, Elijah.
Yeah, and to go flat Earth solar with our Klingon culture analogy we were using earlier. Yeah. Like the flat earthers are the ones who are going to go to the Las Vegas Star Trek convention and be like, this is real. Klingons aren't real. Why'd you waste all your time learning this? We would not be popular there, right? Exactly. And that's like what Elijah was just saying. They just want to keep their little Star Trek convention going. And, they kind of in the back minds might know it's fake, but they're stars, right? They're like one of the Star Trek actors, what's his name, LeVar Burton, going to the Star Trek convention. Like, don't be coming in here and telling me all this is pointless. I'm the star of this show, and I worked hard to
Yeah.
get here, so stop messing this up for me, flat earthers.
How cool do
Tell
you
you what,
sound
though.
when you can stay in Klingon for a whole conversation? Then you
I'd love
know
to
that
meet
you're
Jonathan
really the
Frakes, though.
coolest. So repeat.
Oh, I said, boy, I'd love to meet Jonathan Frakes, though. It would be awesome. Like, eating barbecue with Jonathan Frakes, like, whether you like Star Trek or not, would probably
Yeah, I think there's a really good Kavanikan. If you are a fan of Riker, did you ever watch the episode where there's a little boy and they're in a holodeck, and first they try to get him to think the boy's his son. Do you know the one I'm talking about? And then the boy says he's hiding. And then he's hiding from the Romulans. That was a holodeck, and I'm not really your son. Now we're hiding from the Romulans on the ship. All this stuff, and then Riker gets to a point, which is the point where most of us here have gotten to, and maybe one day you will also, where he just says, "I'm not going to play anymore. I'm not playing your holodeck games," because it's one layer after another layer of deception and so on. So basically, that's where we are right now. We're not playing anymore. And maybe you'll join us one day and just say end program.
Yeah. Yeah. Picard's really good, actually. I don't know if there's any Trekkies here, but I actually really enjoyed Picard, and I hadn't watched Star Trek since The Next Generation, so I was not a Voyager fan or Deep Space Nine, but Picard was great. If you are looking for some light entertainment, it's actually very nicely done. So there we go. But enough about Star Trek, I guess.
But do you understand how
have
all
you
of
considered-
that cannot be real? Space is fake.
Well, I was gonna say, I wasn't even gonna go there. I was gonna say, have you considered that all of Star Trek takes place on a singular plane of reference?
Right. Well, yeah, it's the trickle out of things, isn't it? Like, it's actually
You know why I said what I said before you
it's all
continue? I'm
emotion
sorry.
based. Sorry. Yeah, it has to reference itself, right? And that's basically started with Gene Roddenberry inventing things. I mean,
I mean like I'm talking about the setting itself. Like whenever they meet up with someone, whenever they go into warp speed, whenever they have to fight, everyone has the same reference of up and down, which means they're staged in a plane of reference. Because there is no up and down in space, only to and away from the center of mass. So in order for it to be a good show, they made it easy and put one single plane of reference.
Right. You mean the actual physics, like the way that they handle physics in the show. They're going towards something, or they're going away from something, or they're making evasive tactics around something.
It's always in reference to one up and one down, yes.
Yeah.
They're always upright.
Yeah, pretty much, I guess. I thought that was the whole anti-gravitational thing that they had in the ship. Like, they could be upside down, but they were still standing upright.
But were they upside down? Like when
Yeah. What is upside down? Right. I thought they tried to do because there was heaps of Deus Ex Machina, in the original shows. Especially, I mean, I did watch a bit of Deep Space Nine, and especially there was just like the MacGuffin got them out of the problem. The magic trick got them out of the situation, and I guess
no,
that's
I wasn't. I was.
But yeah, I understand when you talk about planes, like right. So, what is up and what is sure.
Do you think that in a vacuum chamber, when you've taken everything out of a vacuum chamber, that you can put gas back into the vacuum chamber and the gas will all stick together in a ball? And that if you release mass into the vacuum chamber, that the mass will all stick together like a ball? Or will the gas fill the entire container? Or do you think a ball of high pressure gas inside of a vacuum chamber is possible?
So pose that again. Like, are you talking about dissipation? Because everything basically molecularly needs to go to a stable molar base, right? So that's
Correct.
basically osmosis and
So,
osmotic gradients. So
so my question was, if you completely evacuate the chamber and then you reintroduce gas to the chamber, does the gas form a ball inside that vacuum?
no.
Okay, so now let's expand the example to the infinite vacuum of space. And we're told that we have balls of gas inside this enormous vacuum chamber. And like you just explained now, no, because it would want to seek an equilibrium. So high pressure gas would expand into the vacuum chamber to fill the vacuum chamber. And even the idea of a black hole, that's like more vacuum than the infinite vacuum of space. So a black hole would have to be a zone of more greater vacuum, and then balls of gas would have to be a demonstration of high pressure balls of gas inside of a vacuum. And when you do it in a demonstration form, you'll see that the gas always fills the available volume inside the container. It never condenses back into a ball or separates out, because it's always going to fill the available volume. That's what we know about gas. It's volume based. And the volume is the size of whatever it's confined by. And if that confines got larger, the gas would expand to fill that volume. Always. So in Star Trek, they often go and circle like a neighboring sun or a neighboring galaxy or some other giant ball of gas inside of a vacuum, which in the physics cannot possibly occur.
Right, and I actually, on the basis of pure science, I agree. Everything should really theoretically be bleeding into everything else. That we're actually able to achieve molecular integrity that's independent from other molecules, which they actually aren't. As molecules are constantly moving through other molecules. So, for example, let's say like a wooden frame is actually constantly being interacted with by the molecular density of the space that it's in. It's just that it's more molecularly dense, right? So it takes longer for it to redisperse back to pure molecules. Like paint is
In a
always
solid.
breaking down. Is always breaking
Right,
down
so
and flaking. The wood is
so
still
in a
living
solid,
behind the
so
paint.
those are all solids. So those are all
Yeah.
solids, and their engagement with like an atmosphere. And I agree with everything you just said, 100% in agreement. But that's why I brought it up as gas, because gas adjacent to other gas, either in a higher pressure or a lower pressure, will cause an acceleration and a blending to begin to occur. Always. So with a solid,
Unless they're reactive with each other, so they have to. If there is a, sorry for talking, but if there's a molecular imbalance basically in the structure, they will interact, and it leads to a reaction as well. So it depends on what you're trying to mix. Some
give me an
molecules.
example.
So some molecules don't want to mix with other molecules, and they negate each other. So their electron charge basically.
Such as,
let's say,
what would be an example?
If example is oxygen in a flame, the more concentrated the oxygen is going to be ignited by the flame. So they don't exactly mix together; they react with each other. So there's always reactions as well, which comes down to, you know, the sharing of electrons as they
Sure.
try to mix. So
But do
things
you
don't
understand again?
always blend.
You're now comparing plasma, the flame, to gas. Now,
Right.
that's
So the different
why I was
properties.
saying,
Right.
what
So you're
example do
talking
you have of gas with either a higher pressure gas or a lower pressure gas, and it behaving in any of the ways that a plasma or a solid or a liquid would behave a lot slower in their evaporation or expansion into the available volume? If you left the wood long enough, and over a couple of 100 years, it broke down and decayed, and then new life grew out of it and stuff, it would give back to the air again. The liquid would eventually evaporate into the available volume. The gas will expand to fill the available volume.
Oh,
And
yeah, I agree.
that's
Sure.
the
Because it's
inconvenient thing. It's always going to fill the volume, and space is the volume.
yes.
The infinite volume that's there, that's creating a really low pressure adjacent to a high pressure, cannot exist. The only way to have high pressure gas is through containment. So the Star Trek idea, what we were explaining about trying to tell people that their Klingon religion is false, is the same thing, that because we have high pressure gas on the Earth, there has to be containment. That's a necessary requirement for gas pressure in the first place, to have something to hold in that pressure, adjacent to any other high pressure or low pressure. Otherwise, the available volume would fill the available volume. So
That's
there
right.
has to be some divider, which means that the idea of Star Trek and all of that is suddenly rendered mute. Because firstly, you can't have balls of gas inside of a vacuum. And secondly, you cannot have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without containment, which means that no human being has ever left the Earth system, because no one has been outside the container, which is it can be difficult for some people to accept that. But it means that every time that they've told you that they've left the container, like the Narnia story, The Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe, if they travel through this wardrobe, then suddenly they can arrive at this magical place where the physics of our known reality don't really apply. Everything floats. We can't keep a human being in that region, but yet we still pretend to keep one there for about 300 days or 200 days, depending on whatever propaganda we need to push at the time. But
that's good that
this,
you call it magic. That's what it should be called, because these people need to understand, especially these so-called people who claim to be religious or Christian, that just fully are on board with the globe cult. You know, it is a religion telling you about a magical place that doesn't exist, that you can't go to, and that does not follow natural law, even though they, on the other side of their mouth, will say that it does, right? That it's all part of the same system or whatever. Bill Nye will say that because they come up with kind of, well, that's what all their fantasies are about, right? It's trying to force that magical realm they've created to actually match the laws that they acknowledge do exist, the natural laws. You know, down the hall, the university, they'll acknowledge those natural laws exist, and yet they will claim this magical place violates it. And that's all it is. I mean, there's no better way to put it. We don't have to believe that that these wizards are actually going to Narnia in this fantasy place. We are under no obligation to believe their stories, since they've been demonstrated over and over again to be a fraudulent organization. I'm sorry, Flat Earth Solar. I don't know. Were you not done, Flat Earth Solar? I might have interrupted you.
I just wanted to hear Kavanikan's response to the idea that firstly, balls of gas cannot exist in a vacuum, and that high pressure gas has to be contained. And that those two fundamental scientific and provable aspects to physics are inconvenient to the religion that we were all taught of a spinning space sphere with high pressure air adjacent to this infinite vacuum of volume for that high pressure air to expand into.
Mm-hmm.
What's your
So
response to that, Anakin?
my question is, well, if we're in a container, then what is the, let's say, the shell of the container made of? So what is actually up there that is containing us? It must be something.
Great question. Great question. But do you agree that there cannot be balls of high pressure gas?
I absolutely believe that if it was just literally, I think the way that it's been explained is that it's at such a high concentration that the gas maintains a form, but it's also been agreed that they can implode at any time as well. Like once the laws of entropy come into play and there's not enough chemical reactions happening or heat being generated, then that form will dissipate into like, and that's like a supernova, right? That's a supernova,
But you're
right? Like it
speaking,
just it's the death of a planet.
correct, but
And planets die
you're
all the time.
speaking Klingon, but you're speaking Klingon right now because you just agreed that you couldn't have a high pressure ball of gas, even if it's incredibly dense, it's still a gas, and it's a ball of gas in a vacuum.
Well, it's a shell of gas supposedly surrounding matter. So that's the atmospheric profile of that planet.
We'll change the example to the sun, which doesn't have a mass. Well, I mean, because gas is mass also, right? So, actually, just think of the sun then in this example and try to answer his question.
Yeah.
I thought the sun had a magma core though, right? Like it has.
It supposedly has plasma, which is hydrogen and helium, so densely packed together that it forms a plasma. But to believe that story, the gas would have had to stay in a specific area and condense without any compression on its own. We've never seen that. We don't. Do you have any examples of this?
We don't actually know what's inside the sun, do we? It's not exactly like
No, it's not that we.
stabbed
It's
the
not that
sun.
we don't know. We're talking about the belief that there's that there's this plasmic core, and it just happened in the vacuum of space because gas molecules coalesce. So the question to you, the question to you was, if you agree that higher pressure goes to lower pressure in a vacuum chamber, how could you believe the story about the sun or our atmosphere for that matter?
But there is something up there, right? There's something that illuminates our world, right?
But the question is, how do you believe what they've told you it is? It's not about what we think it is right now. The question to you specifically was, if higher pressure goes to lower pressure because of entropy, right? Why do you believe the story that you've been told about the sun and the vacuum?
Well, they don't really know how the sun works either. So the community that you disagree with doesn't know either.
The story is that it's a ball of gas, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, for now.
So why would you, as a person who's been told that story, actually take it on as something to be credible or factual?
I just never really thought about it.
Okay, fair enough.
I actually just never really thought about it. Like, it wasn't the thing. And this is the thing. I don't think a lot of people think about those things because they're in the grip of something more immediate. You know, like the average person has a life mostly consumed with panic. So they're constantly having to work within their own standing in life to try and keep the boat afloat if they want to live, you know. And
and they've got so many factors coming through. And I think everything, the average person isn't scientifically consumed; they're emotionally consumed. So you're always being emotional, really, or people are trying to control their emotions or whatever. So that actually takes up a lot of time during the day, is thinking of things that aren't aren't really that big, important in the bigger
Yeah,
scheme of.
that's absolutely right, Kavanik. It is unfortunate. You're right that a lot of people are just running around in a state of fear and panic, but it is possible to overcome that. We have found ways to do that. I just wanted to mention, I'm going to have to take a break here soon because I'm running out of battery, but there's also some new people. If they have any questions, feel free to speak up, like, who is here? HU is VC verified. If you've got any questions, don't hesitate to ask. There was another person I found that had an interesting status that was in here. Now I'm trying to find them again. That was, I think, a globe skeptic or something. But anyway, if there's any new people that have a question, don't hesitate to ask.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just listening.
Okay, cool. Good to have you. Welcome to the server.
Yeah, so I'll finish up as that. Yes, I don't know how the sun works, but I never really paid it much attention anyway. I mean, it's nice when the sun is up.
Yeah,
Whatever.
the point you made was truly valid. That most people haven't had the time to think about something into a lot of detail. The question now has been raised because someone has. Now that the question is on the table, how can you have high pressure gas in a ball inside of a massive volume of vacuum, the infinite vacuum of space?
Well, I have tried to
Now,
give you a response. So, I've given you my answer, which is about as far as I've got, is that it would come down to basically the sheer amount of chemical reaction happening that it's creating what looks spherical, such as a planet, and that.
Okay, can you provide a citation for anything that your imagination is giving you right now? Because
Come on, man. I can if you want. I'll go have a look.
Because
Okay.
honestly,
Right.
good. Go have a look. The standard paradigm is that it's a ball of gas, and that at the center of the sun, only when it collapses in on itself through to this incredible gravitational anomaly, that it suddenly becomes something solid and then explodes. But up until that point, it's gas that pulled in on itself. So at the time where the gas was pulling in on itself, it would have also been wanting to expand into the available volume, which would have gone opposite to the inward contraction, which is the story we were given.
Yeah.
Now,
now
that the question has been raised, and we agree most people don't think like this, but some people do. And when you look at what real science is, it's about questioning. You question the present paradigm, and you try and find ways to progress the scientific discussion through questioning. So the point of questioning is actually desirable. When you ask these questions and you realize that there is no actual adequate answer for why a ball of gas should exist in a vacuum, the only thing that you can do is start to draw imaginary conclusions to make it seem like there's a shell on the outside protecting the sun from expanding into the available volume.
Right.
But the outer shell or the outer portion of the sun, the gas portion, would expand. Then there would only be that central core, absent of gas. And the same thing would occur to the Earth, the same which happened to Mars when they say Mars lost its atmosphere and the atmosphere just went into the vacuum.
Right.
Because it's trying to fill the available volume unless it's contained. Now that's the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy is always increasing. High pressure always goes to low pressure, and there's always loss in that system. So this is a law of physics. This isn't just, we're just asking some arbitrary question that has no bearing on reality. This is a really carefully crafted question because the answer is inconvenient for you. There is no answer.
So the question that I have to return to you is this a question about shapes or containers?
Neither.
Okay.
It's a question about the claim that the sun is a ball of gas from particles that were gaseous and coalesced in a vacuum in on itself into a sphere so densely that it now has a core inside. That is the claim. And it's unbelievable because there's nothing in reality that would support that theory. And when I say theory, I mean the kinds of theories that kids come up with about ghost stories.
So in response to that, the sun should, following the laws of molecular dispersion, the sun should look like a line moving through space for all eternity. Really, it should look like a field or a stream, right? So it's more free molecules grouping together because they're denser than the molecules of space. But that's why they're grouped together like a stream, like a river, is according to the theory of molecular density. But when I look outside,
that's not how we observe it.
But I look outside and there's a round thing up there, okay, that moves,
which is opposite to what you just described as a string of light. Okay,
exactly.
So if a theory doesn't match reality, the theory is wrong. And that's where going into the real world and checking is the basis for which all of this experimentation should be done and checked against. So a theory that suggests that the sun should be a string of light because the sun's moving, in theory, yes, sounds plausible. Look at the sun, never seen it.
No.
So therefore, how seriously should you really tackle a theory that doesn't even tie up to its basic premise?
Well, the circular nature of the sun from looking at it, right? You agree with that the sun looks circular, right?
Correct.
Like all light, well, like most lights.
Right, but it's not just light; it's radiant. It's radiant, so it's not just a pin of light. It's not a star.
Well, what light isn't radiant? Please tell me.
Right, but what I'm saying is that the shape, it's not. The shape is circular, right? The moon.
What do you mean shape? What I'm saying is lights look the same way. Lights look the same way.
Is the moon a light then?
I'm just saying, when you look at the sun, which has been called a disk of light, it looks like a disk of light. For an example, like a flashlight. Not saying that it is a flashlight. I'm just telling you what it looks like.
Right. It looks like a disc. Right, but not a flat-looking disc. It looks like an upright disc.
An equally illuminated disc. From corner to corner, equally illuminated. And if it was a spherical object, there would be a specular highlight, there would be a bright spot, and there would be dim spots, or slightly dimmer spots.
Like the moon.
Yeah.
The moon on full moon is also equally lit from corner to corner. And a lot of scientists call it very inconvenient because the illumination being equal from edge to edge on a full moon makes it look very flat in the expert's opinion. Because how could you get an equally reflected light reflection is only through a concave surface or a flat surface. Because a convex surface that's scattering the light would have the obvious shading. If you want to draw something in 3 dimension and you want to draw a sphere, you would draw a spot that's illuminating really brightly, and then you would shade the rest of it.
The moon
Not
has
on a
shading,
full moon.
right?
Not on a full moon.
Because it's
That's
been
the
directly
peculiar.
contrasted by the sun from the reflective properties of the sun bouncing directly
There
against the
should be
moon.
scattering. There should be scattering, spherical scattering of the light off of a spherical surface that would return a specular highlight. So there would be one reflection point on the ball, and then there would be a gradual fading out as you go all the way around the exterior. But on a full moon, the moon is equally lit, meaning if you use like photosensitive equipment to test the exact amount of illumination coming off of it, and you test the left, the middle, the far right, any portion of the full moon is equally illuminated. And that can only occur on a flat or concave surface if
depending on the
it was
power of the
reflecting
light
light.
source. So the power of the
a
light source
big
is so
giant,
strong.
no, a spherical surface will scatter the light. The light will be bounced in different directions, irrespective or regardless of the light intensity. Because of the shape of the object, it would cause scattering, which gives the observer the appearance of that shading, the less brightened corners as it wraps around, because the light on those edges are being bounced away from the observer and not returning back to the observer the way that the part that where the specular highlight occurs, that part is reflecting the light directly back at the observer. So you'll see the light intensity at its brightest in the specular highlight, and every other portion will be less illuminated. And on a full moon, it is equally lit from edge to edge. And that, again, does not comport with the theory.
Yeah, you kind of lost me a little bit there. I know that the moon isn't always fully lit, so therefore something is moving around there that is lighting it in different shades.
Part of the moon.
That's just the begging the question fallacy. I mean, we're inspecting what could potentially be could be happening, and observation one is that during a full moon, it doesn't have sphere-like properties.
No, because it's being blotted out by the
Listen to
power
what I'm
of the
saying.
sun,
Listen to what
the light
listen to
source.
what I'm saying. You believe it's the light. You believe it's the sun that's lighting the moon. That's just the belief that you have. Now, one would say, "Oh, that's absurd," because why? Well, because they've never thought of things like this. But then, when there's other phenomena such as uh, lunar eclipses and new moons, all of these phenomena that simply debunk the notion of there being a light casting its light on the moon and the moon reflecting it. There's just too many different things to look into after further inquiry and investigation to ignore.
Right.
Correct.
And what are those things? What are those things? What are your theories on what's lighting the moon? The moon doesn't light itself.
I don't have a theory on
Just
what
respond.
lights the moon.
Just respond to what Elijah already explained.
I am responding. I'm responding
by the
but
previous
I'm being
points.
hammered now by people that aren't actually offering me counter evidence, other
Why
than
would I have
molecular
to? Why would I have
theory,
to give
which is
you
basic
counter
theory
evidence?
that everybody knows, right? That has a basic scientific grasp. So I even agreed with you, and I said, well, then the sun should look like a river.
Instead of investigating, because we have already given you one, I've already in name given you two more, and instead of investigating what I'm saying, you blow past that to say, okay,
No,
Robert,
that's not true.
hold on. So you give it a tentative listen to ask me, what is it if it's not what I think it is? Which is a nice, careful way to deflect from investigation of the actual claim that it's a sphere that's reflecting the sun's light.
Yeah, so these are the reasons that I think it's a sphere. Do you want to hear those?
I didn't ask you that. The reasons you have are the same reasons we all grew up under.
We were all taught it was a sphere
But you
until
have
we
a pair of
discovered
eyes.
new
Right.
until we discovered new information.
Tell me this new
Because
information.
okay, so Elijah already explained some of them, but maybe let's go through them a little bit slower. Firstly, having a crescent moon, that means a very
I
small
know,
amount of
I
illumination.
know what a crescent is. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Having a crescent moon in your nighttime sky, just Google moon phases and look at the images. You'll
Yes, I know.
see
Okay.
the crescent should be on the day side because the back side should be mostly lit. We're only seeing the last portion of it while it's on our day side. And the full moon should only be visible at night. We see full moon in the day. We see crescent moon also at night. So just in that one example, it's a head scratcher. Now, like Elijah said, the new moon. Where is the moon when it's in the new moon phase? Directly between the earth and the sun. Correct?
Right.
Okay, so what's the diagram for a lunar eclipse? A solar eclipse. When you look up the diagram of a solar eclipse, it's the sun, then the moon, then the earth. So that alignment occurs every month, and we call it new moon. And then once every 8 years, it lines up and does a solar eclipse when it's in the same alignment that it does every month. Same thing applies to the lunar eclipse. When you go to a lunar eclipse, where is the lunar eclipse? Oh, it's where the full moon is supposed to be. So when the moon gets to the backside of the earth, sometimes it's a full moon and other times it's eclipsed by the earth's shadow. But then why isn't the earth's shadow cast onto the moon every time it goes in that orientation around the backside? Because remember, the moon's a lot smaller than the earth. So the earth's shadow should be considerably large. The moon should get trapped in that 6 times larger shadow virtually every month. Doesn't occur. So when you start to look at reality, you see the crescent moon at night, you see the full moon at day, then you go back to the model, the theory that they've given us, and it doesn't fit the theory is wrong. Or what we normally do is we look past it, we assume there must be an answer. Someone must have answered this somewhere. And then we brush past and we say, next question. Your original question about the moon, I will speculate. I do think the moon is a separate light source. When I've done my own experiments with moonlight, it does appear to be cold light. So if you place a thermometer in direct moonlight, it's actually colder than in moon shadow. This I've done personally myself, using little thermometers and simply casting shade over the thermometer. So I didn't change the setup or place it in a different location or do any other variable change except simply block out at a higher point away from the apparatus, block out the moonlight from the thermometer. And instantly, when it was shaded from moonlight, the temperature raised. When it was directly in moonlight, the temperature dropped. Now, that's the opposite to sunlight. When you go read the Bible, it says God created 2 light sources, one to rule the day and one to rule the night.